Welcome to beautiful Greenville, South Carolina, where we are here for Socon Media Day. Day 3 of our Media Day tour takes us to the Southern Conference. I'm Jeff Goodman. I'm here with Terrence Oglesby, and we got a great league here. I know you know this league very well, living in Greensville. This is a great league because you've got a ton of great coaches. One of the best mid-major leagues in the entire country. They score the ball well. They don't always defend great, but they can score it. We know that.
Well, the point is to score more points.
They do that.
Team.
They do that.
That's great. No, it's the league where I got my start personally. You know, I finally started getting some consistent work, and the fun part was about this league is every single night you saw a different coach, a different style, but they always found ways to put up almost 80 points. So, and I think, you know, the interesting part about this league too is not only do you have the Furmans, who's seen a lot of success here lately, the Samfords, Mercer seen success back when they beat Duke a few years ago now. But you have VMI, which has to find kind of cute ways to score and do things differently. You have the Citadel down in Charleston that has to deal with different circumstance. You have Wofford, who's dealing with their own set of situations.
We're going to talk to their brand new head coach, Kevin Giltner, today.
Yeah, exactly.
First interview.
And they don't have grad school.
Right.
But they won the league last year.
Yeah.
So it's a league marked with a certain amount of challenges, but a lot of talent and a lot of offensive talent, like you alluded to.
Yeah, and I think it's wide open this year.
I agree.
Because of the turnover in college basketball that hits most of these mid-major leagues, there's some retention. And we're going to look, VMI has been the program that has really retained more than anybody else. But we're going to get to the preseason poll here in just a few seconds. And I was surprised at who is picked first in the league. But I think it's so difficult right now, Terrence, to try to figure it out. It's kind of, honestly, you're picking names out of a hat.
That's absolutely right. And I think, too, the teams that get the benefit of the doubt in the preseason is going to be teams with a lot of retention or more retention than others.
Or teams that have won. Or teams, I think it's programs that have won recently.
Absolutely.
Take the safe pick.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable to do that. But you also, I haven't seen the polls. So I think
you haven't seen them. I'm going to tell you the polls right now.
I'm going to let you get going on those. I haven't seen them at all.
All right, I'm going to unveil the poll, and the number one team in the preseason poll is the Chattanooga Mocs.
I'm really interested.
Aren't you surprised? I mean, they won the league last year, but they lost.
And coming off an NIT win, they won the NIT championship game, which is fantastic for Dan Earl. He's done a tremendous job, but he lost both guards. The spearheads of everything they were going to do did bring in some good transfers. How is it going to, carry over?
Some pieces, but again, not their dudes.
Exactly.
Not their best players. Obviously, Bonham and Huff are gone. It's a reload, and I can't wait to ask Dan Earl how shocked he is. And did he want this? Most coaches, as they get a little bit older and more seasoned, they don't want to be picked first.
No, it's smart not to be.
Right.
You talk to. It's funny the difference between whenever you talk to the school's SIDs and when you talk to the head coach. Because you talk to the SIDs like, well, it could be one of the most talented teams that he's ever had. Then you talk to the coach. I'd love to be picked about 4 spots lower.
That's right.
Because they don't want the pressure to start.
No, they want to overachieve. You want to overperform.
Yep.
All right, let's go through the rest of the poll before we bring in our first guest, which will be Citadel head coach Ed Conroy here in a minute. Furman, number 2. No surprise there. Bob Richey's done an incredible job with the Paladins, and you know them better than anybody. They get 5 first-place votes here.
Only one transfer. Only one transfer.
Retention. Samford, number 3. Obviously, this is the first year now of Lennie Acuff, their new head coach. He replaces Bucky McMillan, who went to Texas A&M. ETSU, 4 with Brooks Savage in his 3rd year. UNC Greensboro, Mike Jones. The surprise for me is VMI all the way at number 6. Andrew Wilson did an incredible job. Biggest turnaround in school history a year ago. They returned almost everything. In their pick 6, I was shocked at that. Western Carolina 7, Mercer 8 with Ryan Ritter. Wofford 9 with their new head coach again. And what happened recently in Citadel, Ed Conroy is going to be up here soon, coming off a tough season a year ago. Preseason player of the year, T.O.?
Give it to me.
Ricky Bradley Jr. of VMI. I don't know if VMI has ever had a player picked as preseason player of the year. But they get that honor because he's the only guy back from the All-League team.
Yeah, Jake Stevens.
Oh, that's a good point.
So he could have been picked. I don't know if he was or not, but he was close. The job Andrew did at VMI last year, and you look at what they were, they were kind of under duress the last couple of years. I mean, 7 wins in his first year, 4 in his second, jumps it up to 15 and 19 last season, and that's a hard job.
Brutally hard. It might be as hard a job as there is in the entire country. If we're ranking the toughest jobs, VMI is in the conversation, no doubt about it. Because again, this league, they've got restrictions. They've got so does Citadel.
Yep.
They're not like everybody else in this league or around the country.
It's tough to take older transfers.
Yep.
It's the Citadel's found something there. After
they can take grads.
They can take grads, and they don't have to go through the whole military thing. But you go to VMI, you better lock in because that's going to be a part of your day-to-day life.
Yeah. So we got two new head coaches in the league again, Acuff and Giltner. And again, we're gonna welcome in right now, live, none other than Ed Conroy from the Citadel. And here he is.
Good to see you.
How are you, Ed?
I'm doing good.
It's been a while.
I never get to see you.
Never. We had dinner. In full disclosure, we had dinner in Charleston a couple weeks ago. Good spot. Where'd you take us? What's the name of that spot?
Where did we go?
I forget the name of it, but it's a good spot. We didn't even know it existed.
Archer.
Yeah. And my wife, in full disclosure, loves Ed's wife, Jenny. So
there we go.
Feelings.
How you doing?
Mutual.
You good?
I'm doing great.
Did you drive this morning or last night?
Last night.
Last night?
Last night.
You didn't want to get up too early this morning and make the drive?
No, I thought I'd be able to spend more time with you, but I didn't see you.
No, we got in late. I had to pick Talia up at the airport in Charlotte and come over. We got over here late. But how you doing? How's everything going with the new group? I mean, you retained a couple key pieces from a year ago and brought in a bunch of new faces as well.
We did, like everybody, we a lot of new faces, but like you said, the key was getting some of those guys to return. So we have a little bit of continuity, and it's been fun to watch. It's kind of what it used to be, where you see guys make a jump from a freshman year to sophomore year, and even though Christian Moore and Keenan Davis are a year older than that, they both have had injuries. So we've only really had them parts of 2 years. So really, 4 or 5 guys that are making that first full year to the second full year jump in Eze Wally and Dante Kyrus and Christian Moore, Keenan Davis. So just to have those guys back, and then Shola Adebisi, a transfer, but he had a second year as well. And those guys have all traditionally done well. Those transfers that have 2 years or more left, they've made that same jump. So that part's been fun.
It's hard to kind of get guys to completely buy in when you only have them for a few months leading into the season. But whenever you have that retention, it's a little bit different, obviously. The thing that sticks out to me about your roster, 4 Division II transfers. I love it because there's guys everywhere. It's just a matter of finding them. What did you see in some of these guys? Gabe Hernandez, Simeon German, Braxton Williams. I'll let you keep going for there.
I thought all of them, and I was a former Division II head coach myself. So just, a little familiarity, especially with Simeon's league. He was at USC Aiken. I first of all, the level of basketball is really good, but these guys that have produced and you can kind of translate a little bit about, what they'll do, in the future. And I just think, but they still had an edge. They still wanted to play at this level. They still wanted to show themselves. So they come in, really where they're accomplished players. They were counted on to score where they were at, but they really want to prove it at this level.
All right, Ed. I'm going to hit you with first the Costa Rica trip. We'll get to some fun stuff later. Trust me. I got a good source.
I hope no family members sold me out this year. I'm trying to close ranks, trying to make sure everybody's, the circle's tighter. We had a tough year. Like we don't need any more, vacation photos. I need some time I can relax.
All right. Maybe I'll be kind and the kindler, gentler me today with you. The Costa Rica trip. A lot of teams do not go on these foreign trips anymore because they prioritize money for NIL. Why did you decide to go on this trip to Costa Rica, and how much did this help you? Because I think it is a major advantage. If you can do this as a coach, you love this because you get your team together, 10 practices that a lot of people watching don't understand how valuable that is.
I hope it turns out to be a wise decision. So far, I love the way it's playing out. But a little bit of a Moneyball type of feel to it where, okay, where are other people not spending their money right now? it wasn't like we went to Australia or something, a really expensive 2-week trip, right?
Sure.
We went to Costa Rica. It was a short trip. We just played 2 games down there, 5 days, but we got those extra days of practice, had some team bonding time, lucked out that the Costa Rica national team happened to be there at the time so we could play a little higher level of competition than sometimes you get on that trip. But with our group coming back, once they made a decision to stay on board and come back, I wanted to reward them a little bit, but also give them a chance. We always say we want them to be the leaders and show the other guys what to buy into,
Sure.
but to give them a summer of practices where they can lead, games they can lead, they can tell everybody this is what it is. I just thought that was really big for us, and so hopefully, what we all saw for years and years is the advantages of taking those foreign trips, and we've kind of, like you said, gone away from it. Hopefully it really pays off for this team this year.
One thing, I was fortunate enough when I was playing when those trips were first starting, right? And I think one thing that my team took away was role definition, and I could see nothing better for a team that has 5 newcomers than getting those 2 games, getting that trip together, and guys just kind of figuring out who they're going to be potentially. Obviously, you're going to have improvements. You're going to have guys that stuff happens, but as far as role definition, how important was that for you guys down there at Costa Rica to be able to at least figure some of those things out?
Yeah, I think that's a great point, and I think kind of what I was piggybacking on what I was just saying. The role definition off the court as well, just on the leadership piece.
Sure.
And these other guys with the continuity and saying, hey, no, this is what Coach is talking about. This is what he meant by that. But then also, I think, in addition to what you said, they also got a respect for each other.
Absolutely.
Where I think we're going to be deeper this year than we've been. And I think they were able to see that. And you go from coming in thinking you have to prove yourself, compete for a spot, and then you're like, you know what? Maybe we can play 8 or 9 or 10 guys, right? And so let's work it that way and make sure everybody gets a touch here.
So how much are you going to pay me to come to your game? 1-0 last year. You know that. I was that's Stetson game. So I'm expecting like some incentive.
So you forget, if I'm not mistaken, you were at the Chattanooga game the year before.
That's true.
2-0.
So, where's the incentive? I mean, what's going on? I mean, the incentive is to see a win, I guess. But
well, I thought you might know this, but you know that when you walked out of that building that night, that was the last Division I win we got. I shouldn't tell myself like that, but that is the last one we got.
Yes,
we had a couple other non-D1s in there,
that's what it proves.
But yeah. So
no, that was a heck of a game. You guys shot the heck out of the ball that night too.
It was amazing. We made shots that night.
You did.
I thought we competed really hard and defended well that night. That game's kind of etched in my memory because at that point you think you're going to really take off. It was a similar feeling like when we played Notre Dame the year before and beat them. Like, okay, we're going to go from here, and then we had the injuries. Well, last year we still competed that hard the rest of the way. And we were in games. We just couldn't make shots, and we couldn't make those free throws. And that was, you look back, you say, boy, the shots went in that night as we were competing hard, and we just weren't able to make those key shots or free throws the rest of the way.
Give me a young guy. Give me somebody new that we don't know yet, but we're going to know here soon. Give me somebody that's going to jump in the rotation that's going to make an impact. A new guy, maybe a freshman.
Well, I think there's several. I like our group. Our freshman class is going to be a good one.
Yep.
I think Marcos Gonzalez out of Brother Rice in Chicago is a freshman. Is someone that
great program too.
Yeah, really good program. Yeah. So he's been through the battles before. He took his team farther than Brother Rice had ever been last year. So he's really got that leadership. So he fits well. He's adapted well to the Citadel. He's a guy that can. But I think those transfers that we mentioned earlier. I think those guys are going to be really add some scoring punch for us. And then, I'm like I said, to start it all off, I'm really excited just the jump that our guys that are back for another year that stayed on board. Christian Moore's healthy, Keenan Davis healthy, and then Eze Wally and Dante Kieris and Shola, those 5 guys. We just haven't had that. And
you feel a lot better now than you did a year ago at this time, don't you?
Yeah, you just feel like you're not only with the foreign trip, but then also just anything you're doing, we're getting to things faster, and like you say, hey, you want to do we lost a lot of close games. We want to do a lot of time and score type stuff. But if you're teaching everything else, you can't get to that. But now with some returnees, like we can really, you can follow the plan a little bit.
Well, when you have that much turnover too, you go from having 3 assistant coach to all those guys that are returning too. They can kind of expedite some of those processes. So we were talking about before you came in what makes the Socon so special. And you look up and down the league and the coaches, and Lennie Acuff comes into the league now, and Kevin Giltner, who we've known for a while as a really good coach as well, he finally gets his opportunity. What makes it so difficult in this league, coaching and preparing?
Well, I think it starts right there with the people, and I think it goes all the way back, And I was fortunate enough to play in the league, and there was great coaches then, and then coached the 2006 to 10, and everybody always asks me about different eras, and one thing that always stands out, there's always there's been good players in each of those, but the coaches, you got Hall of Fame coaches in every era, and it just seems like they just keep coming in. And but I think it's a special league. I think, and I hope it's hard in this day and age, but with the proximity to the schools, the round robin schedule, the true conference tournament, which one of the oldest in the country. I hope we don't lose too many of those things, because I think it's the way basketball to me was meant to be played, where there's familiarity and geography and all those kind of things. So I think it heightens the level of play, and I think that's why guys find new levels, as opposed to playing. There's 18 teams in your league. You play everybody once, and you don't get in those chippy battles and that intensity, if you will. And I think because of that, I think this league, and then you see each other that third time in the tournament, it just elevates people's play over the years.
I like that it hasn't gotten away from what makes it great, the geography too. So many of these leagues right now are all over the place, right? Yeah. They're just adding teams to add teams.
Yeah.
I think, again, the commissioner's done a good job since he took over, being smart and kind of methodical in how he's going about this. All right, let's get to a little bit of fun.
Here we go.
All right, let's get.
We're gonna go easy now. Rough year.
I do understand that. I'm going to give people a little insight into Ed Conroy and who you are. Okay. Things that maybe they don't know about you, that I didn't know about you.
I'm a simple man.
That T.O. doesn't know about you.
I keep that veil up. I don't.
Number one. Did you know, T.O., that Ed is a big stargazer?
Big stargazer.
Look at him. He's loving this already. He's like, now who do you think sold you out already? Do we know?
I know.
You know this one. Huh?
Yeah. The wives have been talking.
He's a wannabe astronomer.
Yeah.
Is this true, Ed?
I wouldn't say that. I would say that it actually all started on an official visit in recruiting.
Okay.
And I knew I was going to get around to talking about our season before long, so I started messing with my app, and I started showing them how clear the sky was in Charleston. I started messing with these stars up there, and just telling them, it was the major distraction. And then the reaction I got, I said, you know what, I'm going to go with this thing.
Yeah. It's pretty good. So how do you go with it now?
I got the app. I look at those stars.
Every night?
I point stuff out, especially when the conversation goes a direction I don't want to, and then they think I'm really out there, and so they leave me alone.
All right. Number two. Did you know, and we should have had some photos for you here. We should have put some birds on the prompter here, because I'm told you can identify a lot of birds.
So
true or false?
Yeah, that would be true. In my younger,
he's a unique individual, Ed Conroy.
Here in about 10 years, we're just going to find Ed Conroy wandering the streets of Charleston, looking up at night and looking forward during the day.
I used to try to draw. I used to fancy myself a little bit of an artist and draw birds and things like that. So, we moved around a little bit when I was younger, and so, didn't have friends when you move in the new neighborhood, and took up some birds. It was more my nerdy days back then, before I found other hobbies,
All right,
but that's going way back. Now you kind of threw me a little bit.
I did. Good.
Stars.
Good.
I'm
that's
saying,
the goal.
Okay, my wife, because she knows I know I'm totally BSing. I know nothing about it, but I just throw people off with
the birds, though.
But the birds is
could have come from somebody else.
That's going back to childhood. So that one's kind of legit.
The last one should give it away.
Yeah.
All right. The last one should give it away. Who was the source? Who was the mole? I'm told that you are the worst handyman there is.
It's got to be the wife.
No question, my wife. No question, my wife.
They will throw you under the bus.
Thank you, Jenny. I appreciate it. Thanks for the info.
I'll tell you what, I can't be mad at her, because when I said, hey, really like to do this, Citadel called, what do you think about going back to Charleston, the Citadel? She was obviously all in, loves Charleston, but she said, I'm in, but we're not living on campus. Well, me being the handyman that I'm in, I like that campus house. I don't.
They
have
do
to
it all for you.
Right.
So, yeah,
we're never interviewing my wife.
So,
and as much as she said you're the worst handyman, trust me, my wife would say I'm by far the worst handyman. I can do it like
attest.
So speaking of, let's get back to this house in Charleston. I thought you did it all.
Oh yeah, I did it all. I
did it all. I thought you were the subcontractor, everything else.
You know what I did? You know what I did yesterday?
Yeah.
There was a dead rat outside in the street, And my wife saw it as we were walking up, and she's like, "You're taking care of that. You're getting rid of it." I'm like, "Really, kid? You do that too? You do everything else?" She's like, "No way." So I had to get rid of the dead rat.
You're a tough part of town you're living in?
I guess. I didn't know, but evidently we have dead rats outside. Well, we missed on Armageddon. It was supposed to be Armageddon the other day in Charleston, right?
I know, yeah.
And we got nothing.
Yeah. I thought Field 68 was doing better. We could have lived in a different part of town or something.
No, I can't afford. I can't afford the Ed Conroy part of town right now. I can't afford it.
No, he's new to the South. He doesn't know. Like 30 minutes, the forecast can completely change.
That thing took a hard right.
Yeah,
it went away.
I got to get you up. I'm in a over 48 softball league.
Oh, there you go.
Playing softball, we got to get you out there.
I'll do it.
Why 48? Why is the cutoff 48?
I don't know. They wanted more young talent.
Who's playing third?
Me.
Oh, you are?
Oh, yeah. I'm like Brooks Robinson.
We might have a problem. I don't know.
I'm like Brooks.
If you put me in the outfield, I'm going to be looking at stars and birds. I'm not real good. I used to be that kid out. I was like kid in right field.
Right, the kids that are looking all around. That's Ed. That's Ed out there. Last one I got for you is, what is the key this year, Ed? If you guys are able to get this program back to where I know you want it and where people expect it. Don't give me the coach answer either. Don't give me we need chemistry, we need to stay healthy. I know those are key for everybody. Give me something else that needs to happen.
We need. And I think we've got some guys who can really score the ball and shoot it. And we need to make those shots early, establish that identity that we have that firepower, but get that confidence that we can win. Yeah. If we can get that confidence early on, get those close games, win those, make some, be in some tough ones, and we got a tough schedule, but make some free throws down the stretch and win one playing our way. Get the core behind us, get that momentum going. I think we can. I do. I love our group, and I think we can. If we can do that, get some confidence early, we'll roll.
It's amazing what early November and December, you just get that one win, and it could just kind of take off on you.
Yeah. No question.
Yeah,
no question.
Ed Conroy, Citadel head coach, good to be here. Good to see you again. And next dinner, it's on me. All right, it's on me.
I'll tell you what, you better run with that.
Just can't be at Halls.
This is a
can't be at Halls. It's got to be something reasonable.
Don't let him expense it because he will.
That's right.
I'll get a phone call from Doster.
Yeah, very true. All right, when we come back, we'll have more from Socon Media Day. We'll have VMI head coach Andrew Wilson.
The college basketball season will begin right here on the Field of 68. At 8 a.m. on November 3rd, we will be tipping off the inaugural Field of 68 opening day marathon. 15 hours of nonstop basketball. It will begin in Rock Hill, presented by our friends at Visit York County. Plan your itinerary today at visityorkcounty.com. Winthrop will face off with Queens in the opener, followed by Bradley taking on St. Bonaventure. Then we head out to Sioux Falls, South Dakota, where it'll be presented by Samford Sports, who is changing the way people play and making sports accessible and fun for all. Murray State gets Omaha at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, with Drake taking on Northern Arizona in the second game in Sioux Falls. Then it's back to Rock Hill for a showdown between Furman and High Point, with Merrimack taking on South Dakota State in Sioux Falls in the nightcap. Tickets for all 6 games are on sale now at the links in the description below. Field of 68, opening day.
All right, welcome back. Jeff Goodman, Terrence Oglesby here at the Socon Media Day in beautiful Greenville, South Carolina. Just spoke to Citadel head coach Ed Conroy.
I hear the Charleston in you coming out. South Carolina. I heard that. Yeah, it's coming down. You move down, and that's what happens.
I'll never sound like you. I mean, I still can't understand you half the time.
Well, I appreciate that one. But, hey, Ed Conroy, new players in, going a different route, because obviously you don't have to do the military things whenever you're whenever you're a grad coming in. So brings in 5 players. One in Iowa transfer, didn't play much, but 4 Division II guys. So they need to win some games. They need to win more games.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard because, again, you don't have the resources that other schools have. So you've got to try a different avenue.
Sure.
And a lot of it these days is what? Trying the Division II, obviously you're not going to go junior college.
Got to get creative.
Right. Have to be creative. Maybe go the international route a little bit if you can go that way. But Citadel's, again, a very difficult job. It's coming off a tough year. Obviously it's only going to get better. He's proven he can win there. but the times and the landscape has changed a little bit.
Very much so. And the thing is, too, is a lot of times when kids were entering the military schools, they were definitely staying for 4 years.
Right.
Now there's that option for guys to get out, and
that's the hard part.
It tough. But as he alluded to, more continuity this year. How are they going to be able to improve on some of these things? Adebisi, who comes back, he was a talented guy at Florida State. I remember watching them in practice, and he had some moments where it made you raise your eyebrows. Yeah. But at the same time, a little bit of retention. The Costa Rica trip, I think, is going to, provide
it'll help.
Big-time dividends.
It'll definitely help.
Should be interesting. And speaking of which.
That's right.
The man.
We are live.
Sit on down.
Bringing in VMI head coach Andrew Wilson. Here he is. What's up, man?
I'm doing great.
We're good. We're good. Good to see you.
On.
See how much straighter he's walking coming in this year?
I know. I got to stand up. I
have back problems.
You make me just want to sit up straight or something. Right. Now, great to be here at Media Day. It kind of means the season's, a month or so away. And for you guys, man, like what you did last year was incredible. I mean, really was. The turnaround. And I know like the first couple of years were not easy, right? They were not easy. Your first head coaching job, you know how hard a job it is. You hear about it from other people. But when you get there, it's daunting, isn't it? A little bit to figure it out at first?
I had a big learning curve when I first got there.
Yeah.
Not only a big learning curve from it being my first opportunity to run my own program, and it's always different when you move over to that seat, but being at such a unique institution, and I didn't have any military background prior to showing up there. And so I felt like I had a good grasp on how to run a basketball program, but the type of kid that you have to recruit at VMI is so different than anywhere else in the country. And so it was a real challenge for me at first. I had some dark days my first couple of years.
I'm sure you did. But you dug out of that hole.
I remember coming a couple of years ago, you guys played here in Greenville, and you're like, man, we got to figure it out. I got to figure it out. And you're starting to get that way.
Yeah.
This past season.
The current landscape of college basketball has made it challenging for everybody to try to figure this out.
Yeah.
It's probably more challenging at an institution like VMI. And the thing I'm really so proud of my coaching staff, but also of our players, is that we have 9 of our 10 leading scorers coming back.
It's insane.
We have the second most production in the entire country, only behind Purdue coming back.
That's crazy.
And I never thought that we would get it to this point, but it's just a credit to my coaching staff identifying the right types of kids during the recruiting process. We had to find a group of kids who wanted to grow old together, and that's what we found. And so we're in a good place right now. We're really excited about this upcoming season.
I think what's interesting, too, is you have preseason player of the year on your team. Ricky Bradley coming back. What was he able to provide last year? 16, 4, and 3? I mean, not bad.
So I haven't broken the news yet to Rick. So it is
he doesn't know yet.
A secret. If he knows, I don't know about it.
Okay.
And I have not told him. I'm hoping that it's going to be a surprise to him at 11
I think they were going to do something special.
Spoil that for him.
Hopefully he's not watching, or if Ricky, if your family is watching, please don't tell Ricky, whatever you do.
Yeah, no, I mean, Ricky means so much to our program. We're talking about a kid that had a successful freshman year at VMI and decided to leave. He wasn't sure if VMI was the right type of place for him. Goes to Georgia State. For whatever reason, it didn't work out there, and he decided to come back. And he's the first student athlete to ever come back to VMI.
Is that right?
And yeah. And what he represents to our program, and now going into his senior season, he's a preseason player of the year in our league. I mean, it's incredible. And so he deserves all of the accolades and attention that are going to come his way. He's one of the most mature kids I've ever been around in 25 years in college basketball. He's unbelievable, focused, and determined, and he wants to change the narrative of VMI basketball program. Cool. So I'm lucky that he's on our side.
So I'm looking at the preseason poll. Have you seen that yet?
I have not.
You want to guess where you picked?
I would guess somewhere in the middle of the pack would be my guess.
Yeah, sixth. Mm-hmm. I was surprised.
Yeah.
I was surprised. With the success you had last year and the retention, I figured for sure you'd be in the top 3 somewhere. Because so many of these other programs have lost a ton, and you don't know who these guys are.
Sure.
What type of chip on probably your kids' shoulders is that going to provide for you?
Well, that's higher than I wanted to be picked, to be honest with you.
Really?
Talking about
we did say that, but even for VMI, even for you in See, that surprised me a little bit just because I feel like you want some respect too.
Yeah. Well, this will tell you how difficult it is at VMI. Over the 117-year history of our program, VMI basketball has only had back-to-back seasons of winning 15 games twice in the 117-year history of the program.
Wow.
And so we won 15 games this past year. That's something that we talked about as a group. We want to be the third group that's ever done that in VMI basketball history. And so, as we all know, the preseason rankings don't mean a whole lot. You got to go out there and perform. It's so hard to forecast this stuff right now.
Impossible.
I believe Ricky Bradley was the only returning all-conference player in our entire league.
Yep.
The other 14 players either graduated or transferred out. And so that shows you how impossible this thing is to predict right now. So we'll see where it all falls.
You just have known quantities. That's the difference, I would say, is you have to feel really good because, and we just talked to Conroy about this, he's got a few guys back. So he said, we're much further ahead than we were a year ago. And for you, I mean, again, you throw out the 2-3 zone that your guys all know it.
Yeah.
You don't have to teach it. They all know it already.
Couple extra wrinkles here and there, too, you can throw in.
We're in a different place right now than we have been during my tenure as a head coach. My first 3 years has been a complete restart. And going into this season, we have a certain level of confidence. And the defense that we play, it is very unique. Our players know it better than our coaching staff, which is awesome. And so we have a lot of continuity in our roster. I'm unbelievably excited about this year. But at the end of the day, you got to go out and perform. You got to go out and do it. Our guys are eager to continue to prove themselves. Some of our guys will be upset with where we're picked. And
you kind of want that, don't you? A little bit?
I do. VMI is a place where it's hard to get comfortable at VMI. Just the way the school is structured.
On or off the court?
On or off the court. And so it's hard. You have to prove yourself every day at VMI. And that's one of the things that our school stands by.
I'm sitting here looking at your old stats from last season, and obviously got to the free throw line at a high rate, knocked down a bunch of those. Struggled with turnovers. With so much retention, how are you going to be able to cut down on some of those things?
Yeah, that's one thing that we've talked about a lot. We're returning two of the most experienced guards in the league, and Ricky Bradley and Talia Zoglu. And so we've talked a lot about we have to really improve that assist-to-turnover ratio. We felt like last year our defense was a little bit ahead of our offense. And if we want to take another jump in our program, then those assist-to-turnover ratio needs to improve a great deal. So that's something that we've emphasized during the offseason. We'll see where that goes.
So your assistant, Xavier Salas, who I've known forever, told me that you have the best defender in the country in A.J. Clark.
Yeah, A.J.'s special.
He sent me some clips this morning, and I'm like, man, this dude gets after it.
Yeah, A.J. is unbelievably athletic. One of the most athletic kids I've ever been around.
Really?
That's saying a lot, too.
Yeah.
Where you played?
It's saying a lot.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, he is he's a tenacious defender. He's a tenacious competitor. He's 6'3" or 6'4", but he's a shot blocker. He's very quick twitch. He brings an element to our team that nobody else can. And so he's an unbelievably valuable part of our team. And I think he'll have a chance to be one of the better players in our league this season.
Can you put him on anybody? Like, is he somebody where, I mean, again, somebody gets hot and it's just like, hey, AJ, just go shut him down?
Well, as you know, Jeff, we don't play man-to-man.
Oh, true.
Right? So,
I forgot about that.
So
with the zone.
AJ's kind of floating around in our zone, but he covers up so much ground. Mistakes that other guys make, he's able to kind of cover up for that. And so, again, like he brings an element to our team that nobody else can just because of his length and his athleticism.
Especially in this league, right?
Yeah. And for the first time, AJ's been hurt his entire career at VMI. Really? He's actually never practiced before. The only time he ever plays basketball is in the games. And so he had surgery this past offseason and has been healthy over the last couple months for the first time and is getting the reps that he finally needs. I think you're going to see a big jump in AJ's game.
It's interesting. Top 5, or no, excuse me, as we have some photos being taken in the other room. That one caught me off guard. Top 15 in the country in steal rate. Top 5 in the conference in block rate. I mean, just being able to cover all that ground is just what makes him different. At 6'4", you said one of the best athletes. I just want to hear from you because you obviously played and you've coached for a long time. Like, is there anybody you would compare him to athletically as far as his length is concerned, his lateral movement, and all those things?
Oh, you're putting me on the spot.
I am.
Off the top of my head, I can't necessarily compare him to anybody that I've ever coached.
Sure.
He's such a unique player. He's not a great shooter. And a lot of people kind of look at that and they say, well, he's not a very productive offensive player, but he is. He does everything else offensively really well. And shooting is something that he's worked on this offseason. But I think our defense is perfect for him. He's able to kind of roam around and cover up so much ground for our team because we are his own team.
Well, instincts take over at that point.
That's right. That's right. And we're not the longest, most athletic team, but we are very tough, and our guys have great instincts, and we're able to use that to our advantage within our zone. And I think a lot of times with our defense, it's just different. Mm-hmm. It's not necessarily good all the time, but it's just different, and it requires other teams to have to prepare in a different way when they play us.
I don't remember last year. Did I get you to loosen up a little bit? Did I get you with some good stories or anything?
That's hard to do, Jeff.
No, I got something. I think I got something for you.
It's hard to do. Okay.
All right, I'm going to go back. We'll see. We'll see how well I did here, right? All right. So tell me about your first recruiting trip as an assistant for Bobby Cremins.
I assume that you've been around Coach Cremins over the last couple months. My first recruiting trip with Coach Cremins, we were going to see a kid named Donovan Monroe, who was a really good player for us at College of Charleston, was at Fork Union Military Academy. So we're driving from Charleston, South Carolina, up to Fork Union in Virginia. And Coach Cremins had just had a knee replacement surgery. He's sitting in this car for like 7 hours. We're on the way up there, and I'm driving a rental car, and I'm 23 years old at the time. I'm younger than a couple guys on our team. I have no idea what I'm doing. Coach Cremins is sitting there drawing up plays on his magnet board in the passenger seat, and I'm just watching him. And, it's going in one ear and out the other. And all of a sudden, the car shuts off. And I'm like, oh, boy. And apparently the gas light had been on for a while, and it's pouring down rain outside. No. We're at the North Carolina-South Carolina border on I-95 going north. We're like 10 miles away from the nearest exit, and the car shuts down. And I'm 23 years old. This is my first job, and I'm working for a Hall of Fame head coach. And I'm like, oh my!
And you ran out of gas.
What did I
ran out of gas. And it's pouring down rain, like the worst circumstances you could possibly imagine. So I say, Coach, I knew what had happened, but I was too embarrassed to admit
we ran out of
gas. I'm like, Coach, something's wrong with the car. It just shut off. Let me put it in neutral. You come get in the driver's seat, and I'll push the car and try to get to the next exit. I didn't know we were 10 miles away from the next exit. This is in 2006, before, you're like following your MapQuest.
Right. You don't have the GPS on the phones.
GPS. And so I'm pushing the car through a rainstorm, and I push it about 100 feet, and I'm exhausted. I can't push it anymore. And I'm like, man, what am I going to do right now? So I run up. I'm like, Coach, let me just take off. I'm going to run up to the nearest exit. So stay here. So I take off and I start sprinting as fast as I could. And I get about a mile up the road and I don't see anything ahead of me. And I'm like, man, I'm in trouble. So I just put my thumb out and I started asking for a ride.
Hitchhiking in 2006.
No way.
Somebody was in the streets.
Like somebody pulls over in a pickup truck. They pick me up. When I open the car to get in, there's beer cans on the ground. I'm like, oh boy, this is bad. He takes me up to the next exit. We put some gas in like a lawnmower, thing, and
he brings you back.
We get back. I put gas in. We end up making it to Fork Union, and we get Donovan Monroe to come to College of Charleston.
There we go. I just hope you tipped that dude in the pickup truck.
I did tip him. I
hope you did. Get free tickets, whatever he needs for life.
Yeah, that's a pretty good.
That's a great story,
trip, right?
Yeah.
And thank God that I worked for Bobby Cremins.
Yeah.
Because somehow he was okay with this. He's still got a smile on his face.
He laughed about it.
And he's enjoying it. Yeah. And I'm like, man, if I worked for the wrong guy, he probably would have fired me on the spot.
You would have been fired right away.
And we probably wouldn't even have made it to go see Donovan. We just would have turned around and come home. So thank you, Coach Cremins.
That's a good one. I might even have a better one for you to tell. I'm not sure I want to go this one or not.
Oh, boy.
You want me one more?
Well, yeah, go with it.
All right, I got another great one.
All right.
Tell me, did you ever throw up on a head coach on the bus?
Well, now you've been with Mark Byington. Huh?
I got two good ones here, right?
Oh, man.
Hell of an assistant here.
Oh, I'm telling you, man. Hey, thank goodness that I've worked for really good people. because if one of my assistants threw up on the back of my head right now, I don't know how I'd react to that. No, we're playing at Cal State Bakersfield in California, and we're out there for several days, and I caught some type of bug, and we're going to practice at night. And
there's no way Andrew thought he was going to be telling these stories.
I'm trying to hold it as long as I can, right? Like, I can't throw up on the bus. Like, come on. Like, you can't do that. And it just got to the point where it's like, there's the point of no return. And I just start projectile vomiting on the bus. And I'm sitting right behind Mark the whole time.
You nailed him?
I mean, I end up.
He caught some shrapnel.
That's what he did. I end up. So you know how when you're getting on a bus, like you have to step up, like 4 or 5 steps to get up onto the bus. So I end up. My head is pointed down on the steps, so I'm not getting it on anybody else. After I had already gotten it on Mark, and I'm projectile vomiting down there, and that was a bad moment in my career. That was really bad.
You rebounded well.
So for about 15 minutes from the way to practice to the hotel, one of our assistant coaches, which is me, I'm sitting there making all kinds of noises, throwing up on the steps down on the bus, laid out on the floor, and that was a bad moment for me.
Well, that's part of the
Thanks for bringing that up.
It was just part of the interview process to be a head coach.
These were pretty good.
Thank goodness. I had been with Mark for about 14 years by that point. Like, we were 6 years as assistants working under Coach Cremens, and then so Mark, thankfully,
he was good with it.
I think I had some build-up with him at that
some
point.
equity.
And I had some equity with him. And thank goodness he didn't fire me. So.
What's the biggest difference, other than maybe having the bullseye on you guys a little bit? And I know you picked 6, but people know now you're not sneaking up on anybody this year. What's the biggest difference in how you've talked to your team about that?
Yeah. I don't think VMI is never going to have a bullseye on us, and that's the reality. I think we are going to have a higher level of respect from our opponents this year. I don't think we're going to be able to sneak up on people maybe the way that we did this past year. We've had a lot of conversations with our team about last year we were fighting for respect, right? And this year we're going to have to learn how to deal with expectations. And for us, being picked 6th place out of 10 in our league is having to deal with expectations. And so I'm excited. We have unbelievable leadership on our team. The best I've ever been a part of, like by far. Like Ricky Bradley, TJ Johnson, AJ Clark, unbelievably mature guys. Our best players are our best leaders, are our most invested guys. And whenever you have that as a head coach, that's a great feeling.
Huge.
Well, listen, it's been great seeing you. It was a hell of a conversation.
Yeah.
Really good.
Thanks for bringing up that.
Yeah.
No,
it's a pretty good one.
I think people want to see a little bit of different side of you.
Sure. Am I allowed to talk about throwing up on the back of people's neck?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
Well,
it's legal. You're fine.
We're live right now.
But I mean this. It's been great to see you flip this program the way you have, and I can't wait to see what you guys do this year with so much returning talent and guys that know the program. So pick 6 in the preseason. I would have picked you higher, but it sounds like you're okay with that. So
thanks for the opportunity to come on. I appreciate it.
No, it's been great being here and good spending time with you. VMI head coach Andrew Wilson. We'll be back after this break with more from Socon Media Day.
Athlete AI is the story of an athlete. And every athlete deserves to have the story told. Under the lights and in the spotlight, this is your moment, your role. Download, capture, create, share. Athlete AI. Your name is Trent.
Do you need your fix of college basketball analysis at the end of every night during the season? If you crave instant reactions and informed breakdowns, make sure you tune into the Field of 68 After Dark every night with access to the biggest stars in the sport and a cast of characters that includes the likes of Tyler Hansborough, Randolph Childress, John Fanta, John Henson, Terrence Oglesby, Jarrell McNeil, and many, many more. The Field of 68 After Dark is where college basketball happens. There is no sport in America that is more difficult to follow than college basketball. It can be overwhelming. That's where the Field of 68 Daily comes into play. The Daily is your go-to source for injury updates, recruiting news, and transfer portal additions that actually matter. For just $50 a year, get access to the same information that your favorite team's coaching staff is subscribed for. Quality content can be hard to find in the college basketball space. The Daily is here to help you with that.
All right, welcome back here at Socon Media Day in Greenville. I'm Jeff Goodman, joined by Terrence Oglesby, and now new Samford head coach Lennie Acuff. And Lennie, good to be in the Socon.
Yeah, great league. With great
league.
Coaches. Yeah, really, real challenge for sure. But excited to be here and thankful for the opportunity.
I mean, you add to that. I know you're pretty modest here. You are a pretty modest guy, but T.O. can talk about this too. I mean, what you've done the last 6 years at Lipscomb, what you've done over the course of your career, you are a ball coach, and the respect that I think you have within this industry, not only, again, how you do it on the court, but how you do it off the court. I mean, this is a guy that I don't think gets enough credit for what he's done.
Well, that's nice of you to say. I've been blessed to be able to coach at great institutions. Lipscomb was fantastic. They were incredible to me, and love basketball, and really thankful to be at another great institution like Samford.
Yeah, it's amazing every time you talk to a really good offensive coach around the country. And obviously, Field of 68 doing how many media days? 20?
15.
And it's amazing all the good coaches offensively in their respective leagues always, well, I really like what Lennie Acuff does. And that's pretty consistent. And the refrain among a lot of offensive guys. And you look back last year at Lipscomb, number one in offense, number one in effective field goal percentage. Is this just something you fine-tuned over the years and you found what you believed in? Or, is it part of the retention process? What is the key to what you do on the offensive end of the floor?
Well,
we could probably talk about this all day.
I think ultimately, Terrence, the thing is, I think when you're recruiting to fit is understand guys that will be good in your system. But the thing that we've tried to do, there's a lot of ways to get to 10. There's 7 and 3, 6 and 4, 5 and 5, whatever it takes, having the ability to adapt. And I think we've worked hard to do that. A lot of stuff we do now, actually, I know, Chattanooga, Furman, a lot of these guys, VMI, a lot of these guys, we do a lot of the same stuff. It used to be we were kind of on an island by ourselves. Well, now everybody's doing a lot of it. So trying to figure out a way to stay ahead of the posse. But I think also having a belief and conviction in what we do.
So Dylan Faulkner, a kid who came with you, going to be really important because, again, you have a completely new team. You're in a new spot. It's a completely different team, but at least you're bringing a guy here who's been with you the last couple of years. I know he was hurt last year. First, what's the latest on his health, and how pivotal is he going to be to this year's success?
Huge. We lost him January 20th last year, and we had a young man step up in his stead, a young man named Charlie Williams that was great in his stead. But we thought with both of them, I thought we really had a chance to win a game in the tournament because we had a legitimate size, which is hard to get at this level. But he's back. We're really thankful he's with us. He's very, very, very talented. He's a high-character young man, and he has a high care factor. And when you have that, you have a chance. But to have him with us is a really good jumping on point.
For people that haven't seen him play, what's his game like?
He's bouncy. He's 6'9". He's about 235 now. He's a high competitor, really good around the goal, and he's really grown. He can now make threes, and so it's just when you have a 5 that can make threes, it's a game changer. And
huge.
But he also gives us some true rim protection, was something we didn't have for a long time there.
Obviously at Alabama Huntsville for a long time, then go to Lipscomb for 6. What was the pull to Samford? Obviously, Bucky had success. Bucky told me when he first took the job, I think I can win here.
Yeah.
What's the pull to Samford for you?
Well, there's a lot of things. First off, if you come to our campus, there's a wow factor.
Yep.
I mean, it is
absolutely beautiful.
And what they've done in the last 18 months is incredible. We just opened up a brand new practice facility, a new rec center, new dorms. I mean, there's a real wow factor.
Martin Newton's done an incredible job.
Martin has been fantastic. Our president, Dr. Taylor, has been fantastic, and they really want to win in basketball. And so I think that's a good. And a lot like Lipscomb, they wanted to win, and there's no secrets to this stuff. The secret is there's no secret.
Right.
And I wish there was more to it than it is. But I'm an Alabama guy. That's where I've lived the majority of my life. A lot of contacts there. My daughter lives there. My son's on my staff. I guess my wife a lot closer to home. So there's not a lot of things in our life that line up with your career and with your family.
Sure.
And I felt like it was the right time to do it.
No brainer.
Yeah,
right.
I'm very thankful.
Yeah,
very thankful for sure.
Jaden Booth, kid that played 4 years at Florida Southern, 6'2" guard who can really score it. Why did you go after him, and what's he going to do for you this year?
Yeah, he's a good player.
Yeah.
He's a good player. He's a high level shooter. I kind of probably keep up Division II basketball more than most. Just got a lot of friends that coach. Sure. My son was coaching in that region last year, and I saw them play Nova Southeastern one night, and I'm like, who is this cat? He had 49, and I'm like, this kid's a really good player. Didn't think anything about coaching him or anything, but high level shooter, just a great fit for what we do. And then we have Keaton Norris, who started at Wright State for the last 3 years. His brother was the point guard at Loyola Chicago. They're a great run. And then his other brother came from Illinois State. So we've got two older guards that I've had some good teams and not so good teams. I've never had good teams with bad guards. It just doesn't work. It's a guards game. And so really those guys are two guys I'll go in the foxhole with.
All right, Lennieisms. Tell me a little bit about Lennieisms.
Yeah.
Let's hear some Lennieisms.
Tell me your favorite Lennieisms, because I've heard this is every practice.
Well, we try. I guess yesterday we had the early practice. I told him, I said, if you only go to work the days you feel like it, you'll never have a job.
That's fact.
That's reality.
Yeah.
And we talk a lot about the illusion of choice, that there is no choice. The only way to it's through it. And we talked about that. At the end of the day, it's probably one thing we talked the most about. The longest distance between 2 points is a shortcut. You can't take them. It takes what it takes, and so I don't know. Maybe that's. I
got a couple more.
Okay,
I got a couple more. I'm gonna throw at you that I heard. Ready? Here's a good one.
Let's go.
You don't fix a flat tire by changing the driver.
Amen to that.
Right.
There's a reason people do, and there's a reason people don't.
I think you should write a book of Lennieisms.
I do.
I need more
Seriously,
on that one.
right?
So you don't obviously you don't change a driver for a flat tire, but I need to dive deeper into that one.
You don't fix a flat tire by changing the driver. These schools that keep losing just because they think it's the coach's fault.
Right.
Well, usually there's not a top-down mentality. There's a reason. And so and I'm going to write a book. The book I can't wait to write. The title of my book is I Can't Wait to Meet They. I can't wait to because they said, well, who is they? I cannot wait to meet they.
Or the source.
Yeah, that's right.
Sources say, right? Sources say. I know who sources are. I know who they are. I just can't tell you who they are.
That's right.
Here's another one. Ready? This is a great Lennieism. If you don't know who the sucker in the pool hall is, it's probably you.
Amen.
Right? How great is that one?
No doubt. It's life teaches you so many lessons. We believe in simple, and the reality is, if you don't realize you're the fool, you probably are. And so it's.
I tell Rob Dostler that all the time.
There's a lot of these guys are really good friends in the league. That'll be real different for me, but those are things I've shared with them over the years, and I've spent a lot of time with a lot of the guys in this league talking basketball, and guys I have so much respect for, but some of those probably came from those guys, maybe.
Do we have more Lennieisms? Because if we don't, I do have a question about the league.
Yeah, go ahead.
To kind of go off of that one right there. Whenever I talk to several different coaches in this league, like, well, Lennie's coming to Socon, kind of like, gosh.
Yeah, they don't want you in this league.
Well, because
it's
so difficult to prepare for. The opposite side of that is you coming into the Southern Conference, a conference where you see coaches move up and have success, and you see coaches that stay here and have a lot of success, whether it's Bob Richey at Furman, whether it's Dan Earl at Chattanooga, who goes from VMI, had success there, and now he won the NIT last year. What's the intriguing challenge as a coach going up against some of these other basketball minds?
Yeah, you're really going to be stretched.
Yep.
And I think at this time, guys, you have to be able to adapt. And, sailboats don't sail behind yesterday's winds.
There's another one right now.
They don't.
We need the book. We got to get something here.
We may work together.
We got to work together.
But the reality is you have to really be innovative. These guys are great coaches. There were great coaches in the A-Sun as well. But the tradition of the Southern Conference, the great conference tournament in Asheville, everybody's in one spot. There's so much tradition, but I do know we'll be challenged, and because there are a lot of similarities in how the teams play. And so we played Wofford the last 2 years. We played Chattanooga the last 2 years. I mean, there are a lot of similarities, but at the end of the day, it's going to be, execution, all the coach speak stuff that you guys really don't talk about, but it will be a challenge and something we'll have to work really hard at.
Give me somebody who's really surprised you this offseason that maybe has worked their way into a role that you didn't expect right now.
Yeah, I think, obviously our lasting memories are your last impressions. Yeah. I think we took a young man named Cam Martin who started every game at Long Beach State as a freshman out there, and I didn't know a lot about him, but he's probably had the most growth in our program just because he's an everyday guy, and just I've really been proud of him. We've had several guys that I think have a chance to help us. Keaton Norris's brother is a good player. Cade Norris, he came from Illinois State. Those guys are some of the other guys we thought were really solid. We took 4 grad transfers, our 2 guards, Keaton Norris and Jaden Booth. Dejon Humphrey's a transfer from Bowling Green, and Jackson Pollard's a transfer from Queens, are all grad transfers. You kind of knew what you were getting in that. And we got a couple of D2 guys that I think are going to be good players. The thing I would tell you guys, and whatever need to be done, you will sure let me know, but there's been a lot of validation. I told you last night, Terrence, to see how well the D2 guys have done. For 22 years, there's every level has levels, and when you get to the top 20 of D2 or top 30 teams, there's real dudes.
Yeah.
There's dudes.
Yeah. And you knew that. You had such an advantage, right, coming into Lipscomb because you knew that where other coaches were probably afraid.
Yeah, I think you bet on character and production. And those guys have done it.
Yeah.
And so I think that's a big part of it, is making sure that, that's just a number, but I think we've seen some of the D2 kids we took. I had a great D3 player at Lipscomb, a kid from Emory that was just a stud. But there's a level of thankfulness and gratefulness and no entitlement.
100%. Do you think coaches, too, at that level want to send their kids to you because you were one of them?
Well, I think a lot of this is about relationships and experiences, and I think some of the kids that have come from that level have had a good experience with us. And so, that's probably as important as anything right now. But just having kids that are grateful and don't have that entitlement, and just really thankful for the opportunity.
Well, we know. Listen, with NIL, the good is these kids are getting some money. The tough part is, there is some entitlement. There is, and you want to get the right kids that again, to me, when the season starts, even now, you feel better about where we're at. It's harder in the off season, isn't it?
It is.
In May.
We got a long way to go. You're not going to sit. You've been to 15 of these. Who's going to sit down and say, "I hate my team. I can't believe it"?
Everybody says nobody. Coach, everybody says the same thing.
I told our guys the other day, we're like in the wedding phase. We're in the honeymoon phase.
That's right.
Reality is going to sit in about 6 weeks. You have hard conversations. You're going to have certain guys aren't going to play. You can watch games November 3rd, and you're going to see half the bench is mad. November 3rd, the first night.
Heads are down.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And so, who will stay in the fight? Can you stay in the fight?
Yeah.
And I just tell our coaches all the time, let's overload the locker room with high character guys. And just at the end of the day, the floor doesn't fall out. Just get the right guys because it's coming.
Team guys, right?
Yeah, it's coming.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, because the quickest way to fail is try to make everybody happy.
Yeah.
You're not going to do it. And when these guys transfer, who came to any of these schools that you guys have talked to say, I want to play less and I want less shots?
Nobody.
Nope. So how do you make all that work?
It's hard.
It's a microwave system, but you have to invest in the right kids.
We were talking about it last night, Jeff, and he was looking at film of a guy who had a good last game, and he looked at the team's record, and what was it?
4-28.
Yeah.
Right. I'm like, we don't want that guy.
Right. Yeah. Right.
I want guys that have won, and because you get at the end, and this guy wants X amount of dollars, and he can do this. I'm like,
but not everybody can take winning players. That's the hard part too. Is everybody wants winning players. Yeah. Everybody wants them, but how much at the end of the day are you saying at the I'm not taking that kid because he was 4-28 last year.
It's hard. I'm just telling you, winning is a habit. It is real. Yeah. And I want kids that have come from winning programs that experience winning. And it's just when you turn on the synergy or whatever, the last game that pops up, that guy's 4-28. Yeah. That's not in my lane.
All right, last thing before we go. We share in a common love of the Atlanta Braves. Did you know that?
Oh, man, beat writer there. That's like my dream.
I wasn't a
job.
beat writer. No. I did. So Tom Glavine, I sent him a picture of the first story I ever wrote was on Tom Glavine, who's from Billerica, Massachusetts.
Right.
So I knew Glavine when he was young. Lennie, how old are you, Lennie?
I've just turned 60.
All right, so I'm 54. Same thing. I mean, you were obviously a Braves fan through those years.
Absolutely.
And through
By
the
the way, and I'm sorry to
go
interrupt
ahead.
this great story.
Go ahead.
With you saying you're 60 years old, if I didn't know who my dad was, I'd be asking my mama some questions. Because if you can zoom in on my and his face together,
That's right.
bald head,
It's close.
straight nose.
Yeah.
Some
I'm
characteristics.
gonna have to talk to mama. I gotta figure this whole thing out. Sorry. Anyway, Tom
Give me your
Glavine.
favorite. Give me your favorite Braves player of all time.
Well, it had to be Dale Murphy, just because when they were so bad, he stayed in the fight.
Yeah.
I will tell you, I love Freeman. That was hard to watch go. But I'm an Olsen guy too.
Yeah.
It's been a rough year though for the Bravos. I would like to write a book, and my dream job is I want to be the bench coach for the Braves. That's what the guy that says, "Hey,
just sit there?
Yeah, let's bunt. Let's bench. Nobody gets mad at you. You're
not making any tough decisions.
No.
Right.
Yeah, I think we ought to bunt right here. But the baseball's such a great game, and love the Braves for sure.
Well, Lennie, great to see you.
thanks.
Great
Happy
to
he's
be
in the league.
here.
Really happy
so
he's in this
happy.
league.
Listen, again, as good a guys you're going to get, as good a coaches you're going to find, and Lennieisms.
Yeah.
Lennieism.
Can we write him down? Like get him in a little book.
We really need to do that. But in all seriousness, thank y'all for what you do for college basketball, because I promise you, every morning I learn something new.
Well,
And
we
thank you
appreciate
guys
that.
for what you do.
No, we love it. You make it easy, though.
I'm a little upset because I didn't call Zach Carpenter, who's currently the coach at my high school. He played for Lennie.
You didn't get a good story.
I didn't get a good story, and that's on me.
There's not a lot of
Yeah,
dirt
really.
to get. Not a lot of dirt to get on
There's
Lennie.
no dirt. There's
I
no
saw
dirt outside
Terrence
of him being my potential father.
That's right.
I saw Terrence play in high school when he was a baller, and he had a lot of hair.
There was
He had a lot of hair, but you know what? He didn't defend then either.
Not a lot of passes.
Not a lot of passes. He could shoot the
Are
ball.
you better than your problems?
That's
There you go.
That's right. You outweigh your problems. Then they'll take them, right?
That's
All right. We'll be back after this with more from Socon Media Day.
The college basketball season will begin right here on the Field of 68. At 8 a.m. on November 3rd, we will be tipping off the inaugural Field of 68 opening day marathon. 15 hours of nonstop basketball. It will begin in Rock Hill, presented by our friends at Visit York County. Plan your itinerary today at visityorkcounty.com. Winthrop will face off with Queens in the opener, followed by Bradley taking on St. Bonaventure. Then we head out to Sioux Falls, South Dakota, where it'll be presented by Samford Sports, who is changing the way people play and making sports accessible and fun for all. Murray State gets Omaha at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, with Drake taking on Northern Arizona in the second game in Sioux Falls. Then it's back to Rock Hill for a showdown between Furman and High Point, with Merrimack taking on South Dakota State in Sioux Falls in the nightcap. Tickets for all 6 games are on sale now at the links in the description below. Field of 68 opening day.
All right, welcome back here, Socon Media Day here in Greenville, South Carolina. I'm Jeff Goodman here with Terrence Oglesby, and now we are joined by the coach of the preseason #1 team in the conference. I was a little bit surprised. I'm not going to lie. Nothing against you, Dan Earl.
Yeah.
Nothing against the Mocs. But you lost a lot from last year's team that won the league, that won the NIT. Were you as surprised as I was when you kind of, I don't know, you don't open up a newspaper anymore, but whatever you did to find out that you were atop that preseason poll, were you shocked?
I literally just found out. And yes, we lost. We have 9 new guys. We lost all 5 starters, so I think preseason #1 and $5 get you a cup of coffee, I think, so it's yeah, obviously
on where you go for the coffee.
That's true. Not anymore, but I guess it's a good thing in some ways, but with all the turnover in college basketball, I'm just hoping all our competitors lost a ton of
they did not all.
So
VMI still brought a lot back.
VMI brought a lot back. Furman brought a lot back, amongst some other teams. So, but in this day and age, it's the challenge of getting everybody on the same page as quick as possible. We have 9 new guys, 4 returners. So it's a challenge for everybody that they're going through.
I just always find this curious because everybody loses their last game of the season except for 4 teams. And then you guys win your last game of the season, obviously winning the NIT. That had to make it a little sweeter going into the off season, or was it one of those things where, well, got to get back to work, we're losing everybody?
Yeah.
I mean, how long was that celebration?
Enjoy it for a day.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of different points with that, but I mean, it was awesome for our city, for Chattanooga. The fans got on board, went out to Indianapolis. It was great to win a championship. Just to tell you the timeline, so we had Honor Huff, one of our backcourt guys, really good player, ended up transferring to West Virginia, but I tell this story, whatever time it was, midnight or so, and we're hugging each other and confetti coming down and cutting down nets and everything. And the team went back on a charter plane, which was awesome for us. But I drove with my girls, came out to see the game. I drove back, and it's like noon the next day. So literally 12 hours later, we'll go from hugging and his tears in his eyes, and 12 hours later, he's like, "Hey, coach, I'm on the portal." I'm like, "You couldn't give me more than 12 hours." But we knew it was coming, and that's this day and age. And Honor's a wonderful young man, so thrilled for him. But
well, you've had him for a while now, coach.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of
That's right. He'd leave after a year.
Well, and by the way, but he was at VMI, sat out a year.
Right.
And
That's right.
Sat out a year at Chattanooga to stay with us, our staff. So he's done everything for me personally, but also for Chattanooga, and he's beloved. So, but it's just this new day and age. So, and the NIT, the excitement of it. Again, our fans going out there, and recruiting wise, like we were able to get it done a little bit quicker than previous years. Part of which the attention. You're on TV, and multiple recruits dialed into it and said, "Hey, we saw you play," which really helped things.
Quick story before we were watching the NIT championship game at the pump party in San Antonio. Me, John Fanta, and Kylie.
Yeah, Tom Kylie.
And Tom Kylie, who used to work for him. And Fanta's calling the game as if he's there.
He does that. He does that all the time. If you sit next to him and there's another game on, he turns in a fan of the announcer and just starts calling it.
Unbelievable.
No matter where he is.
He does a good
No matter
really
where
good
he
job,
is.
So it's great.
So, again, we talked about how you're losing almost everything. You do bring back a key player in Colin Mulholland, right, who's hopefully going to take a major jump this year, and he should.
Absolutely.
He should. The opportunity is right in front of him.
Yeah.
What have you kind of challenged him with in the offseason that now, hey, man, like, you got to grow up quickly?
That's right. He super young player. I forget he's only a redshirt sophomore this year because he came in redshirt and then played last year. Was sitting behind Frank Champion a decent amount, but got some good playing time throughout the year. Super proud of him. Frank Champion, our starting center, went down going into the Southern Conference tournament like 2 days before, and Colin stepped up unbelievably well. Had multiple games in the tournament where he just played outstanding. The thing we're challenging him with is it's one thing to string together, 3 or 4 good games in a 5-game stretch. It's another thing to be high on the scouting report and bring it every day, So just being a leader, being tough, and maybe he gets doubled a little bit. Like that'll be the next thing, so an everyday guy at the top of the scouting report, and people might throw different things at you, and you have to adjust to that, So as an aside on his, you go through this transfer portal thing and everything, and we had to sit down. You sit down with every guy, and he's a wonderful young kid. But as we're talking, hey, are you coming back and not whatever, I said to him, like, hey, do you know how many threes you shot in the Southern Conference or the NIT championship win? He's like 16. I was like, no, 17.
Did he really?
Like, yeah, 17 threes. And I'm like, do you know how many coaches in America?
Are going to let you do that?
Going to let you do that?
Zero. Well, one. Just you.
I go, yeah, one. Ours.
That's crazy.
Hopefully that helped a little bit. But UC Irvine does an unbelievable job defensively, but they played off him, and he was just teeing off on shots.
How many did he make?
We don't bring that up a lot. In Colin's defense, he made 5.
All right, okay.
In overtime, but he started off
green light. The ultimate.
Green light.
You know who else had the green light? This guy next to you.
Yeah, no doubt.
He had the green light.
Once upon a time.
What's the most threes you ever shot in a game, Tia?
It's up in that. No, I don't know.
range?
I don't know the attempts. I know the makes.
Yeah.
I think I hit 11 or 12 one game.
I tried to recruit you back in the day. I was at Penn State.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Now that you say that,
He wasn't going all the way up there.
Where, no doubt.
Well, I knew because of the Crispin brothers.
Yeah.
That's kind of the deal.
That's
all
right.
right. So last night we're talking, and we've talked to Samford, VMI, Citadel, Division II transfers up. It seems to be a recurring theme in this league, and guys have had success in this league. But when we were talking last night, the name Jakari Johnson got brought up from Trevecca Nazarene in Nashville. Averaged 20 points a game last year, or right at 21 points a game. What excites you about him coming into your program?
Yeah, no doubt. I think, like a lot of our guys, and what we try to do across the board is a high-character kid, number one. From a basketball standpoint, he's a live body, athletic vertically, and he can really shoot the ball. So, we, have something, see, share, shoot, which is kind of one of our mottos, if you will, or themes. I'm bad at that. It sounds like seashells, she shells out there, one of those tongue twisters. But he's a good basketball player. He can certainly shoot the ball. And among a bunch of different guys that we're bringing in, 6 transfers and 3 freshmen, but excited about him. Oddly enough, he played for one of our former coaches, Kevin Carroll, who was with me at VMI, was at Trevecca. You do the timeline. Kevin is at Trevecca Nazarene, gets the Lipscomb job when Lennie Acuff, which I'm not too thrilled about that because Lennie.
No, we were just talking about
we were saying
unbelievable coach.
People love you as a guy, but they don't want you in the league.
Yeah, no doubt. Right? I had to send him a text because he's a wonderful human being and great coach. But I'm like, hey, congratulations, and I'm so upset that you're in the league. But anyway, Kevin Carroll gets the Lipscomb job, and Kevin didn't try to take Jakari back, if you will, right? So he just played for him, and I thought that was just. Says something about Kevin Carroll as a human being and Jakari. He committed to us and stayed with us. So excited about him.
All right. So, I have a ton of dirt on this guy. Yeah, we could do a whole segment. We could do a half an hour on just
basketball specific.
No. We're gonna veer off.
Not once.
We're gonna veer off here a little bit. So the first thing I was told is that you proclaim that you've only shot 2 air balls in your entire life. I call BS on this. All right, there's no way. With all the shots, truthful. With all the shots you've taken. What are the 2 air balls?
No, I say 4, and 2 of them were at the Jersey Shore with the wind blowing at like 50 miles an hour. So, it's total BS. And thank you for.
I exposed you. Okay,
absolutely.
So now when you say it, everybody knows.
We take shooting seriously and as a level of toughness, and we're at drills. And guys, it's sometimes as a shooter. Oh no, you don't.
I do not know. No, I don't know that. I'm not in that crew.
No, don't worry.
No, but like some guys will go airball a shot, or miss the rim by 3 feet. I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah, that would be me.
Not taking it seriously enough. So I'm like, I've airball. I go around 4 times in my life, and 2 are at the Jersey Shore. So. Not true if you're calling me.
When Doster shoots threes, he shoots them, and before it leaves his hand, he says off left, and it just takes off the wrong way.
There you go.
So,
all right, I got a couple more quick things.
Let's go.
A couple more quick things here before he's like, when's this over? When is this over?
Worried about what's going to come.
All right, tell me about the time that you left your light on in your brother Brian's 1974 sky blue Cadillac Coupe de Ville back when you were in high school.
Wow, that is I would imagine that.
Do you remember this?
I vaguely remember, but not well enough. But I would imagine that
he was pissed.
Didn't start.
Yeah.
And I would probably blamed him, and then it ended up being.
He said you almost missed the game.
Yeah.
He said you almost missed the game.
I have to call my brother and ask him.
Yeah,
exact
I don't think
now,
it was
that was my car, actually, but I probably
it's your car.
him, and it was my fault or something like that, So, yeah.
Is there a head coach that you cannot beat in tennis in the country? Is there anybody in this country that you cannot beat in tennis?
Yeah, see, we say, outwardly, I try to be very humble and everything. So,
but behind the scenes,
you must be talking to my staff, because I go around the staff, closed doors. I'm like, I'll kill anybody. So I'm sure there are multiple coaches. We may have talked about this before, but Mitch Henderson at Princeton plays a lot of tennis, and he's. I think pretty good, but I would.
I told you we got to get you pickleball. We got to get you on that pickleball court.
I want to do the pickleball.
You still haven't played?
But I play here. There. You mentioned it. We didn't make the Final Four this year because we were playing in the NIT. Yes. Whatever. But don't you do something out there?
We're going to try this year.
Yeah.
We're going to try.
Get on board. Absolutely.
I think you'd be pretty good.
Well, he plays in a 48 and over softball league.
That's right. Hit my first homer yesterday.
Go easy on the age thing, all right? I'm
48. 48. They moved it down to 48 to recruit better young talent like me.
It's all calculated.
I'm 54. Right? I would have passed the 50 plus. It didn't matter.
That's right.
48 and over.
I can't believe that number.
Yeah. How do you arbitrarily?
I don't know. They had to lower it. They weren't getting enough 50 plus.
You had a ringer that you were.
I'm the ringer. I guess I'm the ringer, but I'm not. Give me somebody on this team that we don't know about yet, because you guys do have a lot of new guys, including one coming over from the Ohio Valley who had a pretty good year last year.
Yeah. Teddy Washington that played at SEMO, I think a really good basketball player. Can defend better than we've had some. We haven't had as many defensive guys as we need, so I think you'll see good things out of him. Jordan Fryson is a young man from Memphis that played at Pittsburgh State, and I could go on and on. I don't want to leave guys out, but I think those two guys in the backcourt certainly, and some other guys. Billy Smith can make some shots. A variety of different things. So. Yeah, again, the challenge is I like our talent level. I like the character of our guys. They're playing unselfishly. In this day and age where it's like, all about me, can I get my stats so I can move on? We got really good guys, but it's going to take time to get them on the same page and playing Chattanooga basketball.
Well, offensively last season, 59% from 2, 40% from 3.
Man.
And you got all new guys.
Yeah.
And you got to find out a way to get them to share it the same way.
That's the thing, yeah. And from top to bottom, I like our chances at shooting a decent percentage from 3. Like, we have a decent amount of shooters, but we really passed the ball well last year. And that sounds like so, silly, like coaches are passing the ball. Who cares?
It's huge.
And that allows you to get open shots, So we had a young man, Garrison Kiesler, who had, I think it was a 5.62 to 1 assist turnover ratio, which led the nation, and I believe all time for.
That's an insane number.
Unbelievable. Like, he just took care of the ball and threw the ball to the open man, but also could. So our passing this year is going to be interesting. I don't know if it's at the level it was last year, so I'm hoping we can still make shots.
Passer makes a shooter.
That's right.
Give me, you're a pretty smart dude, and you follow everything. I mean, that's the
pretty smart, or
fairly smart. Fairly smart. I don't want to overstate it here, but fairly smart. We'll go with that. If I said you're running college basketball and you can change one thing, what are you changing?
I think right now, just trying to get rules in place that would stick, everyone would abide by, or we knew what was going on, right? Yeah. And that's not to cast blame in everyone, because I don't know enough of the legal things behind it. But do you need collective bargaining for these to be upheld? It just seems like we're kicking the can down the road, trying to get a rule in, and then it's not going to be upheld, and we're just doing it further. So, Matt Painter was speaking recently, and he's trying to explain, he's got X amount of dollars for his budget. He knows competitors are offering an incoming freshman, whatever it is, $1 million, and he's like, how does that add up when I only have X amount?
3.5 or 4.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And he's like, it's not making sense. Well, so long story short, you're trying to make decisions in an industry or business or however you want to define it when you don't know the rules, what's going on, and again, it's I don't know if I have the answers to that, because I don't know what's legal or not, but we need to get some rules that everyone understands.
Well, even as much as right now, there might be a rule coming in. I'm sure you're aware and you're thinking, because I've gotten a million calls on this 5-year eligibility rule.
No doubt.
They're talking about it. We don't know if it's going to pass, number one.
That's right.
And when it's going to pass, so you don't know how to look at your roster going forward and how to make some of these recruiting decisions.
Right, we just mentioned Colin Mulholland. Sean Cusano is another young man we have that both redshirted. Right. So now you don't know whether redshirt, because if it does pass, is it going to be retroactive?
Grandfathered in or not?
Grandfathered in, or how's it work? So again, you're trying to make decisions. And, along those lines, I don't know that I should say this, but what I worry about is who arbitrarily saying, okay, 5 years? What happens when someone goes, hey, I want to play 6 years?
100%. Are they going to fight it?
Are they going to fight it?
Are they going to sue them?
And 10 years.
Right.
And until
LeBron put out didn't he put out a tweet, or somebody said something?
He wants to play college basketball.
I was like, well, what would prohibit LeBron for coming back next year and wanting to play with his son Bryce at Arizona?
That's right.
I mean, I guess obviously he's been a pro, but if he sues the NCAA, like they lose every lawsuit,
no doubt.
Who knows?
It seems so crazy when you put it, and everyone's like, no. But
it sounds insane.
From a legal standpoint,
correct.
I don't know. I don't know how this whole thing's working. I just wish we could, again, get those rules in place. So then you could make decisions that, for each program that make sense.
Yeah.
But we don't know the rules that are going on.
What about an on-court one? Give me an on-court one. As a former player,
That's a good one.
Yeah, that is a good.
is there something
I like the challenge rule that they've put into effect this year. Kind of speed up the end of the game.
Oh yeah, yeah.
To me,
one challenge.
the one challenge, you get it right, you get another one.
That's right. Yeah.
And then because I feel like we're going to the monitors at the last 2 minutes of every game.
It slows everything
it
up,
does.
So I agree with you. I like that rule a lot. I'm trying to think of anything else. We talk a lot about the advancement of the ball.
you like that or no?
You know what? Not necessarily. Like
I don't either.
But
I don't
know
either.
why? I can't tell you why necessarily.
Because everybody says, well, it's great if you do it. Obviously, you're going to have more great plays at the end of the game, right?
Yeah.
I understand that, but it's also like, well, that's where the ball went out of bounds.
Yeah,
Like, why are we advancing?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, or off a timeout, off a rebound, or whatever.
Right.
And you can advance. So because the NBA does it, I think they do it overseas. Obviously, the women's game advances. So I haven't thought about it enough. I'm worried about some other things, fundraising, and how to get our team on the same page. But I don't know that I like that one actually. But I do like the replay one that we have. So
What about going to quarters?
I don't mind that. I haven't thought about that enough as well, but it
You're
seems
essentially
to
just
me
taking
that,
away a timeout.
Yeah, right.
That's essentially all that's happening.
And to me, again, everybody else does it that way.
That's why. For consistency reason.
Yeah, right.
That's why I would do it, just to have it across the board.
No doubt.
And to reset the fouls.
Right.
Reset the foul from
the foul count, the team foul count.
Yeah, absolutely.
So to me, I would be okay with it from that point of view, but at the same time, I don't mind 20 minutes. I think it makes the game unique.
Yeah.
But
so last thing,
opinions.
Last thing, since we kind of started on this. Happy or upset that you're picked first in the preseason, or don't care at all?
Don't care. I think you, as a coach, just full disclosure, you're always trying to push buttons of your guys, right? So but
isn't it harder to push these buttons if you're picked first?
I don't know that we've ever been picked first. So
especially a group that really didn't play into last year's success.
That's what's so hard. I mean, we're all. I mean, so I don't put much stock into it.
I feel like it's just picking names out of a hat.
No doubt. Because. Again, I'm stating the obvious, but years ago, you return, 10 of your 13 guys, and people know what they have returning.
100%.
Now, I mean, truth be told, we're looking for all league players too, and you have to vote for preseason.
There's nobody.
I don't know who these
Ricky
guys
Bradley.
are. You know what I mean?
That's it.
Yeah, Ricky Bradley.
He's the only one coming back.
Good player. So
14 out of
Cooper
15
Bowser. I know some of the guys, but it's not like. So my hope is that everybody else lost a ton of guys too. Like I said to you,
it's going to be wide open. I think it's
so.
Number one, probably wide open, and there's just so many questions with everybody. Nobody knows each other's team, like you're saying.
Absolutely.
So it kind of makes it fun, in a way. Probably tough for you in the off season, but then I assume your assistants or other people are telling you, "Hey, coach, everybody's going through the same thing we are."
That's what they try because we all worry and panic
of course.
Whatever, but so the assistants try to help you there. So, but and it's so much of it. I mean, certainly you need the talent, but it's getting them on the same page and having them play as a unit, and that takes time.
Doing it quickly.
Doing
if you can do it quicker than everybody else,
absolutely. Yeah.
That's almost like it's a talent these days. As a staff, if you can hire guys, it used to be right. You'd hire recruiters.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, I think as much as anything, you're hiring guys like, can you help develop these guys, get them to play together, and you have 8 months with them.
No doubt.
And then hopefully maybe you have another 8 months with them.
Yeah.
But
if you can keep them.
Right.
So,
I mean, you're a big if. You're anticipating, I assume, everything's a one-year deal.
And a lot of these topics you're bringing up, it's like, I question myself all the time, how much is it just because this is what we're used to versus it's not the best thing for the game right now? I don't love all this. I mean, I think I should be able to transfer and make money or whatever, but not having the rules is the biggest thing. But I go back to, played overseas for a while, whatever, and they dealt with that all the time.
All the
time. Just have a new. So I'm like, wait, why is it different for us?
Just the way it's been.
Whatever, but it's the way it's been, So, but again, we need some standardized rules so you can make decisions. And I still like building a program if we can.
Yeah,
so
I think everybody does.
Yeah,
everybody does if they can do it. It's just you can't always do it that way.
Yeah.
All right, Dan, Earl.
Appreciate it.
Good seeing you as always.
On me, so
no,
I was worried about the stories coming out.
We'll get next year. I'll dig a little deeper.
That's right.
I'll dig a little. I think your brother was nice to you this year.
Yeah.
He knows we're doing his media day later on.
Okay.
So I think
you'll
he
be
knew.
asking me. So I'll come up with some good.
I think he was like, hey, if I get him to go back to really the things he did, to get in trouble with your parents, he's going to come back even worse.
That's right.
All right. Dan Earl, Chattanooga head coach, picked first in the preseason, and we'll come back after the break with more from Socon Media Day.
Do you need your fix of college basketball analysis at the end of every night during the season? If you crave instant reactions and informed breakdowns, make sure you tune into the Field of 68 After Dark every night with access to the biggest stars in the sport and a cast of characters that includes the likes of Tyler Hansborough, Randolph Childress, John Fanta, John Henson, Terrence Oglesby, Jarrell McNeil, and many, many more. The Field of 68 After Dark is where college basketball happens.
AI is the story of the athlete. And every athlete deserves to have his story told. Under the lights and in the spotlight. This is your moment, your room. Download, capture, create, and share. Athlete AI. Your name is Trent.
There is no sport in America that is more difficult to follow than college basketball. It can be overwhelming. That's where the Field of 68 Daily comes into play. The Daily is your go-to source for injury updates, recruiting news, and transfer portal additions that actually matter. For just $50 a year, get access to the same information that your favorite team's coaching staff is subscribed for. Quality content can be hard to find in the college basketball space. The Daily is here to help you with that.
Back here in lovely Greenville, South Carolina, the home of one Terrence Oglesby. We're here for the Socon Media Day, and we are now joined by none other than Ryan Ritter, second-year head coach for Mercer. Good to see you.
Hey, great to see you guys. Good to be in person.
It is. That's what I just said. I was like, last year, couldn't do it. And it was your first year in the league. We did it remote because of the storm, obviously, that hit the Asheville area. We almost had one in Charleston. I don't know if you knew that. It was supposed to be a bad one. We got nothing. Nothing.
He's new to the South. I keep saying this. Like, it's just going to change.
My wife freaked out. My wife was like tying stuff up on the patio and everything. I'm like, yeah, don't worry about it, whatever. But better to be safe than sorry. How's life treating you here going into year 2 as opposed to a year ago and you've done this enough. I mean, you're not new to taking over a program. This is your 4th program that you've really taken over in the last, 10 years or so?
Yeah, last 10, I guess this will be the 4th program I've taken over in, I guess, the last 11 years.
Yep.
I think the difference from, it's a lot, right?
That's a lot, man.
It is.
That's big time.
And tough that you've taken over some tough ones.
Yeah, tough ones. But I think, every job you get, you're grateful and you're appreciative, and this one was no different in terms of I think you're excited, you're fired up, you got a great respect for the league, you're trying to prep as much as you can, but the unknown of actually going in, traveling on a bus to Johnson City or Greenville or knowing how an offense actually looks in person versus film, and so I think from a year ago to today, I think the understanding of the league, I think the understanding of how we want to create our niche in this league, I would say we're hopefully way further along than we were at this point last year.
Yeah. How much more seasoned he is right now with the media than the first time I met him. And the first time I met Coach,
was he rough?
He wasn't rough.
No, you can be honest. I mean, if he sucked, you call him out for not being any good. It's okay.
It wasn't that, but he was at UT Martin. They were playing at Asheville, and I was calling the game. And I approached you before the game, and I don't think it was customary for something like that to happen all that often.
Yeah.
So it was like my man's guard was up the whole time, and he was like,
"Listen, I got some stories. I got some stories of the first time he was on Field of 68. We'll show you some video.
We got some good ones there too. But it's like it was like I was going to give your secrets away. But no, I mean now it's become
maybe
more
you did,
normalized.
I think we got beat pretty good that night.
I can't remember. But no, it's. it's good to see you having success. Obviously, the teams that I look back on that you've had have always had talent. And this team in particular, I'm really excited about. Barack Okoji comes from Memphis. Kyle Cuffey Jr. comes from Syracuse. Like, your backcourt, just with those two guys, are really talented. And two guys that can create off the bounce and do some different things. What excited you about getting those guys on campus this summer?
Well, I think, you got to look at last year, look at a reflection of, we played, 18 conference games. We're 6-12, and I think of those 18 games, I think 11 of them came down to, a possession or two in the last minute or two. Mm-hmm. So we weren't super far off from from win-loss record, we were super far off. But from a actual competitive standpoint, a couple things go different. Maybe we feel a lot different about the season, but what it did is it allowed us to reflect and say, okay, hey, here's the truth. Where were we limited at? What do we need to get better? And I think when it came down to it, we had to have multiple guys that could create off the bounce for us. Mm-hmm. We became really reliant on one or two guys last year, and I think with this year's group and really the best teams I've had, we've had two or three horses, and we've had some really tough dudes around them. Mm-hmm. And so we went at some guys this summer. Obviously, some guys who put the ball in the bucket, but they've got great toughness to them.
Zaire Williams is somebody who comes
perfect
back.
Perfect segue.
Right. Mm-hmm. Tough. Obviously, comes from Wagner, tough kid. He's one of those that you want to build around this year, isn't he?
He is a dog.
Yeah.
Zaire Williams fits me. Yep. He's tough. He's a great kid. He's getting his MBA right now. Pound for pound, man, I think we've got, I'm talking about two guys that I think are really two of the toughest kids I've coached, and there's physically, mentally, I mean, he's the same dude every day, and you don't know if he's 3 of 13 or 9 of 10, and he just he fits the way what we want to build towards.
A guy that I saw play early, and I saw some of his high school film before he went to Boston College. Then he goes to Central Michigan. He's never really gotten his feet under him in his college career. Armani Mighty. There's some tools there. What do we have to do to kind of open up this guy's game a little bit?
Great question. It's funny. We do as much research. We eval. We watch film. We talk to the guys that we trust. And you're right. It's an absolute unknown. Mm-hmm. You're watching about 91 clips in 2 years at Boston College. I hope I'm not wrong to say this too early. He's got some major tools. He's a kid that wants to get better. He's coachable. I would suspect he has one heck of a year for us. He's got a chance to be one of the best bigs I've coached in the last 11 years.
Yeah, I remember seeing him in preseason at BC and saying, man, he was raw. He was definitely raw.
The tools, though.
No doubt. No doubt. I mean, he was a guy that you could project down the road, and it almost feels like this is the right time for him to finally get that opportunity. And for those who haven't seen him, kind of describe his game a little bit.
Well, talk about tools. I think the thing that's his motor. Yeah. I mean, he's 6'10", 240 pounds, and he has high IQ. So when you're a guy with IQ and motor, that translates anywhere. But he's really good around the rim. The ball's a magnet to his hands off the glass, so I think he's got a chance to really rebound the ball, protect the rim, and he's getting better scoring around the rim. That wasn't something we really necessarily saw on film. Yeah. But I'll give the kid credit, man. He works with a lot with our staff, with Jonathan Mitchell individually, or specifically, and he's getting really good at finishing around the rim. So his motor is the thing that is just really separates him, though.
I think the tools there might be one player in the league that could measure up with those tools, and I think it's Cooper Bowser over at Furman. I think that's as far as just natural gifts and natural ability, is he going to be able to take that next step?
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. You have a good weekend this past weekend?
I had a great weekend, Jeff.
Your brother got married.
My brother got married.
Let's give a shout out to Reed, right?
Reed Cameron, he absolutely out-recruited. He's
hey, I've met your wife. Both of you have out-recruted.
No doubt. And, my wife is... She's the best, man. I mean, following, he said 4 different jobs in 11, 12 years, a bunch of different kids and houses. But yes, back to the weekend. My brother got married. Congrats, Reed, Cam. Had our staff there, had a bunch of family friends, and it was really special for us.
We got to give a shout out to Reed. Reed, who's also on Ryan's staff, which is kind of cool. You don't see that a ton. Right, these days, where you have your brother and you're kind of give me kind of the dynamic.
That's a strange.
Give me the dynamic there, and if there are any full out battles. I once I'm going to go back here. I heard these stories years ago. I don't know if you heard them. Seth Greenberg and Brad Greenberg, they had some shouting matches back when they were at Virginia Tech. Any of those?
I think Seth shouts at everybody.
Well, no, shouts at me.
Shouts at me too.
So I'm 9 years older than Reed.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm 9 years
older.
older.
Are you 9?
I'm 9.
I didn't realize it was
So
that.
that's a different dynamic.
So I'm the oldest, and he's the youngest. So we
Okay.
get it all the time. Like, man, did you guys pick on him growing up? And I was like, guys, I was 18.
He was
He's
too
9.
young.
Like,
Yeah.
what are we picking
Yeah,
on?
yeah.
So, no, it's funny. We got a great working relationship. He's sharp. He's really smart. Works really hard. He's organized in what he does. The last 3 years we've worked together, and there's probably been 1 or 2 occasions where I was just like, hey, man, I'm not telling you as my brother right now. I'm actually telling you as my boss. That's what we're going to do.
Shut up. One of those. Like, hey, enough.
Probably a little more emotion and passion behind it. But, no, man, it's an awesome dynamic. It's
got to be 9 years because, again, you didn't like grow up with him. Grow up like you were so much older.
The arguments are different
Right.
at that.
Right.
You know,
Yeah,
this-
I
this
love
is actually
that.
the first time we're actually having real arguments.
Yeah, exactly. That's right.
that's interesting. No, I can't imagine working with my brother. Of course, I don't know if you've met my brother.
I'm not.
Different circumstance.
Okay.
He's a Wildcat. What excites you about about this season outside of the talent? We've talked to so many other coaches so far about the league, the coaches, the playing styles, how they differ. What's that challenge like for you as a coach? You understand you got to get your players, but as preparation is concerned and all those things, how is it different in this league?
Well, I think the unique part is when I got the job last year, everyone in the league was returning their best players. And so you're excited, you want to have a chance to compete at the top. But the reality is, everybody was bringing their 1, 2, 3 guys back. And similar to when I was at UT Martin, when Belmont and Murray left the league, it really felt like, hey, everybody's got a real chance to win.
Yeah.
And, I
Feel
think
that way now a little bit.
Yeah, obviously, we're going to have a tremendous league.
Sure.
Unbelievable coaches, great programs.
But last year, you just felt like, hey, like we're
Big uphill.
running a big uphill battle here.
Yeah, and I think for us, obviously, we know they're going to be really, really, really strong. But there's so much newness that I feel like we have a real chance to compete towards that top of the league right now.
Well, do you feel like, too, almost you have a little bit of an advantage because you've had to do this so often? You were a JUCO coach, so you had to do it every year in JUC. And now even over the last few years, you've had to rebuild and had a lot of turnover at all these places, right? At Bethune, certainly you had it. So you're probably a little bit more prepared to handle this new changing landscape than, let's face it, some of these Socon head coaches that haven't really dealt with it.
Yeah, I think we get a lot of questions and a lot of commentary about the landscape of college basketball. But the truth is, like you said, this landscape actually fits my career path so far.
Right.
And it wasn't something that I designed. Hey, I'm going to go be junior college and I'll be at Bethune-Cookman, UT Martin. But I do think it's actually prepared me. Roster turnover. I'd love to retain 9, 10 guys every year. I think we all would. I wanted to retain them in junior college.
As long as they're 9 or 10 good players.
Yeah, we want to retain those ones.
Exactly. Not everybody.
Yeah, but I think it does. I think the experiences obviously help. Propel. It doesn't guarantee anything, but I feel very comfortable in this landscape.
I go back and look at your time at Tennessee Martin. 8 wins year one, 19-21. This past season for you guys, 14 wins. Without the retention, but is it something about figuring out the campus that you're on, whether it's Martin, whether it's Mercer, that kind of leads to that incline in win totals?
Yeah, I think each job's different.
Sure.
You got to have your non-negotiables, but you got to have a flexible approach. And I think finding your niche at your particular school, conference, whatever it is, and I think we found that. I won't go into detail, but I think last February we took a tough one, and I was about a 6-hour bus ride home, and I'm thinking, and it really hit me. I'm like, I don't know if we're going to get there this year, but I know the route that we've got to give ourselves a chance to compete at the top. And so, I think that's definitely accurate.
Terrence, I got a question for you.
Okay.
Can you bench 225 pounds?
Yeah.
You can?
No doubt.
Did you know that only 1.6% of the world can bench 225 pounds?
I wasn't aware of that exact percentage, but sure.
Did you know that he's part of that 1.6% also?
Not shocked.
He did it recently.
Really?
Yes. Go ahead, expand.
We can do it right now.
All right.
We should do it right now.
Bring it in here.
I thought that
We have
was-
225.
We missed an opportunity is what we did.
Bench press, TON. I'm close to 225 right now. You want to see me bench me?
I'm not picking up good.
Yeah, you say 225?
I was going to say the same thing. I was like, I don't know if I'm going to leave that one here or not.
All right.
So we've got I would say, a pretty young, energetic staff. I think we got great chemistry. We get after each other. We work hard, but we come to the office and guys know that, I like a good challenge. And so we got one of our assistants comes out with the stats and says, hey, did you guys know only 1.6% of people can bench press 225?
Yeah.
And I said, well, let's go figure it out. So fellas, we went up, 7 of us. I hadn't touched a weight in, I don't know. Years. So I get up to the weight room. Our strength coach is up there pumping up the jams. We're all fired up. And I'm like, guys, this ain't going to be good.
You have no idea.
I have no idea if I can do it
or not.
But I do have 3 daughters. So I was like, I feel like I'm pretty strong. You got daughters, you're going to be strong. So sure enough, man, we had 7 dudes up there, one after the other. And so we get all done, and we're like, how many other Division I staffs can bench 225? We're all jacked up. One's like, ain't going to help you win.
Exactly.
But we felt great about it that day.
Who was the one who struggled? Who struggled out of the 7? Who was the one that had to maybe take that?
We actually, man,
all of you did it, no problem.
We got it pretty
easy,
good, man. I mean, I didn't realize we had some hosses in there.
Wow, that's pretty impressive.
So then we did go down the Socon list, and I wonder if this. And we had some guys that thought, man, they probably got some pretty strong staff. So
and then you probably had a couple that
So
I'll let you guys
hold on.
You're thinking can Lennie Acuff bench 225?
Yeah.
Maybe we need to find. Maybe next year when we come back to SoCon Media Day,
there's going to be a bench.
Maybe we need to have everybody. A little bit of a contest.
Just a good old meat
between the head coaches.
He's probably cutting down the net again, and he's going to be laughing at our barbells. But
That's right.
No, I'm just sitting here thinking about your staff going through everybody from head coach down to Dobo, measuring the guy up in his company picture and his tie, whether or not he could bench press 225.
From now on, he's only going to hire people that he knows can bench 225.
Okay, so this is probably a question you're not going to answer, but was there any staff that you're just like, there's no chance?
You can't go there.
I'm going to go on the flip side. I'm going to say we thought Andrew Wilson had a chance.
Easy. VMI?
We thought
come
he
on.
was. We thought UNC-G, they got some big dudes on that sideline. We thought they could get after it pretty good. So I didn't really go down the line, but those are the 2 that stuck out. I'm like, they're definitely in the 1.6%.
That's my first question to Bob Richey when he sits down. What's your bench?
Do you think Bob can do it?
The information that the people really want to know here.
Do you think Bob could do it?
I think he's right on that edge. He's on that 215 to 225 edge.
We're going to have to ask him. We will ask him later. That might be a question for everybody.
That should be the first question.
Right, to everybody. Everybody sits down. Can you bench 225?
What's your bench?
Yeah, what's your bench? Sure. Well, listen, great seeing you, as always, and good luck this season. Great having you here at SoCon Media Day, and I think
one of the most talented rosters in the conference.
Well, I think he's got a roster, and you know this. I think you got a roster now that you feel like fits you. And sometimes that's more important than anything else, because when you get the job, you're scrambling. You are scrambling. You're taking whoever you can get. In this offseason, I feel like you could breathe a little bit and kind of target certain guys where you're not just taking guys like you were a year ago. So good luck this season. Ryan Ritter, congrats to, again, Reed Ritter, his brother, for getting married. And we'll be back after this, SoCon Media Day.
The college basketball season will begin right here on the Field of 68. At 8 a.m. on November 3rd, we will be tipping off the inaugural Field of 68 opening day marathon. 15 hours of non-stop basketball. It will begin in Rock Hill, presented by our friends at Visit York County. Plan your itinerary today at visityorkcounty.com. Winthrop will face off with Queens in the opener, followed by Bradley taking on St. Bonaventure. Then we head out to Sioux Falls, South Dakota, where it'll be presented by Samford Sports, who is changing the way people play and making sports accessible and fun for all. Murray State gets Omaha at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, with Drake taking on Northern Arizona in the second game in Sioux Falls. Then it's back to Rock Hill for a showdown between Furman and High Point, with Merrimack taking on South Dakota State in Sioux Falls in the nightcap. Tickets for all 6 games are on sale now at the links in the description below. Field of 68, opening day. Do you need your fix of college basketball analysis at the end of every night during the season? If you crave instant reactions and informed breakdowns, make sure you tune into the Field of 68 After Dark every night with access to the biggest stars in the sport and a cast of characters that includes the likes of Tyler Hansborough, Randolph Childress, John Fanta, John Henson, Terrence Oglesby, Jarrell McNeil, and many, many more. The Field of 68 After Dark is where college basketball happens.
All right, Jeff Goodman, Terrence Oglesby, back here at Socon Media Day in Greenville, South Carolina, and we are now joined by UNC-G head coach Mike Jones. Mike, good to see you, man.
Hey, man, great to be here. Thanks.
How's life?
I can't complain.
Yeah, everything good?
Yeah.
You're still here. You're still doing it.
Hey, I'm still on
right?
this earth.
That's how I feel.
Yeah, I woke up this morning and got a chance to coach college basketball.
Life is not bad, right?
Bad at all.
What year is this for you overall in college basketball coaching?
32.
Wow.
Yeah, 32.
Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah.
How many as a head coach now?
This is 15, so almost as many years as a head coach as I was an assistant. I was an assistant for 17 years.
So you got your first head job right after you were at Georgia, correct?
VCU. So after Georgia, so we got let go at Georgia, and then I got the assistant job that summer with Shaka in his first year at VCU.
That's right.
And then our second year, we went to the Final Four, and I got lucky, got a job in the state.
It's a great segue.
I just remember
this
seeing
is a
him when
great
I was
segue.
playing, and you were on the baseline
Right.
when he was at Georgia. So
That's right.
So this is a great segue to one of the stories that I'm going to ask Mike about. All right, we're going to go right out.
I already know what it
Normally,
is.
it's going to be basketball right away, and we get to the fun stuff later. But we're going to get right to this.
All right.
Tell everybody the story of you celebrating after you went to the Final Four.
Yeah.
When you got to the Final Four at VCU.
Yep.
Go ahead, tell the story.
Yeah, we beat Kansas, and but the game before that, we played Florida State, and there's a picture that a lot of people had in their office of the celebration when we blocked a shot to beat Florida State. Yep. Shaka, Will, Mike Rhodes, they're all jumping up and down.
Your staff was ridiculous.
And so I was just sitting there on the bench, and so after a while, they noticed me just sitting there, and so they were like, "What, are you too old to get up and celebrate with us?" And I was like, "Nah, man." I said, "We haven't done anything. We beat Florida State. We got to play Kansas next." And I had to scout for Kansas, so I'm like, I'm worried.
Yeah.
So I said,
I'm thinking about Kansas right now.
So I said, after we beat Kansas, I'll celebrate with you guys. So long story short, we beat Kansas to go to the Final Four, and I run in. Those guys are like jumping up and down, and I run in to celebrate with them from behind, and Will Wade is coming out with his elbow and hits me right in my mouth. And
Checks out.
My tooth shatters all over the Alamo Dome floor.
No way.
Yep, chipped my tooth, and the next morning I had to get a crown on it. And it was supposed to be temporary, but I still got it.
Really?
Yeah, but Will Wade messed me
with
up.
the elbow.
Yeah, he
caught you with an elbow.
I think he did it on purpose now as the year's gone on, and now we play them this year. So
that's crazy. So you get the tooth shattered, and what do you do?
Hey, we keep
going.
Celebrating.
Keep going.
Yeah.
Just drink it up.
Celebrating.
Drink it up. Have a few.
I grew up in the suburbs, but I'm a tough guy.
So let's get to your team a little bit this year. It's different. Man, you know, we talk about you being in this for 30-plus years. I'm sure when you got in, you never thought you'd have what you have right now, the turnover.
Right.
Because you haven't had it the last couple of years.
We haven't.
You've been fortunate. Yeah, you have. And now you got 9 new players.
Yeah.
And it's kind of the norm.
Yeah, 11.
The 11. Is it 11 new players?
11 new players. We had 2 back.
All right, 11 might not be the norm.
Yeah.
but everybody's got turnover. But how's it been for you to try to kind of get a grasp on this thing you're an old school guy.
Yeah.
So am I. And you try to kind of figure this thing out. What's it been like?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, you either adjust or you die. And so, we've been fortunate. We've had diversity on our staff. We've had, older guys like myself, Ron Jerser, Brian Stith. We've had younger guys like Brett Gilbert, Randy Phillips. So those guys, because we have diversity on staff, we know how to adjust to what they're doing. And I defer to them a lot. Hey, you know, why is this guy wearing orange shoes and we're a blue and gold team? You know, like, don't worry about it, coach. Let's just make sure he's
that's
starting the ball.
Hey, that's changed.
That's changed. That was a huge adjustment for me. Right. Because we always thought if you want to be a team, then everybody need to have the same shoe or at least the same color shoe, because if you didn't, then you were an individual and you weren't trying to fit in with the team. Well, that's all different now. And so that changed probably my last couple of years at Radford. So we've had to adjust to, you know, the new generation, and I love them. You know, that's why I'm in it, because I like being around young people and having fun with them and learning from them just like they're learning from me. And so that part, you know, hasn't been as
What's
difficult.
the part that you haven't given on? Is it the coaching still being?
They're not as tough as we were. You know, like I tell our team all the time, it's like we never had an option to really miss a practice.
No.
Like, we didn't do that.
Oh, you're hurt?
Yes. And so is everybody else in the country. Like, get back out there, you know, tough it out. And so now, after COVID, all of that's changed, and people were more willing to take a day off, and, you know, that's been my most difficult thing. When I was at Radford the first 2 years, we had two guys, one of them was going into the Hall of Fame, never missed a practice in 4 years.
Really?
And they were hurt.
Yeah.
I remember
who were they?
Javonte Green, who's playing in the NBA.
Oh, he's a tough kid.
And Kyle Marine, this white kid from Minnesota who everybody thought, you know, he didn't say 50 words the whole time he was there, but he was tough as nails. He had a dislocated elbow one day, and
didn't matter.
He wouldn't even sit out a drill.
Really?
Yeah, so, I mean, it's just different.
Yep.
Yeah, so.
I remember we didn't have guys sit out.
No.
And like that, like I went and watched a practice at a school. Guy got kneed in the thigh and sat out the last hour of practice. I was like, what are we doing? Soft. Sorry, Dad, we're on an official media day thing, so I probably shouldn't say that. But
you swore before I swore on this thing.
That's a big one. I never missed a practice in 2 years, and to be honest with you, I think I missed 3 practices in 8 years professionally.
Yeah.
And guys will just hop out.
They just hop out. And so
my chest hurts. I'm going to hop out for a couple. It's like, what? And I was always worried, too. We're getting off track. I was always worried that the guy behind me was going to play well a couple of plays, and then my minutes were going to go down. They don't care.
Tom Brady effect, right?
They don't care. they don't care. He alluded to it a little bit, 11 new guys. You coach, your teams play a certain way. There's a certain amount of toughness. Defensively, you guys really get after it. How hard is it to identify that kind of kid? That, especially, you're looking at guys on synergy. So is it you're remembering from when they were playing, whenever they were in AAU? Where do you get that information to know they're your kind of guy?
Yeah, that's a great question. You know, most of the clips that I get from my assistants are offensive clips. They're not defensive clips.
Yeah, that's a great point.
And so, you know, we try to find, you know, guys that are good enough, you know, talented enough. And so that's a big part of it. And then once we get here, we feel confident enough that we can teach them how to defend at a level that is appropriate for what we do for our defensive identity.
I love that wording. And what's appropriate?
Yeah. So that's kind of the way we look at it. I don't necessarily go out. This year we had 2 guys that their people told us, man, they really care about defense, you know, and so that helped me, you know, in terms of putting this team together. But for the most part, you know, we look at, you know, their talent, their offensive ability, and then we get them in and think we can teach them defensively.
So the biggest surprise for me was to see all the international flavor that you've brought in.
Yeah.
Because around the league, it's really not like that.
Right.
I mean, you're kind of a...
It's never been like that for me.
Yeah, never.
Yeah.
So why... And it's a bunch of freshmen that you brought in.
Sure.
From, I think, Denmark, from France.
One from Denmark, one from France, one from Senegal.
Yeah.
It's just happened that way. You know, now this year it was different with the agents overseas, where the kids might have been playing on a team, but they were just getting expenses. Now they can get NIL money because the NIL money is picked up, and so now they're more willing to, you know, say, forget playing pro overseas, let's come over here and play for a year or 2. And so I think that was a big reason why there are more internationals, I think, this year willing to come over. I was getting calls in August, hey, I got this kid from Turkey. I'm like, hey, man, it's going to take us 2 months to get him in school.
Exactly. We can't do it now.
Yeah, so...
are they more coachable in a way, Mike? I know you've only had the freshman group here for a little bit, but that's what I've been told by some of these guys, even Brad Underwood at Illinois, who's gone heavy that route. I
talked to him this summer.
Yeah, he's been like, you know what? These dudes are less money.
Yeah.
Number one, they're better coached over there.
Yeah, they certainly work on their skills a lot more.
Right, and more coachable, just less entitled.
Yeah,
a lot of them.
Absolutely.
So, what is that part of what's refreshing for you?
Yeah, it's funny.
I'm looking at one of them over here. He's nodding his head over here. Is less entitled.
Yeah, I tease our staff. You're like, the U.S. almost got beat in the Olympics, and it's only a matter of time.
Yeah.
And because American players, they have this sense of entitlement, like they're always going to be the best players. No, the world is getting better, and you can go to any country. I mean, they're hooping in Georgia, the country of Georgia, not university.
I played in the country of Georgia. So,
and so it's improved so much over the last few years, and so now all around the world, you're going to find really good players who have been working on their skills. They've been playing against older professional players,
and they are older,
and they're older,
and they can't escape.
Right.
I think that's a big point. They can't just jump to another AAU team.
Ooh.
That's
the thing that's killing the United States.
They're getting coached, and if they have a bad day, they still got to show up.
They got to show up the next day,
and unless they move.
That's right.
And then the other part is, and this is way off in left field, but like you don't. Because the way FIBA's set up, if they come over and get their education, they don't have to pay the buyout. so like they can basically turn pro right away because they're going to school. They don't have to pay the buyout, which FIBA's complaining about.
Yeah, that's right. It's going to change.
It's going to change.
It's going to change in a year for sure. But I agree with you. Like the whole AAU thing of moving team to team, that happened 10 or 15 years ago, maybe a little longer, and now it's in our game. Now a guy can have a good year, he can leave. He can have a bad year, he can leave. He can just leave because he wants to, and that's not teaching the young people the right things. So, in my opinion, college basketball is in a bad way because
especially the academic. Like nobody talks about the academic component.
I know. About that
5 schools in 5 years. Some of these kids, and it's like, are they even going to get their degree? And I don't. That's the hard part.
The NCAA does not care about the kids' academic. They care about the money that's coming in.
Of course they do.
And so, put me on record as saying that.
No, you're absolutely right. And
well, we're live. So.
I don't know how. I don't know how we get back to it either. I just don't know how we get back to it. I think it's going to be hard.
Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, we got to go to professional. Kind of the way they look at things a little bit.
All right. So Donald Whitehead Jr. comes from Cal PA.
Yeah.
Good program in Division II. That's been a reoccurring theme. We sit here and we talk about Division II transfers up to the Socon. This is a league where Division II transfers have had some success.
Correct.
He averaged 19 and 5.
Yep.
In a good Division II league.
Yeah.
What can he bring to this league, and what can he bring to your team that makes you confident in a guy that's 5'10" as a senior?
Experience, leadership. From a day-to-day standpoint of doing things the right way, understanding, playing in the NCAA tournament, being a college player for 3 or 4 years under a really good coach and a really good program, and then his speed is just different. And so those things, we looked at those things and said, yeah, he can help us. And so regardless of size, he reminds you a little bit of Honor Huff. But he was like 140 assists and 45 turnovers or something like that. So he knows how to take care of the ball, which is important to me for our guards.
How different will this team look in terms of how you're going to play? Again, I know you said, hey, I don't want to compromise on defense.
Right.
But I assume it's going to look different.
Yeah, I got a great question at dinner last night from Justin Neely. He's saying, how does this team compare to the ones that we've had in the last few years? And said, there's some things that stand out and some things, are similar. But the one thing that is different is, we're going to have to really work at being that defensive team again. Yeah. It's going to take us a little while, I think. But offensively, we're better right off the bat. Skill and IQ, and, we're going to be different. Our forwards, all 3 of them that are going to play a lot of minutes, Dom, Justin, and Tino, those guys are playmakers from that position. They can make plays. So and they have tremendous IQs.
All right, I got another good story.
Oh, boy.
Well, you got a couple players here. They're going to enjoy this one. They're going to enjoy listening to this one.
I think they have another media album.
No, they're going to stay. They're going to stay for this one, trust me. All right. Tell everybody about your first job out of college, what you did, and what happened.
That's pretty good. I got to give you props for that. So I could lie and say, well, my first job was the Library of Congress. I was shelving books.
All right, how about your first job after before starting at Sidwell,
okay,
Friends.
yeah, be specific now.
Okay,
My
is that
wife
better?
Taught me I got to ask a specific
Exactly,
question
that's right.
if I want the right answer.
Can't leave it open there.
I worked, so I was a zoology major in college, which at Howard it was tracked to become a doctor. So I was going to school to be a doctor. But it was a zoology major. So everybody thinks, oh, you're going to work in a zoo. Yeah, kind of. So I worked in an animal testing facility in Northern Virginia, and they had 3 sections. They had rodents, they had canines, and they had primates. And I worked in the primate section. So I had to wear this jumpsuit like movers wear.
Yeah.
I had to wear a big mask, and I had to wear gloves up to here.
We need this photo.
I would go in and open a cage, like a dog cage, grab the monkey, put him in a Heimlich or whatever you call it, and we dose them. Drug testing, for pharmaceutical companies. So that was my job. And so if you got bit by one that had herpes, you would be dead within 2 weeks.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
that's a true story.
Whoa.
Yeah, so that's why I was fighting like hell to get a college back. I mean, some sort of coaching job to get the heck out of there.
Hell of a lot safer, right?
You heard it here first. Avoid the herpes.
I heard one. So I heard one got out. Did one get out?
Oh, yeah, they got out every day. And it's,
You got like chasing? You're chasing the monkeys.
Yes. The funny thing about it is they have human personalities, and so some of them are very docile when you open the cage, and they just come and get on your arm, and some of them get in the back.
Get after you.
Yeah, like Justin Neely and ready to punch you. So I love the different personalities of monkeys, but sometimes you get bit. Yeah.
Speaking of Justin, though, I mean, his toughness, and he fits you, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He fits you and kind of what
Sometimes.
you've been about.
Yeah.
Not all the time?
On one side of the ball, he fits me. On the other side of the ball, we've got some growing to do. And so, but the good thing about it is Randy Phillips, who played for me, who's now on our staff, Justin has pissed Randy off, so Randy's going to take care of Justin.
So you don't even have to worry about it?
I don't have to worry about him. Randy's mad every day about Justin, so I can't wait to see how he grows under Randy's tutelage.
Last thing I have for you is again, you are old school. You've talked about how this game has changed. What's the one thing you would change? What's the one thing you would do right now if I put you in power and said, hey, you know what, you can change anything, and what would you do?
That's easy. I would not allow them to transfer without penalty.
Sitting out. Maybe one free one?
Maybe one free one. There's been talk about that recently. I'm for that. There has to be a penalty, or else how can we teach the lessons how can we help them understand that you don't just run from adversity, you fight for it, because that's going to help them as a man in their life. And so if I could do that, I'd love to pay them. I love the fact that they're getting paid. That's great. It's not my money, which give
them whatever, right? Exactly.
Whatever,
that's right. Whatever you want.
But the whole idea of being able to just leave when you want is just teaching the wrong lessons to young people at an age when they really need those hard lessons.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah. Well said. Well said. Mike Jones, head coach, UNC-G. Good luck this season.
Thank you.
It's going to be interesting. 11 new guys, man.
Yeah. It's definitely different, but we're looking forward to it.
Good thing you already had no hair in your head, so you're good there. All right, we'll be back after the break. Socon Media Day continues on Field of 68.
Yeah. Athlete AI is the story of the athlete. And every athlete deserves to have the story told. Under the lights and in the spotlight, this is your moment, your role. Download, capture, create, share. Athlete AI. Your name is Trent.
Do you need your fix of college basketball analysis at the end of every night during the season? If you crave instant reactions and informed breakdowns, make sure you tune into the Field of 68 After Dark every night with access to the biggest stars in the sport and a cast of characters that includes the likes of Tyler Hansborough, Randolph Childress, John Fanta, John Henson, Terrence Oglesby, Jarrell McNeil, and many, many more. The Field of 68 After Dark is where college basketball happens. There is no sport in America that is more difficult to follow than college basketball. It can be overwhelming. That's where the Field of 68 Daily comes into play. The Daily is your go-to source for injury updates, recruiting news, and transfer portal additions that actually matter. For just $50 a year, get access to the same information that your favorite team's coaching staff is subscribed for. Quality content can be hard to find in the college basketball space. The Daily is here to help you with that.
Welcome back here, Socon Media Day. I'm Jeff Goodman. He's Terrence Oglesby, and we are joined by ETSU head coach Brooks Savage, who still looks like he's like 21. You really do. You still get carded. I bet. You have to get carded.
Well, I don't really go to those types of establishments.
Oh, no, you never went to those, Brooks.
Oh, I did.
Never.
Before I had 3 kids. But I'm
third kid. Congratulations.
I'm towards TO in the hair department. I'm going to
come on home.
Yeah, you're receding a little bit.
Look, but
come on home.
Yeah, I'm afraid it might be unavoidable at this point.
The weather's fine.
I'm no one to talk, but you're getting there. You're definitely getting there.
Yeah.
Good to see you. Give me kind of how you went about, how you attacked this past offseason, because I think you had a little bit different philosophy than maybe when you got to ETSU as a head coach.
Yeah, for sure. It's been, when we first got there, again, a big recruiting class, but it's later, you're coming from a different place and you got so much going on, so you're a little bit different strategy. And then we had a lot of retention last year. I think that showed up on the floor. And then this year, 12 new guys, 9 new scholarship players. And so, we really wanted to try to we moved away from the traditional center position. I think most of all of basketball is going that way, but really just wanted mobile front court, continuous type players that were skilled. And then obviously we had to replace a couple really, really good players, some all-league players, and particularly at the point guard position. And so, but we wanted to try to be guys that were smart, tough, skilled. We wanted to add more skill and shooting across the board, but just get guys that were, really committed to winning, and guys that
a little more scoring, a little more shooting, a little more skill.
Yeah,
right.
More scoring
to go with,
skill,
keep that toughness.
Yeah,
right.
Try to.
I mean, that's the key, isn't it? To try to put together a team that kind of has everything. Easier said than done.
Right.
Especially in this climate, right, where you're fighting some other teams that might have more resources.
Yeah, so we may have sacrificed a little bit of that inherent toughness for some skill.
Yep.
So we're trying to coach that up a little bit more. It's
coach toughness.
Get somebody in a stance than it is to have them shoot it in. So, but I like this group. They're coachable. I think we got like-minded guys, and so I'm excited about this group so far.
What about your returning guys? I mean, we'll get to the transfers here in a second, but I mean, Mekhi Johnson, I've always thought has been a good player. Do you see him taking a step? He only averaged 6 last year, but he's got.
He's kind of like you. He likes to get them up.
He does, and that's the thing. He only averaging 6 points a game. What are we doing over here? You want guys who can throw it in? That's my man.
Bad coaching. No, Mekhi's he's had a really good offseason. I think he's kind of taken that career arc that I think we used to see a lot. Played some as a freshman, had some good moments, a little bit more as a sophomore. I thought he really came on at the end of last year. I think he averaged like about 10 the last 10 games, had 17 at home versus Samford, made some big shots, one down there, one at VMI, that were basically game winners. And so now your hope for him and your expectation is kind of that he makes that jump, and he's got logged enough minutes to where he can put it all together this year. But he's become such a much better defender in his time, and I think that's gotten him on the floor more and more.
Jalen Smith, kid who came from North Florida, just a consummate pass-first guy. Fair to say? I mean, he was at North Florida.
Good passer.
In terms of just making people better around him. I know he can score some too, but he's kind of more of your traditional point guard, isn't he? How are you going to utilize him this year?
I think when you have guys for such a short time, I think you got to do some of why you like them from where they came from. I don't know if we've gotten to that quite yet, but we will. Good in pick and roll. Left-handed, so it's a little bit different coming at you. But he can spray it around out of pick and roll and can make shots and is really strong. And so when he gets to the basket, he can take contact down there. But we have high expectations for him for sure. And so he's we had to obviously replace the Socon Player of the Year, and we don't necessarily expect him to be that, but
you're going to be different this year, right? You're going to be more balanced.
But bringing some of that, pop at the point guard, setting the tone, setting the pace, the passing and the shooting for sure.
And when you talk about, a guy in a pick and roll, or, you bring in, Cam Morris, Braden Crump, two guys that I actually had games for both of those guys last year. Didn't shoot great percentages, but capable. We're going to see some 5-out actions and just opportunities for Jalen to, create and get into the paint and, spray it out.
We wanted to try to free the basket up a little bit more. I think we had a more traditional 5. I think the basket was a little bit crowded. We did some stuff where we could duck in and create some layups that way last year. But, there'll be some more 5-out. Cam Morris has had a really good fall camp, just an older player, really experienced. And so, really, really smart player, high IQ player. And but those front court guys bring a little bit more shooting and hopefully be able to spread the floor a little bit more and free the basket to help us with 2-point percentage.
All right, so your mentor, I think would be fair to say, Bruce Pearl, retired last week?
One of them, yeah.
One of them? We call Forbes your mentor?
I'd say Coach Forbes my mentor. But
we don't need to build Forbes up like that.
So
you were a manager. For people that don't know, you were a manager at GA
I've
at
gotten
Tennessee.
calls, you called around quite a few people to try to.
I didn't get a lot.
There's not a lot to get.
Oh, there's so much to get. Oh, come on. We're going to be kind to you because you are the father of 3, and we don't need them hearing any of these stories as they grow up. But you and I had some fun back in the day when you were a GA at Tennessee.
For sure.
Under Bruce Pearl, who, again, recently just kind of called it quits. And I was surprised a little bit, not necessarily that he retired, but that he retired and isn't running for office. I thought one would go with the other, right? I mean, he was talking about it a lot over the summer, to me, to probably you and everybody. But give me your thoughts on him retiring at 65 years old, and then maybe your favorite story.
I think the best, if not for sure one of the best coaches in the country anywhere. I mean, what he did at Auburn, what he's done everywhere he's been. I mean, where has he not won? And I learned a ton from him. I'm happy for him. If obviously, I think he feels at peace with it. Happy for Steven getting the opportunity. Yep. And so, I'm always rooting for Auburn or Coach Pearl and Steven wherever they're at. But I don't know really why. I guess I don't know how much more he can do.
And I think part of it
looks like it's about to pop off when he was coaching. I was worried about the man's health, but that didn't never seem to come.
Talking to him, I think he was just like, it's time. I'm gonna go enjoy the next stage of my life.
Good for him. He's deserved that.
Jackie and Leah and Steve, they have grandkids, and so I think he's just wanting to enjoy more of it. And,
can't blame him.
But he's
made enough money. You can do it now.
He's had a heck of a career. Right. He won at every spot. I remember watching the Milwaukee, Alabama, and Boston College game, and this is going to be our next head coach at Tennessee, and then what he did there, and then what he did at Auburn, and
incredible.
Multiple levels for a long, long time. And so,
you got a great story. Do you have a great Bruce Pearl story
is there one thing
that maybe you've never told? The untold Brooks Savage story of Bruce
Pearl. Is there
Pearl.
one that stands out that's impacted how you coach, maybe, or maybe even?
Yeah, I just think he had our guys thinking that they could beat anybody, and just the belief that he instilled in the team. I remember early on, like the first week he got there, I was telling this story to the staff, we're running lines. I think somebody missed a line, and he's like, I don't know what they do at Kentucky, but at Tennessee we touched the line, and he just had you feeling like the ultimate underdog, and that you could beat anybody. I remember one morning we're playing Ohio State, that Greg Oden team. And he just talked about how this game is not for us. I was a former manager from Boston, and then this and that, and then it goes down the line and just tells it, and just builds you up to where you can do anything, and you feel invincible. And I obviously I'm not the magician that he is, but you try to do some of that stuff, and that
you don't have those pregame talks like he does, with that energy, and it's
nobody's like him.
Right.
He's the best.
It's like running through the door. It's like Rocky.
It is.
You listen to him, and not been enough of those, and I figure that probably rubs off on you a little bit, but you got to be you too.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I think so. I think.
Have you learned, like,
we
over
have
the
a similar
first
path? I mean, we both started out as a
Totally.
major, so I think anytime that you kind of start at the very bottom, you have that kind of chip on your shoulder to prove something and that you're not supposed to be here. And I think we kind of probably share some of that. And so I think that comes out a lot. I mean, Makai will probably tell you that it does. But it's just kind of how we came up, and I think that competitiveness comes out in that way.
Most entertaining guy to watch on the sideline during a Socon game.
I know, he's so mellow right
Depends
now.
on who you ask.
So mellow, and it's
For me,
this dude's got energy, no doubt.
Yeah, ETSU though. I just want to. I don't think people realize how much people in Johnson City love hoop. And we play in Freedom Hall, and then you also play in the other place, correct?
Just in Freedom Hall.
Just
used to play in the Dome.
Okay, good. So they just moved it to Freedom
just
Hall.
to Freedom Hall. Yeah.
Good.
And the work that they've done in there with Dr. Nolan, Dr. Sander. I mean, we got new video boards going in and ribbon, and they changed the seats. I mean, it's sweet inside. Yeah, it's a basketball community. People
it absolutely
in Johnson City love basketball, and.
See, I didn't know all that was happening. I'm glad I asked.
Yeah.
Because Freedom Hall's a cool spot.
It is,
really
and it gets
cool
loud.
place.
It's got that false ceiling, kind of like the pit, and so it gets loud and it's steep, and they're on top of you, man. It's a great environment.
I'd love to get
for
to
basketball.
a game there. I've never been. I would love to get to a game there. If I said, kind of the one thing that you guys need this year, again, take chemistry out, take health out. What is it?
We have to score the ball better. I thought we had enough offense. I thought we were good offensively for much of the year, especially there in the middle of conference play when I think we beat Furman, VMI, and Samford in the same way. We were rocking, and I think everybody kind of knew that we were going to have a say in this thing. And then we had some injuries, and we just didn't. In the end, we just did not have enough offense. And this is an incredible offensive league. You got great coaches, great offensive teams in this league.
If you can't score, and that's what you realized.
You had the number one defense in the league.
We did.
It's like,
and like I said, I think in the end, things gone differently for us. I think we would have been fine offensively, but just the way it went, like it was even more eye-opening.
Yep.
Like we have got to. I mean, we were playing with three centers sometimes. I mean, you got to be able to score.
Yeah.
And so we really try to focus on offense and getting skill and guys that can make shots and play.
Yeah, I mean, more versatility, I would assume, too.
Yeah.
Right? A little more versatility
especially in the front court.
Right.
I think with traditional center, you're always handcuffed by what they can or can't do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You can play pick and roll probably one way.
He better be good and drop, because if you get him away, I mean, it ruins your rotations for the rest of the guys. So you're just eliminating that extra.
Yeah, and you're in drop all night. You're just constantly taking punches, and then where do you put them offensively? And so we just tried to eliminate all those problems.
Is it death by downhill?
It is.
Yeah, in this league especially because there's so many weapons.
Yeah.
Right. So
where does Blake Barkley fit in?
He's been terrific.
Because came over, played a little bit in Northwestern.
Super wild card, though, because you take a guy like that, you don't really know.
Right.
There's not really much to go on.
Yeah.
I loved him in AAU.
But not a lot of tape at Northwestern.
I loved his edge.
Yep.
That was what I remember, and that fits my personality.
Yeah.
And so very similar to like Jake LaRavia, kind of skilled four that can,
So he could be a major factor.
I think he's going to have a good year. I mean, he's been good so far. Yeah. He's really serious, tough-minded player, like all of our guys. And so I'm excited for Blake. And I mean, it's not like he wasn't good enough to play there. He was playing behind. He did play a little bit. Yeah. He was playing behind two of maybe the best players.
Northwestern history.
Exactly.
Yeah, Brooks was. So you weren't getting time if Brooks was healthy.
He's no bum.
Right.
Yeah, and then he got hurt and just. Yep. So he has a great opportunity for us, and he's going to be good.
All right, I got a good one.
I want to hear what you got.
I got a good one. I got one, but it's good. It's good. All right, tell me the story of years ago when you were, I think, maybe a grad assistant at this point, and the Smoothie King card.
Man, you must have gone deep into the archive.
I did.
This was.
I did.
Yeah, I was probably a GA. But we created our own kind of NIL deal. I don't know. We had smoothie
it's a great
cards
story.
they gave us for camp, and they're just like little paper cards. You could punch them out and get a free one. Yeah. So we just kind of made our own, and we were just getting free. Brooks
wasn't supposed to have these cards. They were actually, from what I was told, they were for the assistants. The assistants
So you were
had
stealing smoothie cards?
Had the cards.
We
So
had a number of smoothie cards that might not have gotten distributed.
how many smoothies were you having?
Also a lot. So
Like every day?
We also had a lot of video games that we got from like the tournaments you'd go to. They'd give the team video games. Those all didn't get distributed.
Like the handheld?
No, like the PS.
Oh, really?
Probably at the time.
So you have multiple PS.
You had consoles that you just weren't giving out?
We had a couple rackets going.
Oh, my God. The Amazon accounts.
The smoothie cards, man.
The smoothie card was clutch, but now I have the smoothie app now, so I'm a paying
customer. They like you now.
That's right.
They like you. You get the points and everything. The free smoothie. Actually, you get it
right.
legit now.
I've gone legit.
It's good to hear. It's good to hear you've really matured.
From the underground to the CEO.
Listen, got to do what you got to do when you're a GA and you're making nothing.
Exactly.
Right. You got to find a way to get the smoothie because you can't afford it. Those things are expensive.
You got it.
Right. What's your go-to smoothie?
Figured it out. Resourceful.
Strawberry banana. What do you got?
Vanilla Hulk.
Vanilla Hulk?
It's like a milkshake.
The Hulk, man, you don't look like you. The Hulk is not working
I am
out
significantly up from the end of last season. I can probably I was withering
Really?
away.
What were you?
Yeah, trying to figure out how to score.
Yeah, that would.
Are you one of those guys? All right, so are you one of those guys that you'll get to work and just forget to eat?
I won't eat all day.
Is that real?
Yeah. I think some people. I think you go either way.
Yeah.
Some people really, get heavy, and some.
So you just walk around the office in Johnson City hangry from sun up to sundown?
Oh, I think it's a bunch of like snacks. It's just like a bunch of nonsense, empty calories. But we're gonna fix that.
I've met a lot of guys like that. They'll just forget to eat because they'll get so locked into it.
Yeah.
That's unreal, man.
I'm like my high
just in
school
a good
coach like
mood.
that. I don't know about that.
That's what I'm saying.
Brooks? How much could you bench right now? If
now?
I said,
More
could
than
you
you.
bench
Great
225?
This has been a reoccurring thing.
Could you bench 225 pounds, Brooks? There are some people in the league that think there's
Live
no.
TV.
You're okay. You're okay.
I've already cussed on
There are some in the league that don't
I've
think you
never
could
been
bench
able to bench
125.
Huh?
There are some people in this league that don't think you could bench 125.
Oh, I could get that easy. Who doesn't think that?
I'm not. Sources.
Oh,
Sources say. Sources say.
I could go at least big wheel on each side at least. At least.
Next
right
year.
now.
Next year.
But not two big wheels on each side.
No, hell.
No. Next year we're bringing it in for you. We're going to see.
right here.
That's going to
We're
be.
going to see.
That's going to. And this is all Ritter's idea.
Yeah, Ritter.
He said we need a bench press idea. Right.
Ritter
Which
and his
checks out.
staff.
That makes sense.
That
So
checks out.
Ritter,
Checks out.
somebody said to him, one of his assistants said, only 1.6% of the world can bench 225. So Ritter said, all right, let's do it. We're all doing it. All 7 on staff did 225.
How's the rest of your staff looking in the 225 department?
Anybody?
Probably pretty good.
Yeah.
Probably pretty
So you're the weak. You're the weak link.
No, I'm not the weakest.
You're not the weakest link.
Who's that?
Blake.
Blake, really?
Definitely stronger than Blake and Miles. I hope they're watching. I got old man strength now, though.
So
I turned
good.
40.
Yeah.
Hey, congrats on turning 40.
I'm a man
Your
now.
back's already gonna hurt, right? I mean, like.
Yeah, it does.
You're old, officially. And congrats on the newborn.
Thank
you now have 3 kids. You had 2
Kids
girls.
5 and under. Girl, boy.
So you got your boy.
That's right.
So you're done? We're done at 3.
Officially.
3 and officially done. All right, we're not going into that. That's enough. I think we're gonna can it on the Brooks Savage interview is officially over now.
Did we talk any basketball, or did we just goof off?
No, we did early.
Okay.
Yeah, we did early, and then
We got some of your returners in.
we have fun.
Talk some pick and roll.
We have fun here, Anything else is there any freshmen before we go? Any of these 4 freshmen that you brought in that we're going to see a lot of this year?
Yeah, I mean, we have one, I think. Maddox Huff from Harlan County. He can really shoot it. Yeah, I think he'll be able to help us. But the other 2 returners are Alan Struthers, Gabe Sisk. I thought those guys have really improved. Gabe finally looks like he's been in a college weight room. He's playing better.
Gets 225.
Maybe. But Alan's really, I think he's playing the best of his career and really confident. And so anytime you can have guys stick around and be in the program, I think it
helps.
Yeah, absolutely.
Retention definitely helps.
And it helps with those 7 new guys. Like they can lean on some of the teammates as opposed to just looking at the coaches the whole time. You don't have to teach every single little thing.
That's right.
It just kind of happens organically.
That's important, when you start to try to put things in, if somebody can be the example and set the tone for those types of things.
All right. Smoothie King, your new NIL guy, right here. Brooks Savage, ETSU. We'll be back after this. more Socon Media Day on Field of 68.
The college basketball season will begin right here on the Field of 68. At 8 a.m. on November 3rd, we will be tipping off the inaugural Field of 68 opening day marathon. 15 hours of nonstop basketball. It will begin in Rock Hill, presented by our friends at Visit York County. Plan your itinerary today at visityorkcounty.com. Winthrop will face off with Queens in the opener, followed by Bradley taking on St. Bonaventure. Then we head out to Sioux Falls, South Dakota, where it'll be presented by Samford Sports, who is changing the way people play and making sports accessible and fun for all. Murray State gets Omaha at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, with Drake taking on Northern Arizona in the second game in Sioux Falls. Then it's back to Rock Hill for a showdown between Furman and High Point, with Merrimack taking on South Dakota State in Sioux Falls in the nightcap. Tickets for all 6 games are on sale now at the links in the description below. Field of 68 opening day. Do you need your fix of college basketball analysis at the end of every night during the season? If you crave instant reactions and informed breakdowns, make sure you tune into the Field of 68 After Dark every night, with access to the biggest stars in the sport and a cast of characters that includes the likes of Tyler Hansborough, Randolph Childress, John Fanta, John Henson, Terrence Oglesby, Jarrell McNeil, and many, many more. The Field of 68 After Dark is where college basketball happens.
All right, back here, Socon Media Day in beautiful Greenville, South Carolina. I'm Jeff Goodman here with Terrence Oglesby, and we are now joined by Western Carolina head coach Tim Kraft, who enters his second season with the Catamounts. Feeling a little better this year than a year ago?
Feeling a lot better.
Yeah, you got a lot back.
A lot better. Yeah, feeling a lot better. Everything from just knowing where things are, and getting your family settled, to then your roster feeling like you got some experience and retention and continuity. So feeling a lot better.
A year in, what's been the biggest adjustment to this league?
Oh man, good question. I think the way the schools invest in the Southern Conference is at a different level than the Big South, the league that I was in. So, we had always played Southern Conference schools, some in the non-conference, but just, every night out, I just think the schools really invest in basketball.
It's a basketball league.
It really is.
Like, we know that, right? It is when you think of, like, great mid-major basketball, you think of the Socon, don't you?
Yeah, and it's and that was attractive to me to
get here,
be in the Socon, but it's hard every night out.
That's the downside.
Great coaches and players and everything.
The hard part is these days, and again, it goes both ways, right? You lose players to the portal, but you can also get players from the high majors. How have you, as a veteran coach, who's been in this business for a while, and luckily you didn't have to go to the portal quite as much this year as you probably thought you might need to.
Yeah, well, it's an adjustment because I think, and it, every job's different, but when I got in here last year, we had the team before us had lost all these seniors, and then we're trying to figure out how to bring in some experience, and you got to have some money now.
Right.
So, this whole year while we're coaching our team, is trying to find a way to fundraise. So you're in a better place, when the spring gets there. So
you're used to devoting all your time to coaching.
That's right. That's the biggest thing for me. It's just the time that you have just focusing on coaching, focusing on building your team, recruiting, and now there's a lot of it that goes into fundraising,
right?
Contracts, all this stuff, that you didn't ever have to even think about. So that's been an adjustment for me, and everyone. It's
amazing once you get to the Socon and up, how much time you're actually coaching as opposed to everything else, and that's been the biggest. That's been the recurring theme I've heard from coaches whenever they, come to the Southern Conference. Well, I used to coach all the time. Now I'm doing everything else, and that's
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And so that's been an adjustment, and good for me to grow in some areas that I didn't really do a lot in with fundraising.
Right,
but
you didn't have to.
Yeah,
right,
I didn't do that. Yeah, we fundraised by playing a ton of buy games.
Yeah,
It's not what we did, but our staff has kind of been good.
You got to delegate more.
Good.
Yeah, delegate.
Yeah, and I need to do that even more. Yeah. But they've even helped with that part of it. So we're doing everything we can.
So last year was not easy for you,
right?
Right. I mean, safe to say. But you probably knew a little bit what you were going to get yourself into, right? You knew it was going to be a difficult year. Maybe not as difficult because you were used to winning, Gardner-Webb.
For sure. I thought that it was going to be hard. I knew how good the coaching was in the league, how good the programs were. Hoped that I felt like we'd be able to bring in the portal a little more experience than we were, and we just kept missing on older guys. Yeah. And so we ended up last year. We had one player that had ever started Division I games, and he had two career starts. So this year, we have 8 players that have started Division I games, and it's like a combined 200-plus starts. So,
and a lot of them for you.
It's right? a lot of returners, and we brought in a guy that played for us at Gardner-Webb. So we got a lot of continuity there, and just way more experience. And you guys know how important that is.
I got to ask you about this turd that's standing out in the hallway, Marcus Kell. People don't know this. I coached Marcus.
You did?
So I coached Marcus with the Upward Stars. He was on a really good team with him and Julian Phillips, and he was on that team.
I remember.
I got to ask you this. He's a great shooter, and he's going to continue to shoot it. But my favorite thing about Marcus Kell was if he didn't understand something, he wouldn't ask questions, but he would get this look on his face, and you could tell right away that Kell was lost, and you didn't know if you were going to get him back or not.
Oh, man.
So is that look still around?
Yeah. And just dumbfounded, right? That's the look. Yeah.
The bottom lip comes out a little bit, and because he's tired most of the time, where he just loses his mind.
Yeah.
But no, hey, one of my favorites, by the way. Great kid, great family. Loved Western the first time he went on his visit, and obviously stuck around. What does he give you in terms? And I know what he gave our team way back when, but 6'8", shoots the ball. How has he continued to improve his game? Because he was always a pretty good player.
Just so many ways, and he is, he is the best kid. One of my favorites that I've ever coached and been around. Family, we're so thankful he's back with us. In February, that dude was one of the best players in the league.
He was, yeah.
In last year in February. So
you might lose him in the parking lot, but man, he can get some buckets.
Oh man, he's just so fun to. He's fun to be around. Just happy-go-lucky.
He's the best.
I think, and the thing that I loved about him last year was it didn't. We were going. It was hard. Losing's hard. So you're going through some tough times, but his just demeanor is always so positive, upbeat. You never seen him kind of walking in looking like he's down, and we called him our energy giving kind of energy captain.
That's a great compliment to give.
And it might be like a layup drill, but he's like dapping people up and yelling and just getting people going. So you love that about him. But he can really shoot the ball, can attack closeouts. Mm-hmm. I think he's gotten much better at scoring around the basket, which he did some last year. But at the rate that he can shoot the ball, you want him to be able to then attack switches in the post a little bit. I think he's improved there. He's improved as a passer. That's an area that we were on him a lot last year, but he's really gotten better there.
He can get pretty.
He can get some tunnel vision. He can get tunnel vision there sometimes. But
boy, this poor guy's getting killed.
The next thing I'm about to go in on that little thing on his upper lip. We got to get rid of this mustache. I can't believe he wore it to me.
He should be.
Is there not somebody we're talking to before?
He should be allowed to come in here and defend himself.
So that's popular.
Can we bring him in?
Yeah, look, come on,
let's get him in.
This is a popular look at Western. Yeah, get in here.
I got no doubt. Get him in here.
You can get in here and defend himself. This is unfair. We got
your look at Western.
Oh yeah,
the mustache, and he's gone tight on the sides, long in the back. But it seems to be a consistent thing all the way through. Hey, I say all this, and I'm joking because he was one of my favorites, and he could shoot it. You could set out, you could run offense for him, and he's going to come off and pop, not think twice. That sucker's going in. But this mustache, my man,
That's a great look.
I'm going to talk to your daddy. We're going to figure something out. I got to talk to your daddy about this. How's it been for you? I mean, tough year last year. Mm-hmm. You return. Mm-hmm. You obviously had pretty good games, and there were times in February, and Coach alluded to it, one of the best players in the conference. Mm-hmm. What have you worked on this summer? What are you looking forward to this year?
Yeah, this summer, I mean, like Coach said, I've been really working on my finishing, my touch around the basket, just to more get downhill and be able to finish off 2 feet and not go off one, get my balance and stuff. And then also just passing too, and then put on some weight. Last year during the year, I probably lost about 10 pounds, 10, 15 pounds.
Really?
And so, yeah, I had to get all that back up and then try and figure out a diet where I can maintain my weight throughout the season as well. And yeah, so our strength coach told me to start putting eggs in my rice. There you go. Just crack an egg and start eating that, 2 eggs, and eat that with my beef and rice.
I've heard one of the side effects from that is a crappy mustache.
I just started doing it, so it might.
There you go. No, Mark, it's great to see you, man. Glad you're having some success. He went on campus one time because I'm going to Western, and it was that easy. So he's gone there. He's making an imprint, and obviously Coach loves him. So thank you. Appreciate you.
Good luck this season, man.
Good
luck.
One of the best kids, man. We had a fun team.
You can tell. Yeah,
we would lose him in the parking lot, though. My man would just start to wonder.
Tim, obviously you got a lot of veterans back now, older guys who, again, like you said, didn't play a ton before they got to you. C.J. Howland's a kid that's a younger guy who I assume you expect to take a jump this year. How?
Yeah, absolutely. When CJ had to play a lot of minutes for us last year as a freshman, it was a hard thing to do in our league, freshman point guard. What he's got to do a better job of, and he's working really hard of, is just offensive decision-making, taking care of that basketball, getting guys like Marcus open looks. Last year for us, he was our best perimeter defender as a freshman. So he really brings an element of toughness and grit and kind of can guard a guy one-on-one, so we love that about him, but he's worked really hard to get better.
You bring in a guy from Southern, you're going to have to help me with the pronunciation. Yeah. Diomasi.
Yes, Tijan Diomasi.
Diomasi. 5 assists a game. Now you got 2 guards that can create. Was that kind of the idea, to get somebody with Highland, and you have multiple guys that can get in the paint and create some looks for guys like Marcus?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the things that we thought about in building our roster with the guys that we had back was we need to improve our passing and decision making, and we need to improve defensively. And so the guys that we brought in, we were trying to help address those 2 areas. And Tijan was can really pass the ball, got a great feel, and he can also guard 4 positions on the floor. He's really tough. He likes that part of the game, so he was a good fit for us.
What are you talking to Court about this year? Obviously, again, another guy that had a really good year last year, but what does he need to do better this year?
Yeah, he's worked really hard to just add more to his game. And last year, primarily a jump shooter, but one of the best free throw shooters in the country, really. And so getting to the foul line, he's put on weight. He's bigger, he's stronger, he's more physical in the paint, and he can score at the basket. And so he's really work to do that better, which will help him get to the line as well. So and the defensive end too, for sure.
Those are the same things that they told T.O. over and over.
What's that?
Right? Get to the line more, play defense.
Hands touch leather. That's all you needed. That's all you needed to worry about. I find it interesting. You bring in a 7-footer from Denver, Fanta Kaba or Kaba.
Yes.
Kaba.
Yes, Kaba. Yep.
A lot of schools, it goes about 50-50. Do you want a traditional center? Do you want to go a little bit smaller and space it out. What drove your decision to get him to campus?
Well, just over the years, Gardner-Webb, we loved rim protection and the way we built our defense. We always like to find that and kind of prioritize that at that position over an offensive, floor spacer or what have you. Last year we played small a lot. I mean, we played Marcus at the 5 spot a lot, and so he was thankful to see Kaba walk through that door, so he didn't have to guard those guys. Again, our defensive ability was a big emphasis for us, and Kaba really helps that. He's an elite defender, and he was led the Summit Conference as a freshman in block percentage and offensive rebound or defensive rebounding percentage. So he really helps us in that category, and we needed help there.
All right, you can only pick one. I know this is going to be hard for you. Give me the one coach that last year you were like, damn, I didn't know he was that good.
I mean, it's hard to pick one.
I know, but I'm going to give you one.
It's really hard to do that in our league, for real. I mean, every night out, when you're scouting, you're like,
but maybe the guy you
didn't
know,
way these guys.
Again, we know some of these guys. Like, who's the one guy you didn't play against?
Yeah, I would say off the top, just Dan Earl.
Yeah.
And I had played against his team some at VMI. He's just like an offensive wizard, man.
What he's done is amazing.
And just
VMI, how good. I mean, do that at VMI. We know.
Right.
And Andrew's doing that now.
Yeah. Yeah, but Andrew. I mean, everybody you mentioned, I would say that, but I mean, I think
now
Andrew.
you got Lennie. Now you got Lennie in the league.
Yeah, I never coached against him, and so I know that's I hate it now. I hated playing against Bucky. Bucky's team.
That style. Yeah.
I mean, that was so different, but it's a great league. I mean, a lot of so many good coaches, but it's hard to name one. But I was impressed with Dan for sure.
You feel like this year you can make a significant jump?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Because of the retention, because you got bigger, because
I think a
lot of it.
Yeah, I think all of it. I think number one, it's the experience, right? It's guys that have played. We have a group in the locker room that's gone through the league. As we got into February last year, we were competing with everybody.
Yep.
And so those guys and then adding to that, I just think we were able to address a lot of the things we needed to get better at in recruiting as well. So it's continuity, it's experience. One of the guys we brought in from Gardner-Webb, Julian Samaro, is a guard that played for us at Gardner-Webb for 3 years. So he's like another returner.
Yeah. You have as many returners as anybody other than VMI, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, they got
more. We're probably second, I would think.
Right. I mean, that's got to make you feel
good. Yeah.
Yeah. Because again, all these teams in the preseason poll, they're picked ahead of you, but a lot of it is based on probably what the program's done lately.
For sure.
I feel like that's preseason polls now, whatever league it is.
Yeah.
You're going with, maybe if you have crazy retention, but other than that, you're just going with kind of.
Yeah, we brought a lot of guys back. We added some guys, but we got to prove ourselves.
Sure.
My staff hadn't done anything, in the Socon. Right. So other than one of my assistants, Andre Gray, when he was at Western, they won a lot of games.
They did.
With Coach Hunter. But we got to prove that we can win in this league, and we're excited to be able to do that this year.
After a year and change in Cullowhee, give me some positives about being a coach at Cullowhee.
So. I love Cullowhee.
Oh, I know.
I love it. But
some people don't.
A guy that I a football coach that I ran into said to me, he's like, "Oh yeah, I did my time in Cullowhee." I was like, and my wife was with me. She kind of got offended, and
jail.
And but we really like it.
What's it like? Describe it. I've never been.
Just the mountains, man. You're in the mountains. Yeah. There's these rivers and streams all around the place that we live. Our neighborhood. It's like we got this meadow we have this back deck. It's this meadow with this huge mountain right in the back, really? and at the foot of the mountain is a like a trout stream. So you go back there, and I got a fly rod now, trying to figure that out. Hopefully at some point I have some time to use it, but I haven't figured that out yet. But it's just a beautiful place. The people are just down to earth, salt of the earth folks. That last year, they went from having a really, really good team with Justin Gray, and then last year we struggled, and like the people are just embracing us, and hey, you're getting better. We can see it. You're doing a great job, and so just a great community as well. They're going to love. You start to win there, they're going to pack the place. And so it's a really cool place. We've enjoyed it. We like small towns. I mean, we really like them. Family likes it, and that's a good place. We can go out and mow the grass and jump in the creek when we're done, and cool off. It's a good spot.
It's beautiful.
Mountain living.
It's beautiful out there.
Last one I got for you. Give me one thing that nobody on your team knows about you. Give me one thing that none of your players, when they hear this, are going to be like, wow. I mean, again, like Jeremy Luther will give me plenty. Yeah. I didn't want to go to that well again. Give me one thing about you that's kind of unique.
Well, this is unique, and I don't know how many guys know this, but in college I was a baseball manager.
Were you really?
Yeah, really? Yeah. So I went to University of Florida, and I was a baseball manager.
I didn't know that.
At the University of Florida.
Really?
So there might be a couple guys that know that, but I was, I was throwing batting practice and hitting ground balls.
Really?
And
did you grow up playing baseball?
I did. I played baseball and basketball. Wasn't a very good baseball player, but had an opportunity to do that. I knew I wanted to coach, wanted to get to basketball, but never did, and kind of got entrenched in that program at Florida with a guy named Andy Lopez, who won two national championships. He won, two national championships. Yep, Pepperdine. Yeah. Florida was really successful, and then a national championship at Arizona. So he was really impactful on me, actually, in my coaching journey. But not a lot of people know that.
So I was watching the Red Sox Yankees last night, and obviously pulling for the Red Sox in Boston, and pulling against the Yankees because us Bostonians.
Because of course,
just hate New Yorkers. Who's your team?
The Cubs were my team because David Ross was the manager when he was there, because we were high school teammates, and he played at Florida when I was there too. Right? So now he's out of it. So whenever he gets back in, that'll be my team.
That'll be your team. All right, that's fair. That's fair. Well, listen, Tim. Appreciate it. Great to see you. Tim Kraft, entering his second year at Western Carolina. A lot of retention and a lot of promise with this group, too. We'll be back in a minute. Socon Media Day here in beautiful, lovely, picturesque Greenville.
Athlete AI is the story of an athlete. And every athlete deserves to have the story told. Under the lights and in the spotlight. This is your moment, your rule. Download, capture, create, and share. Athlete AI. Your name is Trent.
There is no sport in America that is more difficult to follow than college basketball. It can be overwhelming. That's where the Field of 68 Daily comes into play. The Daily is your go-to source for injury updates, recruiting news, and transfer portal additions that actually matter. For just $50 a year, get access to the same information that your favorite team's coaching staff is subscribed for. Quality content can be hard to find in the college basketball space. The Daily is here to help you with that.
Athlete AI is the story of an athlete. And every athlete deserves to have the story told. Under the lights and in the spotlight. This is your moment, your rule. Download, capture, create, and share. Athlete AI. Your name is Trent.
The college basketball season will begin right here on the Field of 68. At 8 a.m. on November 3rd, we will be tipping off the inaugural Field of 68 opening day marathon. 15 hours of non-stop basketball. It will begin in Rock Hill, presented by our friends at Visit York County. Plan your itinerary today at visityorkcounty.com. Winthrop will face off with Queens in the opener, followed by Bradley taking on St. Bonaventure. Then we head out to Sioux Falls, South Dakota, where it'll be presented by Samford Sports, who is changing the way people play and making sports accessible and fun for all. Murray State gets Omaha at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, with Drake taking on Northern Arizona in the second game in Sioux Falls. Then it's back to Rock Hill for a showdown between Furman and High Point, with Merrimack taking on South Dakota State in Sioux Falls in the nightcap. Tickets for all 6 games are on sale now at the links in the description below. Field of 68, opening day. Do you need your fix of college basketball analysis at the end of every night during the season? If you crave instant reactions and informed breakdowns, make sure you tune into the Field of 68 After Dark every night, with access to the biggest stars in the sport and a cast of characters that includes the likes of Tyler Hansborough, Randolph Childress, John Fanta, John Henson, Terrence Oglesby, Jarrell McNeil, and many, many more. The Field of 68 After Dark is where college basketball happens.
All right, welcome back. Socon Media Day here in Greenville, South Carolina. I'm Jeff Goodman here with Terrence Oglesby, and I didn't realize this, but I just learned another guy out of the 10. Who was the better shooter?
Newest coach.
Kevin, who was the better shooter?
It's not even close.
You could shoot the hell out of it.
I could shoot the hell out of it. T.O. was elite.
And you said he was your I can't even say this word.
How much older are you than me?
There's not a whole lot going on in Tennessee.
That's exactly right.
I think it has more to do with that.
You're what? What year did you graduate high school?
2007. So you
Not
were,
high school?
You were 9, yeah.
No, I was 8.
So you're only a year behind him?
Yeah.
So you played with Stephen Cook and those guys.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good.
Kevin, you look a lot younger than him, though.
Thank you.
That's the hair.
Thank you.
It helps.
You know, I've been asked in the last week, what position do you play?
You probably have.
I'm like, dang.
No, you look young.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
I said Lennie Acuff looked like my father not 2 hours ago. He didn't think it was as funny as
I was about to say that probably didn't go over well.
He's all right.
All right,
I like
so
Lennie. He's fine.
Let's get to it.
Let's get to it.
I mean, you listen, you come here, it's like.
I'm coming in on 2 wheels now.
How many days has it been?
Monday was announced, so 9.
9 days as a head coach at Wofford.
9 days.
I mean, you were
6 practices.
A couple of weeks ago, you were thinking, hey, I got to do another year with that dude, Mike Young.
Oh, my gosh, get me out of here. That's what I was thinking. No, like it was.
He's got a good team, though.
He does. Yeah. He does. I loved that roster. I loved those guys, and that was hard. But this is a no-brainer.
Right.
This is a no-brainer.
People are asking me. People are legitimately asking me. They're like, why would he take this job? And I'm saying to them, like, are you crazy? Like, Kevin went there. He played there. He understands it. It's a great program. You can win there.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, obviously there's some challenges right now with taking over the program. But, man, like, this is the biggest no-brainer of your career, isn't it?
I'm in.
Right.
That's what I said. I'm in. I have no questions. You don't have to call anybody. Like, I'm in.
Right. You don't even have to, like.
Don't call my agent. No, but I'm in.
Right.
I'm in. I love that place. First of all, even if I didn't go to school there, just look at it.
Yeah,
6 championships since 2010. Yeah. Unreal arena. Great city. What are we talking about? And then, of course, just the relationships I have there with everybody.
Yep.
So
it was
thrilled.
that easy.
That easy. I'm in.
They called you.
Zero hesitation.
You didn't even ask for salary?
Nope. I'm in.
Really? So it wasn't even a part.
I'm in.
I'm on my way down.
Honest to God, didn't know.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wife was fired up because you guys met there. You guys met.
So my wife is from Spartanburg.
Oh.
She went to Presbyterian.
That's awesome.
She came back and was working at Converse. I'm sorry, she was getting her master's at Converse.
Which was an all-women's school at the time.
Yes, she was getting her master's there, and she's from Spartanburg. She was working at the local dry cleaner getting her master's, and that's, of course, where I used to take all my stuff.
No way.
Yes. So I was taking everything over there. I was wadding up clothes.
Even if it was clean?
Yes, I was wadding it up and saying, this is dirty. I was taking it in there, like, just to see or whatever, and then I'll never forget, we beat Davidson in a big home game, had some former teammates of mine, and we go out to the bar, grab a drink after a huge win. There she is. I had $12 in my bank account, bought her a beer. The rest is history. But, like, she's on cloud 9 because she's home.
Of course.
And we can raise our daughters and go to the same schools that she went to. Like, that's
awesome.
Special stuff. So there's multiple layers of this thing of why I'm in.
Yeah.
So, love it. I'm so thankful.
It was kind of rumored that you were going to be the guy eventually anyway. And not not saying that with all that happened.
Sure.
Dwight had done a pretty good job.
Awesome job.
And they just won the Socon.
Awesome
so
job,
obviously, he did a great job. But it was always kind of like insinuated like Giltner's going to be the next guy.
Well, I'm honored that people thought that, but you guys know how hard these things are.
Oh yeah, they don't.
You never know.
Open.
You never know.
And you can hear it all the time.
Yeah, I've been
Sometimes
a part of some
that's
other ones.
the worst thing.
Yes.
Is to be the guy that's thrown out as the guy because then they throw daggers at you.
Correct. There's a short list of people who just like immediately went right after the guy who was the guy,
right,
and who've done great job. I'm honored that people thought that, but I'm super thankful to get it.
What's your biggest challenge? You don't know these guys.
Relationships.
It's been 9 days. I assume you've had individual meetings with all of them.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm going to ask you the question.
Yeah.
Listen, the reporter in me comes out.
Come on.
You get here.
I'm ready.
Are they all staying?
We're all in.
Nobody's been in the I've been looking at the portal.
Good. Keep looking.
I guess I shouldn't say. I guess I shouldn't say that I have access to the portal, but I've been looking in the portal. Just to see kind of is anybody going to jump in, right?
I've not heard one word.
Not just for you, but also for Auburn.
Yes.
So I'm not just saying it's only Wofford, but two coaching changes where kids have a 30-day window now.
Yep.
So everybody's staying.
Everybody's staying.
Wow.
Everybody's staying.
That's great.
Awesome kids.
Yep.
Like I'm not just saying this because. I got Wofford on my shirt, or this is not coach speak or recruit talk. Like, seriously, great kids.
Good.
They have welcomed me with open arms. We've started to push them a little bit harder and harder as the week has gone on, and they're accepting of that.
Yep.
I'm meeting them halfway.
Correct. A little bit. Like
correct.
You can't just come in guns blazing.
Correct. And we have really good coaches on our staff who've done some things prior to me getting there. Yep. I'm not coming in there and blowing that up. Number one, they're really good coaches. Number two, it's stuff that I agree with and I think will work with our roster. But they were recruited to that.
Yeah.
So I'm not coming in here and saying, this is my terminology, this is what we're doing. Right. I'm going to meet them halfway on a lot of things. But to answer your initial question, the biggest hurdle is relationships.
Yeah,
you can't coach anybody unless you know them or love them. And vice versa. They don't want to be coached by somebody they don't know. So a lot of that type of stuff. Individual meetings, small group meetings, team meetings, casual kind of, hey, let's go hang out.
Hey,
let's
guys,
go to this Donor's Lake House and spend time with each other. Just those types of things, because X's and O's are really, really important, but, like, you got to know them. You got to have a real relationship.
Well, again, you learn from one of the best there is in this game in terms of relationships.
I agree.
Like, Mike Young is as good as it gets as a human being, as a coach, all of it, but it starts, with Mike?
Yeah, I was asked that. What is the biggest thing you take away from coach? I'm like, how he treats people.
Yeah. Not even close, right?
Not even close. He's an unbelievable strategy guy, X's and O's deep, whatever. How he treats people, whether it's
friend of the program.
And there's no BS with
no, it's so genuine.
It is who
and
he is. Right.
I've been with him for 16 years and watched a lot of, how he teaches and stuff, basketball, but really just life stuff.
Yeah.
Whether it's alumni, whether it's supporters, whether it's media, whether it's the janitor, whoever it is, like he's just the best. So he's really had a big influence in my life in that regard.
So,
have you messed up guys' names during practice?
You know what's crazy? No.
Call them by their number?
You know what's crazy? No. I really, really tried to do, like, once I thought that this could be real, I went on Synergy.
Really?
Because I'm sitting there and, like, not doing anything. I'm I'm at Virginia Tech, but this is also a real possibility. My head was spinning, and there was some idle time, right? Yeah. So I'm like, I really watched film, and I really tried to get to know the roster, where they're from, their stories. Because, again, that's a huge hurdle for me.
Yeah. So tell me, in 9 days, I know it's a ridiculous question to ask.
Yeah.
In 9 days, who has stood out so far?
Man,
and don't give me the coach speak of everybody.
I'm not. No,
give me a couple guys that you're like, wow, you know what? Like these are guys that are a little bit better than I thought, maybe.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I had no preconceived notion of who's good and who's not good. I really did try to go into this thing blind, but I did watch some film on some things.
Sure.
Nils is good.
Yeah.
Nils is good. But there's some guys too that really maybe people don't know about as much, and we're maybe on like Cannon has done some really, really cool things from a perspective of like he wasn't the highly sought, he wasn't the highest name. Hey, you got a good player, but he's just been super steady and super awesome.
Much.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
I mean, nobody right?
Correct.
He didn't.
There's 3 guys that returned.
And they didn't play much. None of them.
Correct.
None of them
but
averaged.
They're good. Like Kamari and Luke, those guys are going to be huge contributors. Vasco, awesome. He's been really, really good.
I mean, the good thing is everybody there probably think, hey, it's wide open. I got a new coach.
And our staff has said that.
Correct. Like, it's a blank slate, right? Like, that's kind of the beauty for these players. It's like, hey, I don't care. Like, whoever plays the best now, you're going to play.
Yep. And I told our staff, I was like, don't tell me anything.
Right.
Don't tell me.
I don't want to know.
I don't want to know. I want to evaluate. And then, so now that we're 6 practices in there, they've been like, that guy's playing a lot better because he feels like he's got fresh eyes on him, and he feels like new opportunities. Like moving to a new school, you can build your own new reputation, kind of. But Rigsby, the kid, the D2 transfer who actually did not play last year.
He was hurt.
Like, I had no idea what that would be like. He's been awesome.
He was at Georgia College in State.
Yes, and he's been he's a hard rocking dude. They can make shots. Shot 44%, I believe, and he's been tough. And he's 23. I'm like, what? So and a place like Wofford.
Do you have a ton of shooters on this team?
We got guys that can bang shots. We got guys that can bang shots. We do. So I don't worry about shooting.
How will you play? How will you play? Will you play like Mike?
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah, I mean, so Jeremiah from Lincoln Memorial, Schertz family. Offensively. Awesome.
Should have never been let go at LMU, by the way.
I don't even know that story, but
I know that story. He's smart. He's a good coach.
He's a really good coach.
That was insane.
And then, Kevin McGeehan was an awesome coach at Kimball for 12 years.
You got him.
Yeah,
crazy.
So we've got really good offensive minds. So I think one of the best things about Coach Young, he's always been able to adapt to different types of rosters. When I played, he was like, get the ball to Noah Dahlman, right?
Smart
like let's work on your post feeds. And then you get, Carl Cochin, Fletcher McGee's, and then you go to Virginia Tech, got different people. So we'll mold and kind of fit what this roster has, but we got some really good basketball minds, and I'm not going to hold them back. I love that as an assistant, like Coach empowered us and let us have a voice. So I'm going to let those guys, use their basketball minds. It's not my show, guys. Like, there's one person that at the first team meeting, I said, there's one human being here that signed up for this. And that's me. So I've got to meet them halfway a little bit, while also understanding that, like, the Wofford way and the way we're going to do things, I guess you could say culture. That's the most important thing for me. How we do stuff, I'm going to be a dictator on, because I know how it works at Wofford, and I know what wins, and I know the type of.
It's a unique place.
Correct, and you got to be a Wofford guy. Like, you've got to get out in the community and things like that. So we're going to do that, non-negotiable. But some of the basketball stuff, we got some really good, smart coaches. So I think it'll be a lot of Mike Young stuff, just because I've been with them for 16 years.
Right, how's there not?
It's going to have.
You'll adapt, right?
Correct.
You'll put in some of your own stuff.
Absolutely.
It's just hard because you got it so late. So it's hard to he couldn't prepare, right? All summer of like, hey, here's my team.
There's no feel out.
I'm evaluated. I'm going to kind of adapt here. Like, it's
do you
hard
think
to
there's going to be an element of like, well, this is our team in November, but our team in January may or may not be completely.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Unbelievable.
Absolutely. And that's the beauty of the Southern Conference is, like, you want to be playing your best basketball. Not to say that we can't get 2 bids. I think that is, this is a great league, you guys know. But it's really important to play your best basketball at the end of the year. So I'm going to try like heck to keep those guys fired up all year long, to come excited to the gym, knowing that, like, we don't have to peak in January. Now, I want to win every game we play.
Of course.
I want to beat George Mason on November 3rd. But I'm okay with not skipping steps. I want to do this the right way, and if it takes a little bit longer, so be it. I want to win the right way, and I want to not skip steps. So, I think your point's taken.
Usually we have like a set list of questions that we're
with him. I didn't even dig in. I didn't try to get stuff on him because I was like, it's not fair.
No, not yet.
It's not fair. You just got the job. No, everybody else I got good dirt on. Next year I will have plenty.
Come on.
I'll make up. Make up for it next year.
Bring it.
Well, here's my question too, because I'm not sure how much time we got left, but like, have you found a house yet? Because the real estate
touchy subject.
The real estate.
Go ahead, give us the update.
The real estate prices in this part of the country have skyrocketed.
Where's the camera at? Which one am I looking at here? If anybody knows of a house, call me.
So is your wife on this?
She's all over it.
She is.
All over it.
She got a realtor?
Text messages straight Zillow.
Oh, everything? She's sending you everything?
Not, hey, how you doing? How's it going? Zillow. Go look at this. I'm like, I got some things going on.
We've been living in a house for 2 years. My wife still sends me Zillow.
Yeah, it's crazy. So we're trying to find the house that we can be in long term. So we put an offer on a house. There was a contingency plan with the other. It was under contract. but they had a contingency. We were like, we'll do it right now, no questions asked, which was really, it's hard to stomach. But we wanted the house. Found out we couldn't get it because they sold their house, so the contingency was gone.
Yep.
That hurt us.
Yeah,
but
it's a gut punch.
we don't have Plan B right now. So I do have a former teammate who I lived with for 4 years. He has an Airbnb in town and is fully furnished. And he's like, dude,
take it.
Just stay there
until you find something.
Like you can come and go until you find where you want to go. Because I don't want to move twice.
That's a good teammate.
No, you don't.
It's a great teammate.
Who is it?
Joseph Tecklenburg.
I don't remember.
So he's got a spot switch we probably are going to do, just because we don't want to move twice. There's other people like, hey, I've got an empty house that you can rent. I'm like, I got to move, and then I got to move. I've got enough stuff to do.
Do it once. Yeah. Do it once.
So we're going to take our time and do it once.
Moving's not fun. You know that.
Oh, it sucks. But, yeah, yesterday was a tough day when I got the news. I got the text, and I was like, no. Yeah, I found out
thought you were done.
I know. I thought we had it. But all good. We'll find a place. It just might take a while.
Hey, how about I'm sitting in a coffee shop with my wife. We always, every morning in Charleston, we go to kind of a different coffee shop.
Yep.
There's like a million of them. Right?
Yeah.
So we take a walk. Just sit down.
Perfect.
This one's called Bad Bunnies. We're sitting there.
Super Bowl.
I've seen y'all tweeting about that. Like, what is that?
No, that's not Bad Bunny. Different Bad Bunny.
Okay.
This is called Bad Bunnies, not Bad Bunny.
Okay.
Don't get them confused. And we're sitting there, and all of a sudden, a kid walks in. And he's like, hey, Jeff. And I'm like, who is this dude? Starts talking. I'm like, it's Fletcher McGee.
Let's go.
Answer.
He was there, I think, for like, I don't know if it was like a bachelor party for somebody else or just a bunch of guys. Man, it was so good.
He's the best, isn't he?
Oh, like salt of the earth.
Seriously, like one of the better human beings
ever.
He's a better shooter than you.
He's a better shooter than anybody.
You're a way better shooter than me, but he's a better shooter than
I mean, a lot of that has to do with opportunity, boys.
He's
I'm sitting here telling
he had a neon green light now.
Dude, don't even talk about opportunity. He's the best shooter I think I've seen in 10 years.
Fine. I'm not going to argue this
Okay.
too hard, but he also had
but
he had Mike Young drawing.
He did.
Shit
He
up
did.
for him, so.
Yes, he did. Yes,
Hey, I'll never forget 2 practices into his freshman year, like literally in the summer.
Okay.
We had an assistant coach like, Fletch, like, let's take a better shot. That's not a good shot. After practice, coach is like, hey, like, I'm being honest, guys. Like, I don't want anybody to say anything to him. Like, and not in a bad way. He was just like, I think this kid could do some crazy stuff.
Really, right away.
Like, because he's off balance, but he's making them. And, like, let me just feel this out for a month or so.
Yeah.
Don't say anything to him. The leash gets longer and longer and longer. Now he's shooting shots where he's not even facing the rim. And so we all look like geniuses. They're like, man, great offense. We're like, he really wasn't even open.
It was Fletch.
It just Fletch.
Yeah.
But the support system around him, like Cam, they just had such good players on that team. But Fletcher is the best kid of all time.
Right, and the best thing is, like, he'll never say he's a great shooter. Ever. That kid is, like, as humble.
He's the exact opposite of me.
Exactly. That's right. Tio's out here saying I'm better than Fletch. Shooting, just get me the rock more.
I just said, hey, look, Mike. I was playing for Oliver Purnell. He played for Mike Young. So there's a big difference there.
He definitely did.
He's the best guy of all time. I'm glad you ran into him.
Oh, so good. So good.
He is the man, and I'm so thankful I've coached him. But his family has all been texting and saying they're coming up to games and things. They're awesome people, and he's certainly shown his support. So I said, you got to get back over here and work out with some of these dudes.
What a story. Just recognizing, like, hey, guys, let's just leave him alone.
Leave him alone. Leave him alone.
Don't screw it up.
I was like, Coach, I played for you. You didn't say it to me. He's like, shut up.
You're not playing.
But, like, yeah. No, and like, Coach Young also coached, and we also coached. We signed him at Wofford, the best shooter in the history of Virginia Tech, Hunter Couture.
Right. Yeah.
I don't think you become the best shooter in the history of the game, Fletcher, or the best shooter in the history of Virginia Tech without having a coach that's like, dude, be comfortable.
Yeah.
You're okay to shoot a couple bad shots because I know I want you to feel free. And I want you to feel like Coach is never going to yank me for a bad shot or say anything to me. Like, go do you. Now, that's earned. And over time, it's earned. But, like, he's unbelievable with guys that can bang shots. And hopefully I can be the same.
Well, listen, great seeing you. Congrats.
Thank you.
This was fun. This was a lot of fun. I hope it was for you.
Y'all are giving me layups, man. Come on. Y'all got to
No, we can't do that. Like I said, next year, maybe. But
you can grill me next year.
9 days in, we're going to be kind to Kevin Giltner, the new Wofford head coach. Coming up, the last one of the day, none other than Tio's boy, because you're in Greenville?
That's right.
Is that fair to say?
Well, we're
Bob Richey, Furman head coach.
Spartanburg, if we can get a house.
Up next, that's true. Good point. If you
need your help, everybody's listening.
There you go. Realtors, hit Giltner up, or his wife, probably more importantly.
Yes.
All right, we'll be back in a second, or in a minute, with none other than Bob Richey.
Do you need your fix of college basketball analysis at the end of every night during the season? If you crave instant reactions and informed breakdowns, make sure you tune into the Field of 68 After Dark every night with access to the biggest stars in the sport and a cast of characters that includes the likes of Tyler Hansborough, Randolph Childress, John Fanta, John Henson, Terrence Oglesby, Jarrell McNeil, and many, many more. The Field of 68 After Dark is where college basketball happens.
Athlete AI is the story of the athlete. And every athlete deserves to have the story told. Under the lights and in the spotlight. This is your game, your moment, your room. Download, capture, create, share. Athlete AI. Your name is True.
There is no sport in America that is more difficult to follow than college basketball. It can be overwhelming. That's where the Field of 68 Daily comes into play. The Daily is your go-to source for injury updates, recruiting news, and transfer portal additions that actually matter. For just $50 a year, get access to the same information that your favorite team's coaching staff is subscribed for. Quality content can be hard to find in the college basketball space. The Daily is here to help you with that.
All right, welcome back. Socon Media Day, and this is our final coaches interview. I don't want to say interview. They're not interviews. I mean, we just kind of have fun and just shoot the you-know-what. And we got Furman's Bob Richey here to close it out. Then we'll have the commissioner, Micah Cross, on, and then we'll have the women's portion here at 2 o'clock, Dagan? 2 o'clock. So make sure you stick around for a much better host of the women's portion of the event as
Talia.
well. Yes, that's right.
Talia is
my daughter.
Last time I was with you guys was in that restaurant in Houston at the Final Four.
Yeah.
We were talking about the Virginia win. That was a lot more fun.
Yeah, think? You want to do that again, right?
Yeah, we need to
do that again. Well, listen, I mean, you've done something that not a lot of programs have been able to do this year. Now, that hasn't been the case the last couple of years. It's hard to retain, right? Hard to retain good players. But you've been able to do it this year. Why?
I think a little bit. You know, you look at the past 10 years, you look at the past decade. I don't know how, this particular site or graphic came up with this, but we've been top 10 in retention in the past decade. And, you look at the likes of Purdue's and, some other, higher level programs. It's been part of our culture in terms of identifying the people that fit our place in our program and really betting that, hey, the reason they chose us is the reason they would stay. And over the course of time, we've been able to stay true to that. And the world's changing, as we know, but the way that we have to win at Furman is still the same. Yeah. And so we've got to continue to get guys that fit that identity. And then hopefully because of that, you're mixing in the differentiating degree, what we do off the court with our Further the Man program and life skills, and then a winning tradition. But then I think the arena helped too, Jeff. I really do.
I can't wait to see. I'm going to go over right after this. I can't wait to see the new arena.
It's incredible what they did with it. Really? And I think it just, that was something that needed to be fixed. And they not only fixed it, they hit a home run with it.
I heard it's unbelievable.
Just that group last year really came together. We lost 70% of our scoring and lost 2 players to high major programs and, lost a ton of scoring. And then that team came together and won 25 games and had a chance to win the tournament. And I think that really spurred some of these guys to come back for some bigger roles this year.
I think the big part, too, is, my son, he goes to Furman's basketball camp every summer.
Yeah.
And the cool part is even the guys that transfer out and play wherever else, they come back and they help with camp at Furman. And not only that, they speak so glowingly about their time at Furman and how some of these guys are transferred to, like he said, a higher level. It seems good right away, but the culture that you've been able to implement there at Furman is just different.
And we've tried to do that, jokingly, but it's true. I think when you study business and sport and, you either better be different or you better be better, and it's a lot easier to be different.
By the way, Spurrier, I listened to you on Slapping Glass the other day. I was actually going to try to work that into this conversation. That's awesome.
I've used it ever since I had that conversation. Steve Spurrier's on my top 3, right? I mean, it's John Wood and Steve Spurrier, Dabo Sweeney for me. And, it's one thing when I got that time to spend with Coach Spurrier, that was one of the first things he told me is you better be different. And, some people get uncomfortable in differences, but we've got to be different, and we've got to stay different even as this climate's changing.
Another part of that, Lennie Acuff comes to the league. It was somebody you've mentioned several times as far as offense is concerned and what he's capable of doing and how you've leaned on him for inspiration. I jokingly said he could be my father just because of the straight nose and the bald head. And
Lennie didn't like that.
He didn't think it was as funny as I did.
I don't think he liked it.
He didn't like it. But going back to more importantly, whenever you have somebody like that coming into the league, it just speaks volume about the Socon, in my opinion, like how difficult it is to prepare every single night for this league and how different it is. And you talk about be better or be different. Well, it seems like everybody's different in this league.
So therefore, you're having to try to innovate ahead.
Exactly.
And Lennie Acuff has probably been as good to me as any coach in the industry in terms of impact on me as a basketball coach, but also we share very similar values outside of basketball as well. And he was the head coach at Alabama Huntsville. I got obsessed watching his teams play when I was an assistant. I would literally finish my scouting stuff and I'd watch Huntsville games.
Really?
Assistant. Oh yeah. I mean, it was like Princeton with tempo. And so I didn't like the rigidness of Princeton. I wanted to, but then all of a sudden, they're getting the ball out and they're running, they're flying down the court, and then they're mixing in these concepts. And I was like, you know what? If I ever get a shot, that's how I want to play. And so when I was an assistant at Furman under Nico, we were running Brad Underwood's offense, that what they used to run, just the spread or whatever they called it, right off the high post. And we averaged about 67 points a game. And very good defensively, had a good culture, starting to build that base and foundation. And I thought for us to take it to the next level, we had to start scoring more.
Sure.
And so I called Lennie when I got the job, and I said, hey, look, I'll come to Huntsville. He said, you know what? I'm going to come to you. I've coached for a long time.
That checks out.
I want to help you. He came to Greenville for 2 whole days. We sat in our old conference room, and
This was early.
This was 2017. I hadn't coached a game yet.
Wow.
So I got 4 returning players back, and I was 33. I was the 7th youngest head coach in the country. And I'm trying to figure out, do I want to keep doing what we're doing, or do I want to try to be different? And I didn't know it, but I loved it. And I'd studied it enough to where I was starting to figure some of it out. And he was gracious enough to come up to Greenville. And so we went to it, and then I think we scored 80 that first year. And then we got to COVID, and Nico calls me and says, hey, you got to teach me this stuff. And then they started running to Colorado State. And so what's been fun about it is it's created kind of, we all kind of play similarly, and then you're all talking. And so now, Nico's going to do it at Minnesota. They've been doing it at Colorado State. We've done it. Dan Earl plays very similar. Mm-hmm. Now you got Lennie in the league. So the competitive piece for me and what's been fun, last year we were 12-1 in the non-league. And then we get the league, and scouting starts being a little specific with some of our personnel, and they start putting a couple guys in the paint, and it made us a little harder to score. And so it was literally in February I started innovating, and we started doing a little bit more off-the-ball stuff. And so this whole offseason we've been trying to still look like Furman per se, but we're trying to innovate in some areas to where we don't look like everybody else.
How hard is that to cannonball into? Because a lot of times, coaches are like, well, we're going to do this, we're going to do this. It lasts a game and a half, and the guy's like, well, I got to go back to what I'm comfortable to do.
Well, last year, so we had a little dip, late January, because people, like I said, they literally started painting 3 guys. And so at first you change personnel, and then you realize, well, that didn't work. So we got to go back with the people that had us at 12-1, and then we got to schematically change. And so we started flaring and pinning, and we look like Bobby Knight, ball in the middle third, two pair motions, and it had success. It all of a sudden, if you're not going to guard these guys, we're going to screen with them. And so we just said, hey, look, we got 2 great shooters. We got a quarterback at Bend that they're going to play off of, and then we're going to have 2 big-time screeners, and we're just going to go play. And so we've been able to, now that we get to the offseason, it's like, okay, how do we merge this, and how do we play with tempo? our fastest team has been our best team.
Really?
Yeah, our 22-23 team was our fastest team. It's been our best team. We recruited some guys. They're younger, but they're very dynamic. And so we're trying to mix in, we want to play fast. We want to still look like conceptual, but then can we mix in to where we're not just all ball screens and handoffs? Can we mix in some off-the-ball stuff?
Cooper.
Yep.
I remember in the Bahamas, you telling me before he'd ever played a game, you're like, just watch this kid. It's probably not going to happen this year. Yeah. It may not completely happen his sophomore year, but this kid is going to be a stud at some point. Is this the year? Is this the year that he goes from being an upside, a little bit raw, to being a dude?
I think that, I've had to, in sport you see this. We always had the benefit of going after football, right? And I do think not a lot of people talk about this, but I think some of the players that are blasted in the media for not performing at the standard that people think, hey, expectations are now higher, right? There's more money in this.
Sure.
People don't want to say it, but with increased expectation, the further it gets away from reality, the more unhappiness really sets in. And we're seeing that in our world right now. With Cooper, the best thing about Cooper is he works every single day, he shows up every single day. And what I want to make sure is there's a healthy expectation to understand we've been top 10 in retention, but also we've been analytically top 10 in development. And so what I want him to understand is last year you were 8-4 in the Socon.
Yep.
You can't let the noise of this think that, hey, you've got to go be 18-8, right? Because that's going to create a lot of pressure where we've just got to focus on winning the day, go out there and play as hard as you can, let yourself grow into that and understand. You go back and look at Jalen Slauson. Jalen Slauson was 19 points as a freshman. Okay, 31 fouls. I tell him that all the time.
19 points total.
19 total points as a freshman.
That's crazy.
Becomes a draft pick. He's with the Pacers right now, and it was a progression. And I think right now with all the outside noise, people forget about that. He's just going to be a junior.
Yep.
So let's say he goes from 8-4 to 13-7. Is that a good year?
Yeah, hell
it's a great year.
Mm-hmm.
And so let's say you keep developing, and now you go to 17-8,
yep.
and you have a chance to win the league. Well, now all your dreams are in front of you.
Absolutely.
But I think in this climate right now, it's
is he that type of kid that can understand?
Yes,
he seems like the type of kid that is not going to be bothered by the noise.
He totally gets it. His family totally gets it. They're A-plus people. And now we have his brother in the program.
Yeah, that helps.
His family, they're awesome people. And he's just a joy to coach. And you know what? He works at it so hard. There's no cap on his development. There really isn't.
Yeah.
I just want him to hey, enjoy the journey of this. Don't let all the noise become a burden on this.
Yeah.
Just keep getting better. And then, man, you're going to look back on this thing. I asked him this summer, I said, hey, if somebody told you right now, 2 years ago, coming to Furman, that you would be all league as a junior and you would be in this spot to where you're getting this many touches, and would you have believed it? And he said, no.
Really?
But okay, so let's go create another story the next 2 years that you wouldn't believe, but understand it's going to take time to continue to do that. And he's an A-plus person. I mean, he's an A-plus human being, and he's a joy to coach.
I think when you look up and down at your roster, whether it's Tom House or Cooper, you have a lot of retention in the front court. You have some real talent in the back court, but it's young talent. Are they going to be able to use some of those older guys on the wings as crutches? Because I think the first month of the season, even though they are very talented, they're going to have to adjust a little bit. Being able to use some of those older guys as crutches might help things.
They're going to have to, and it's one of those things where the quicker you get to a clarity on what your roster is going to look like in today's climate, I think the better chance you have. And the reality for us is we do have some really good returners. There's no doubt about it. I mean, we've moved Charles Johnson into that 4 slot where Garrett and Slaw were, and he's way more comfortable there. Can really shoot it, can really space the floor. The point guard spot's the biggest question mark for us, right? If you just look at it on paper, it's you lose PJ and Nick. So Nick was the 2, but he backed up PJ, and they were both all-league guys. So
where does that stand?
So basically for us, the last 2 all-conference point guards we've moved from 2 guards to point guard. So we were like, hey, let's try it again. So we as soon as the season was over, we took Ed Bronson and we said, hey, we're going to move you to point.
Yep.
And then we signed some really dynamic guards. They're just young.
Yep.
And so Alex Wilkins is going to play a lot for us. is he going to start? Is he going to come off the bench? Like, that's a little bit still to be determined. But he's a 6'5" point guard, and he is fast, and he plays the game like I personally like the game to be played. But he's young, and we also signed the Mr. Basketball in the state of South Carolina last year. It's been a huge adjustment for him. I give him a hard time.
A lot of tools, though.
Man,
a lot of tools.
But I tell you what, I'm not sure he knew what a pivot was, but he's starting to figure it out. And as he's figuring it out, it's starting to the last 3 days. It's been like, whoa, where'd this come from?
He's a high upside guy.
Oh, through the roof. And
so you got multiple options here.
We got our young talent. Yep. The best thing we have going for us is we have a high ceiling. Mm-hmm. Right, we're going to have to grow into some things. Our non-conference schedule is going to be pretty hard, which we like. But we're going to have a couple guys. We're going to have 3 freshmen in the top 10, and so then. But that other 7 is experienced
enough to be able to kind of not have to do too much.
That's right. The trick's going to be, can we merge the old and the new and get everything aligned and get everything working as one? And that's what our best teams have been able to do, right? Just get to play as one, and that's going to be the trick for us.
I can't wait. November 3rd. No. I cannot wait.
It's going to be fun.
Great game. 6:30. Rock Hill. You guys against High Point. High Point might have the highest. They might have the highest NIL of any one-bid league team in the country.
What you want to guess? That
no,
number?
I'm not going to guess. I'm not doing that on the air. You're not getting me. Look at Bob getting me, flipping it on me, and getting me to kind of sweat it out a little bit. I'm not guessing.
I figured I had to throw.
No, I can't do that.
But at least you did to let everybody know.
Yeah, they're gonna have money.
But you know what? We're going to find out a lot about ourselves early. Nate was nice enough to come open Timmons, so Alabama's coming to Timmons Arena.
That's awesome.
October 26th.
How great is that?
Are you guys televising that? Are you guys going to put it out?
So they're going to do regional Next Star.
Are they?
So you guys come on up, man. We'll set you up a spot right there.
I think I'm going to be. Listen, I would love to.
Sunday, 3 o'clock.
You know where I'm going to be?
Where are you going to be?
I'm celebrating my anniversary, which is November 4th.
It's way more
in
important.
Miami on October 26th.
Terrible excuse.
No. I'm smart.
Maybe we can do a reunion with the crew that called the buzzer beater receiving that.
You guys should.
get Fanta down here.
Get Fanta down here.
I don't know. He's
but we've got Alabama at home.
Yep.
Which is already sold out, and then we got
another good one.
Then we got High Point on the neutral, and then we're bringing Troy. Troy's the first regular season game, so you're going Alabama and 2 tournament teams last year, and so we're going to find out a lot early, and it's gonna be fun.
So is it true? I know your relationship with Dabo, but is it so? You're a South Carolina fan. But you're a huge Clemson guy because who do you like? South Carolina plays Clemson.
So I didn't.
Who do you pull for?
I didn't think you would catch that, but you're so Spurrier or Dabo. How can both those guys?
Correct. You can't.
So
it's like rooting for the Red Sox and the Yankees.
That's right. I've gotten to the point when I was a kid. I grew up in Columbia, so it was like South Carolina. You have to pick one.
Right.
And I remember I'm so competitive when I'd hear these people. Like my dad was like this. My dad was a doctor, and you'd always say, and he was like, I pull for both. And I'd be like, how? You're not allowed to do that, T.O.
Yeah, that's not it.
Well, then my father-in-law, when I met Jessica, we met in college, my wife, and, I went to, he was watching football one day, and he was a successful business guy, and I said, who do you pull for? Which one? He said, I'll pull for both. They're the 2 in-state teams. And so before I ever coached a game, the way this all started, Jordan Sorrells is the GM for Clemson football.
Bought my old house, by the way.
Yep. Jordan played football at Furman.
Okay.
And so in the old building, the football offices were across from the basketball offices when I first got there as an assistant. Mm-hmm. Jordan and I got really close. He was the ops guy for the football team. He goes and works for Dabo. So before I ever coached a game, Jordan arranged for me to be able to come out there. And Dabo was gracious enough that night. We were sitting there on the field, and we were talking, and his SID came up to him, and he said, hey, you have media. And he was like, I got media tonight? And he looked over at me, and he goes, come on. So he takes me to his media pool. I hadn't coached a game yet. And he's like, hey, we got the new Furman basketball coach here. He's got to get used to this. Y'all hit him with a couple questions. Well, I'm looking at my phone that night, and my South Carolina friends are like texting me, like, what in the world is going on?
What are you doing?
What I've told everybody is, listen, this is completely professional, right? This is when you get.
He helped me.
This is completely professional, and but what's ironic is I've actually got to know Shane a little bit as well.
I love him.
And Shane is incredible.
He's a huge college hoops guy.
Huge college hoops guy. Yeah, we'll play not even like a tournament. We'll play a home game.
He knows.
And he'll see the score, and he'll text me and say, "Hey, man, great game, whatever. And that's what people don't understand. Like, we're human. We're all human.
Yep.
We're all in this thing trying to figure it all out. And, you can see in the world right now, like, this stuff's hard. This stuff's difficult. And I think a lot of times people forget.
You want to smile, have fun,
That's right.
have good relationships with people.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
We went to our first South Carolina football game this past weekend.
Pretty cool,
Me and a
isn't
buddy. Wow. I didn't text Beamer before because they lost 2 in a row.
Yep.
So I was like, I'm not bothering this dude now,
Probably
but
wouldn't either.
Huh?
I'm gonna tell you with Shane. I mean, I was telling my friends the other day. I mean, it's hard. One thing you can see in his tenure, his teams always get better.
Yeah.
Like his teams always are playing great late.
Yeah.
And Shane does it the right way.
Yeah.
I mean, we're blessed in this state to have 2 great football coaches that do it the right way.
No doubt.
And but it is kind of funny how that's all kind of worked out.
Unreal. All right. Well, listen, great seeing you. I'm gonna run over when we're done here. Practice. What time do I get to get over there?
Get over there around 3:45.
Okay.
We'll have team meeting and all that. But you're going to be. I don't want to ruin it for you. But the arena.
I may get over early, get a little tour beforehand.
What Jason Donnelly did. I mean, one of the best ADs in the country.
Really good.
In our administration, our president Elizabeth Davis, and our board. I mean, to be able to take something that was designed that poorly and to turn it into something where when you come in there today, you can be like, hold up, this looks like it was all designed for this, and it's mid-major size with high major amenities.
It's awesome.
And it's 10 suites.
That's what you want.
Perfect.
We've got 80 courtside seats. They have their own courtside club in the end zone there. You have another little, like almost like a sports bar that's on the concourse. I mean, it's,
so they still got the beer garden down there on the
it's
end.
official.
A little bit.
No. It's not. It's
They had
not
a
like
beer garden down there.
But now it's on the concourse. So the concourse wraps 360, and so when you walk on the other side of the concourse, they have an elevated, like it's like a sports bar. 3 huge TVs. They're gonna have food. They got the circle tables, and then you still have sight lines.
Nice.
And so it's a really like.
It better not be too entertaining, man. We got to get the guys down to the floor.
The modernization of it is really, really neat. And, the old front of it, you didn't even know you're coming to an arena, right? Mm-hmm. And now they've got, huge glass front.
I haven't been over there since.
You're going to be shocked.
Yeah, I got to go come check it out.
All right. There you have it. Furman coach Bob Richey joining us here on the Socon Media Day. We'll be right back. And we're going to have Socon Commissioner Michael Cross, who I had a chance to catch up with earlier in the week. And then, again, stay tuned, 2 o'clock. The women's portion of the Media Day hosted by none other than my daughter, Talia.
The college basketball season will begin right here on the Field of 68. At 8 a.m. on November 3rd, we will be tipping off the inaugural Field of 68 opening day marathon. 15 hours of nonstop basketball. It will begin in Rock Hill, presented by our friends at Visit York County. Plan your itinerary today at visityorkcounty.com. Winthrop will face off with Queens in the opener, followed by Bradley taking on St. Bonaventure. Then we head out to Sioux Falls, South Dakota, where it'll be presented by Samford Sports, who is changing the way people play and making sports accessible and fun for all. Murray State gets Omaha at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, with Drake taking on Northern Arizona in the second game in Sioux Falls. Then it's back to Rock Hill for a showdown between Furman and High Point, with Merrimack taking on South Dakota State in Sioux Falls in the nightcap. Tickets for all 6 games are on sale now at the links in the description below. Field of 68, opening day.
All right, thanks for joining us, Commissioner.
The college basketball season will begin right here on the Field of 68. At 8 a.m. on November 3rd, we will be tipping off the inaugural Field of 68 opening day marathon. 15 hours of nonstop basketball. It will begin in Rock Hill, presented by our friends at Visit York County. Plan your itinerary today at visityorkcounty.com. Winthrop will face off with Queens in the opener, followed by Bradley taking on St. Bonaventure. Then we head out to Sioux Falls, South Dakota, where it'll be presented by Samford Sports, who is changing the way people play and making sports accessible and fun for all. Murray State gets Omaha at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, with Drake taking on Northern Arizona in the second game in Sioux Falls. Then it's back to Rock Hill for a showdown between Furman and High Point, with Merrimack taking on South Dakota State in Sioux Falls in the nightcap. Tickets for all 6 games are on sale now at the links in the description below. Field of 68, opening day.
All right, thanks for joining us, Commissioner. And Listen, your background, you've only been a commissioner for a couple of years. You were the Knight Commission for a while as a managing director for communication and policy. I want to know, how did that, Michael, prepare you for this gig?
It's a great question, Jeff. So I think the preparation, honestly, and I started utilizing some of these things right out of the gate, is, the communication and policy pieces. Much of what this job is around those two factors. It's around trying to make sure you've got good policies in place, trying to make sure you're upholding those policies for your membership. And then the second piece is relates to communication, particularly to your CEOs and your athletics directors, who are, really frontline, working with coaches, dealing with the boots on the ground issues of all the stuff that's happening nationally, are very informative. And then the last piece I would say, and I didn't anticipate this, really revolves around the national landscape, is, dealing with the SCORE Act, dealing with, settlement terms, like all of those types of things really relate, and the preparation of dealing with a lot of those, thought exercises that you deal with at the the Knight Commission level, I thought was great preparation for this, and it's been a lot of fun so far. I enjoy it.
Yeah, fun. I'm sure it's been fun, but it's challenging. Let's be honest. The life of a college commissioner, of a conference commissioner, not easy these days. How much better are you feeling today than maybe a year ago with regards more to realignment? Forget about, we'll get into some of the other stuff, the portal and NIL, in a little bit. But in terms of realignment, do you feel like it's kind of settled down a little bit, or are you still on edge?
So I think your head is always on a swivel trying to understand where are your current members, and I think trying to position yourself so that other people look and think about, is that a place that we might want to join and want to be a part of the membership? So we constantly try to position ourselves in ways that put out a positive message and talk about the strengths of our conference. And our catchphrase is "It's all here." The "It's all here" catchphrase encompasses a lot of things. It encompasses strong leadership from athletics directors, presidents, coaches. Those things matter a lot. Academic quality matters a lot. Competitiveness matters a lot. And our conference, certainly in the sport of basketball, continues to punch above its weight. And then the other thing that's an incredible strength for us is the geography of the conference. I mean, we really don't have any situations where people need to think about getting in a plane to travel against conference competition. Obviously, we've added a school for next year in Tennessee Tech. They check all the boxes as it relates to those four things I just mentioned. And, it's going to help solve problems. It's going to help bring more home games to our campuses. It's going to give more competition. And you know the challenges related to basketball scheduling and what we're facing on that front for a variety of reasons that we can certainly get into. And so we feel like, that additional school puts us in a good spot, and I think gives us a lot of stability, to tell you the truth. Whether any more come will remain to be seen. I don't want to get too specific on, what we're thinking, but there's a lot of opportunity in front of us, and I feel like we're in a really, really good place right now.
I love the league. I love the league. I love being able to, go to Citadel games down the street. I just moved to Charleston, so that part's fun, Michael. And like you said, I mean, a lot of these schools are drivable, which you look around the country now with realignment, and that's not the case in a lot of these leagues anymore. So that's changed a little bit. Give me a little bit of a glimpse into what the hot button topic or topics were in your men's basketball league meetings in the off season.
So, the topics that we spend a lot of time on really go back to this issue of competitiveness, number one, and how do you continue to be competitive? And it's in an environment where there's a lot of money flowing into the system in a lot of different ways. Obviously NIL is a part of that, people investing in their basketball rosters. And we've got a dynamic in our conference right now where 8 of our 10 institutions have opted in, 2 have not. So working through some of those things I think is an interesting challenge. But that's a piece of it for sure. The scheduling piece is evergreen. I mean, the reality is that there's a system in place right now that rewards 2 types of games. It rewards games that allow you to manufacture efficiency and you do that by just blowing people out. And the other type of game that is rewarded is playing somebody that doesn't come across as a bad loss. And what's happening is that this emphasis on quad one coupled with efficiency is just really pushing this idea that you don't want to play somebody. I mean, think about what a quad one game is. 1 through 30. Less than 10% is considered a good game to play in your own building. Like, that doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense whatsoever. And the same teams that are benefiting from that structure have zero incentive to go on the road. They don't want to play out of their own building because they risk a loss. They don't want to play out of their own building because there's a revenue hit. So we have further incentivized what was already a challenging environment to further push people to either ends of the spectrum. And there's a number of coaches that have talked about this, and we're watching and seeing it up close and personal across our conference, where our teams have a really, really difficult time, if not impossible task, to find the types of games that we look and go, that would be a good game for our top teams. And honestly, it'd be a good game for teams in other conferences. We'll call it Power 4, Power 5 conferences. But the system and the metrics say don't play that game, and that's a problem. And the committee needs to address that, and they need to address it directly and think about that in the context of a whole host of things if they really want to understand what's going on in the basketball landscape. Everybody knows this is a problem, and nobody wants to talk about it or deal with it.
No, you're right. You're right. And it worries me because, again, I think if the tournament does expand, which everybody's talking about it going to expand here in the next year, whether it's a 72 or 76, I think most of us want to see mid-majors like teams from the Socon get a chance at those bids. And it's harder and harder because, like you said, your league isn't getting the opportunities to play those teams. How much do you worry that eventually that the big boys don't even want you guys in the tournament? Do you worry about that? Because I do. I think they just want more money, and maybe even when the contract runs out here in a few years, that they're going to try to do something that encourages just high major teams. And the beauty of the tournament, to me, still lies in the first round upset.
Yeah, so the question you're asking is a good one. And I have a quote in my office that says, the more prosperous a sport becomes, the more likely it is to destroy the reasons for its prosperity. And that's what we're facing right now in college basketball is, we've got an incredible level of prosperity in this sport. The March Madness tournament is an absolute icon and cultural phenomenon on the calendar, certainly incorporating the month of March and early April. And the challenge that you've got is the debate around, do we pursue more money or do we continue to hold true to the ideals and the feel and the culture that surrounds what we're doing? Let's use the Masters as a parallel example. There's no question the Masters could go out and Augusta National could go out and just monetize the heck out of that championship. And they make a conscious choice to not do it because they value other things over trying to maximize and wring out every penny from that experience. I think the same principle has to apply here. And you've got to think about the broader ecosystem. You can't have structures in place from an analytics standpoint, from a selection standpoint, that create a really unfortunate set of circumstances. And you've got to think about the big picture. But there's no question there's absolutely value in the brands of those top institutions. We not being part of a Big Ten experience would be damaging in a lot of ways. And that's not something we want to see. And I would love to see a broader conversation about keeping our eyes on the bigger picture and trying to continue to make this event as great as it can be. I'm not super hung up on 68 versus 72 versus 76. I've actually argued to some people, if you're going to go that far, we should go to 80 because we should be using multiples of 16. But that's a conversation for another day. Or maybe it's not. Maybe you want to talk about it right now. I don't know.
No, I mean, I think it's interesting to see where it's going to go. But to me, the biggest thing about it is don't screw this thing up. If you want to add a few teams, and I've been kind of against it for the most part. I think it works right now. But if you want to add a few teams, I'm fine with that. But give the mids, like the Socon, like the CA, like some of these other leagues, give you guys a legitimate shot to get some of those bids, because I don't want to see, the 15th place team in the SEC playing the 15th place team in the big, in the ACC. I don't think anybody does, to be honest. So, all right. In terms of the portal, Michael, how do we fix this? How do we fix this? Because it's gotten out of control. I think the best way to do it, and I don't know if it can be done, but is to make it a one-time freebie to transfer and not have to sit out. And after that, you have to sit out. But I don't think the NCAA is going to have a leg to stand on with that if they try to do that. So is there a way of fixing it, or is it too late? Because again, this is another area of concern for me, for you guys, because you get absolutely ravaged for the most part these days because the disparity in money for NIL is so significant from what even the best teams in your league can offer, to Duke, Carolina, even the lower tier teams, in the ACC, even Boston College can offer twice as much money. And you can't blame a kid, for taking that money, to be honest.
Well, so I think there's a couple pieces here. One, the transfer portal goes in both directions. And, there's clearly athletes who look and go, hey, this is my opportunity. And they want to take advantage of those opportunities. And, I think the balance of money and minutes is something that, athletes don't do a good job of evaluating. They focus more on the money and less on, what's this going to mean for my longer term prospects as I go into my sophomore year or my junior year or my senior year, or honestly playing professionally after your collegiate career has ended. So, hey, great to take a check. Certainly can become life-changing money in some cases, but if that happens and your minutes go from being an all-conference performer and you're averaging, 18.6 assists or 18.6 boards, whatever it might be, and you go to averaging, 2 and 3 at a higher level, I'm not sure what that says about your possibilities. So that's one observation I would make. Your comment in your evaluation about the idea of saying, hey, let's say you get one chance to move and then we're gonna make you sit for a year. A lot of that ties into the SCORE Act. That's trying to make its way through Congress right now, and there's a lot of discussion about, is it a good idea, is it a bad idea? Foundationally, we are an educational entity, and the NCAA is trying to reinforce that notion. And I don't know how you could possibly argue that playing for 4 teams in 4 years is good for your educational process. And we've lost that component because of actions by attorneys general from various states, from people continually petitioning and saying, hey, I want a waiver for my particular situation because I'm special, or this is a little bit different than what happened over here. So we've got to have some ability to enforce rules around those types of dynamics. And, we're going to find out pretty quickly what the end result is related to graduation rates and those types of things, which we really need to continue to have in the forefront of our mind and our thinking. And then the other thing, and this goes back to the business side of the equation, is all of the movement is not helpful for the marketing, the efforts that people are trying to encourage on campus. So the idea that you're going to ask a donor to write a check to help support NIL initiatives, pay revenue sharing, et cetera, and we've basically got 6 to 9 month contracts, and then somebody's a free agent and they go back into the world. That's an economic model, but that's not a good business model. And if the business model isn't healthy, nobody's going to benefit. If the bottom falls out on attendance, if the bottom falls out on TV interest, everybody's going to suffer. So again, going back to my quote before about the more prosperous a sport becomes, we've got to keep our eyes on that. But similarly, people are going to act in their own individual best interests, and that's why we are where we are.
All right. Well, listen, thanks for your time, Commissioner. Appreciate it. And we will be right back after this with more from Socon Media Day. All right, thanks for joining us, Commissioner. And listen, your background, you've only been a commissioner for a couple of years. You were the Knight Commission for a while as a managing director for communication and policy. I want to know, how did that, Michael, prepare you for this gig?
It's a great question, Jeff. So I think the preparation, honestly, and I started utilizing some of these things right out of the gate, is, the communication and policy pieces. Much of what this job is around those two factors. It's around trying to make sure you've got good policies in place, trying to make sure you're upholding those policies for your membership. And then the second piece relates to communication, particularly to your CEOs and your athletics directors, who are, really frontline, working with coaches, dealing with the boots on the ground issues of all the stuff that's happening nationally, are very informative. And then the last piece I would say, and I didn't anticipate this, really revolves around the national landscape, is, dealing with the SCORE Act, dealing with, settlement terms, like all of those types of things really relate, and the preparation of dealing with a lot of those, thought exercises that you deal with at the the Knight Commission level, I thought was great preparation for this, and it's been a lot of fun so far. I enjoy it.
Yeah, fun. I'm sure it's been fun, but it's challenging. Let's be honest. The life of a college commissioner, of a conference commissioner, not easy these days. How much better are you feeling today than maybe a year ago with regards more to realignment? Forget about, we'll get into some of the other stuff, the portal and NIL, in a little bit. But in terms of realignment, do you feel like it's kind of settled down a little bit, or are you still on edge?
So I think your head is always on a swivel trying to understand where are your current members, and I think trying to position yourself so that other people look and think about, is that a place that we might want to join and want to be a part of the membership? So we constantly try to position ourselves in ways that put out a positive message and talk about the strengths of our conference. And our catchphrase is "It's all here." The "It's all here" catchphrase encompasses a lot of things. It encompasses strong leadership from athletics directors, presidents, coaches. Those things matter a lot. Academic quality matters a lot. Competitiveness matters a lot. And our conference, certainly in the sport of basketball, continues to punch above its weight. And then the other thing that's an incredible strength for us is the geography of the conference. I mean, we really don't have any situations where people need to think about getting in a plane to travel against conference competition. Obviously, we've added a school for next year in Tennessee Tech. They check all the boxes as it relates to those four things I just mentioned. And, it's going to help solve problems. It's going to help bring more home games to our campuses. It's going to give more competition. And you know the challenges related to basketball scheduling and what we're facing on that front for a variety of reasons that we can certainly get into. And so we feel like, that additional school puts us in a good spot, and I think gives us a lot of stability, to tell you the truth. Whether any more come will remain to be seen, and I don't want to get too specific on what we're thinking, but there's a lot of opportunity in front of us, and I feel like we're in a really, really good place right now.
I love the league. I love the league. I love being able to, go to Citadel games down the street. I just moved to Charleston, so that part's fun, Michael. And like you said, I mean, a lot of these schools are drivable, which you look around the country now with realignment, and that's not the case in a lot of these leagues anymore. So that's changed a little bit. Give me a little bit of a glimpse into what the hot button topic or topics were in your men's basketball league meetings in the off season.
So, the topics that we spend a lot of time on really go back to this issue of competitiveness, number one, and how do you continue to be competitive? And it's in an environment where there's a lot of money flowing into the system in a lot of different ways. Obviously NIL is a part of that, people investing in their basketball rosters. And we've got a dynamic in our conference right now where 8 of our 10 institutions have opted in, 2 have not. So working through some of those things I think is an interesting challenge. But that's a piece of it for sure. The scheduling piece is evergreen. I mean, the reality is that there's a system in place right now that rewards 2 types of games. It rewards games that allow you to manufacture efficiency and you do that by just blowing people out. And the other type of game that is rewarded is playing somebody that doesn't come across as a bad loss. And what's happening is that this emphasis on quad one coupled with efficiency is just really pushing this idea that you don't want to play somebody. I mean, think about what a quad one game is. 1 through 30. Less than 10% is considered a good game to play in your own building. Like, that doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense whatsoever. And the same teams that are benefiting from that structure have zero incentive to go on the road. They don't want to play out of their own building because they risk a loss. They don't want to play out of their own building because there's a revenue hit. So we have further incentivized what was already a challenging environment to further push people to either ends of the spectrum. And there's a number of coaches that have talked about this, and we're watching and seeing it up close and personal across our conference, where our teams have a really, really difficult time, if not impossible task, to find the types of games that we look and go, that would be a good game for our top teams. And honestly, it'd be a good game for teams in other conferences. We'll call it Power 4, Power 5 conferences. But the system and the metrics say don't play that game, and that's a problem. And the committee needs to address that, and they need to address it directly and think about that in the context of a whole host of things if they really want to understand what's going on in the basketball landscape. Everybody knows this is a problem, and nobody wants to talk about it or deal with it.
No, you're right. You're right. And it worries me because, again, I think if the tournament does expand, which everybody's talking about it going to expand here in the next year, whether it's a 72 or 76, I think most of us want to see mid-majors like teams from the Socon get a chance at those bids. And it's harder and harder because, like you said, your league isn't getting the opportunities to play those teams. How much do you worry that eventually that the big boys don't even want you guys in the tournament? Do you worry about that? Because I do. I think they just want more money, and maybe even when the contract runs out here in a few years, that they're going to try to do something that encourages just high major teams. And the beauty of the tournament, to me, still lies in the first round upset.
Yeah, so the question you're asking is a good one. And I have a quote in my office that says, the more prosperous a sport becomes, the more likely it is to destroy the reasons for its prosperity. And that's what we're facing right now in college basketball is, we've got an incredible level of prosperity in this sport. The March Madness tournament is an absolute icon and cultural phenomenon on the calendar, certainly incorporating the month of March and early April. And the challenge that you've got is the debate around, do we pursue more money or do we continue to hold true to the ideals and the feel and the culture that surrounds what we're doing? Let's use the Masters as a parallel example. There's no question the Masters could go out and Augusta National could go out and just monetize the heck out of that championship. And they make a conscious choice to not do it because they value other things over trying to maximize and wring out every penny from that experience. I think the same principle has to apply here. And you've got to think about the broader ecosystem. You can't have structures in place from an analytics standpoint, from a selection standpoint, that create a really unfortunate set of circumstances. And you've got to think about the big picture. But there's no question there's absolutely value in the brands of those top institutions. We not being part of a Big Ten experience would be damaging in a lot of ways. And that's not something we want to see. And I would love to see a broader conversation about keeping our eyes on the bigger picture and trying to continue to make this event as great as it can be. I'm not super hung up on 68 versus 72 versus 76. I've actually argued to some people, if you're going to go that far, we should go to 80 because we should be using multiples of 16. But that's a conversation for another day. Or maybe it's not. Maybe you want to talk about it right now. I don't know.
No, I mean, I think it's interesting to see where it's going to go. But to me, the biggest thing about it is don't screw this thing up. If you want to add a few teams, and I've been kind of against it for the most part. I think it works right now. But if you want to add a few teams, I'm fine with that. But give the mids, like the Socon, like the CA, like some of these other leagues, give you guys a legitimate shot to get some of those bids, because I don't want to see, the 15th place team in the SEC playing the 15th place team in the big, in the ACC. I don't think anybody does, to be honest. So, all right. In terms of the portal, Michael, how do we fix this? How do we fix this? Because it's gotten out of control. I think the best way to do it, and I don't know if it can be done, but is to make it a one-time freebie to transfer and not have to sit out. And after that, you have to sit out. But I don't think the NCAA is going to have a leg to stand on with that if they try to do that. So is there a way of fixing it, or is it too late? Because, again, this is another area of concern for me, for you guys, because you get absolutely ravaged for the most part these days, because the disparity in money for NIL is so significant from what even the best teams in your league can offer, to Duke, Carolina, even the lower tier teams, in the ACC, even Boston College can offer twice as much money. And you can't blame a kid, for taking that money, to be honest.
Well, so I think there's a couple pieces here. One, the transfer portal goes in both directions. And, there's clearly athletes who look and go, hey, this is my opportunity. And they want to take advantage of those opportunities. And, I think the balance of money and minutes is something that, athletes don't do a good job of evaluating. They focus more on the money and less on, what's this going to mean for my longer term prospects as I go into my sophomore year or my junior year or my senior year, or honestly playing professionally after your collegiate career has ended. So, hey, great to take a check. Certainly can become life-changing money in some cases, but if that happens and your minutes go from being an all-conference performer and you're averaging, 18.6 assists or 18.6 boards, whatever it might be, and you go to averaging, 2 and 3 at a higher level, I'm not sure what that says about your possibilities. So that's one observation I would make. Your comment and your evaluation about the idea of saying, hey, let's say you get one chance to move and then we're gonna make you sit for a year. A lot of that ties into the SCORE Act. That's trying to make its way through Congress right now, and there's a lot of discussion about, is it a good idea, is it a bad idea? Foundationally, we are an educational entity, and the NCAA is trying to reinforce that notion. And I don't know how you could possibly argue that playing for 4 teams in 4 years is good for your educational process. And we've lost that component because of actions by attorneys general from various states, from people continually petitioning and saying, hey, I want a waiver for my particular situation because I'm special, or this is a little bit different than what happened over here. So we've got to have some ability to enforce rules around those types of dynamics. And, we're going to find out pretty quickly what the end result is related to graduation rates and those types of things, which we really need to continue to have in the forefront of our mind and our thinking. And then the other thing, and this goes back to the business side of the equation, is all of the movement is not helpful for the marketing, the efforts that people are trying to encourage on campus. So the idea that you're going to ask a donor to write a check to help support NIL initiatives, pay revenue sharing, et cetera, and we've basically got 6 to 9 month contracts, and then somebody's a free agent and they go back into the world. That's an economic model, but that's not a good business model. And if the business model isn't healthy, nobody's going to benefit. If the bottom falls out on attendance, if the bottom falls out on TV interest, everybody's going to suffer. So again, going back to my quote before about the more prosperous the sport becomes, we've got to keep our eyes on that. But similarly, people are going to act in their own individual best interest, and that's why we are where we are.
All right. Well, listen, thanks for your time, Commissioner. Appreciate it. And we will be right back after this with more from Socon Media Day.
The college basketball season will begin right here on the Field of 68. At 8 a.m. on November 3rd, we will be tipping off the inaugural Field of 68 opening day marathon. 15 hours of non-stop basketball. It will begin in Rock Hill, presented by our friends at Visit York County. Plan your itinerary today at visityorkcounty.com. Winthrop will face off with Queens in the opener, followed by Bradley taking on St. Bonaventure. Then we head out to Sioux Falls, South Dakota, where it'll be presented by Samford Sports, who is changing the way people play and making sports accessible and fun for all. Murray State gets Omaha at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, with Drake taking on Northern Arizona in the second game in Sioux Falls. Then it's back to Rock Hill for a showdown between Furman and High Point, with Merrimack taking on South Dakota State in Sioux Falls in the nightcap. Tickets for all 6 games are on sale now at the links in the description below. Field of 68, opening day. Do you need your fix of college basketball analysis at the end of every night during the season? If you crave instant reactions and informed breakdowns, make sure you tune into the Field of 68 After Dark every night, with access to the biggest stars in the sport and a cast of characters that includes the likes of Tyler Hansborough, Randolph Childress, John Fanta, John Henson, Terrence Oglesby, Jarrell McNeil, and many, many more. The Field of 68 After Dark is where college basketball happens.
Talia Goodman, this is Socon Women's Basketball Media Day. Very excited to be here for the next few hours talking to some of the great coaches in this league. So get ready, strap in. We're going to be here for the next few hours. If you're listening in earlier to the men's basketball section of all this, you heard my dad babbling on for hours. Hopefully I'll be a little reprieve from that, a little calmer over here during the women's basketball section of this. But first off, what a great league. Last year, really, really exciting basketball, great athletes, and great coaches come out of this league and stay in this league. So I'm really excited to sit down and have the chance to talk about them. And just a few hours ago, we got the preseason poll, which I'm really excited to break down here for a few minutes. And it doesn't look vastly different from how the teams finished last year. There's only really 2 differences in this preseason poll. We got Chattanooga coming in at number 1. Second-year head coach Deandra Shermer did a phenomenal job last year. The team finished second, and they had plenty of injuries. So coming into this year, they are favored to win the league. And the reigning champion, UNC Greensboro, comes in at number 2. They return some good pieces and add some, and it's looking like it could be a fight between those two to take it this year. Otherwise, a pretty similar standings here. We got East Tennessee State coming in at number 3. We got Wofford at number 4. Some major turnover there, but they've added some pieces to really help boost them. Furman coming in at 5. We got Samford and new head coach Matt Wise, who was elevated from associate head coach. They're at number 6. And then at the bottom, we got Western Carolina and Mercer. So the only other change between, other than those top 2, is we kind of just flip Furman and Samford around with new head coach coming to town. Maybe expectations are looking a little bit different there, but he was able to retain a lot for a first-year head coach. Obviously, he's been with the program for 3 years, but he was able to return several pretty key pieces, and the freshmen coming in more than you'd expect in this day and age, first of all, and at a program with a new head coach. And then other than these preseason standings, we've also got our preseason player of the year in the all-conference team, and I don't think it's any surprise who the player of the year is this year. It's Chattanooga's Kaya Elizalde, and she is actually the only returning player from last year's Socon first team or second team. All the other ones, they all graduated or transferred out of the Socon, so she's the only returner we got there. And then rounding out the rest of the preseason all-Socon team, we got Megan Downing, senior at ETSU. Carmen Richardson, a sophomore at ETSU. We got a player from Furman. We got Claire Coyle, who's just a sophomore, had a phenomenal year as a freshman last year. Ariana Bennett at Mercer, Kaya Asadanya, a junior at UNC-G, and another one from UNC-G, Jayla Lee, and then redshirt senior Emily Bowman at Samford, Gianna Corbett, another one who had a phenomenal freshman year at Chattanooga, and she's back, and then, of course, Kaya Elizalde at Chattanooga, who is the player of the year preseason, and to round it all out, we got Wofford's Molly Massingale. So it's a pretty loaded group there, and there's a few things that stand out about this league this year, and one of them is that they aren't scared to play great teams in the non-conference slate. We got plenty of these teams, going on the road to not just high major teams, but projected tournament teams, some of them visiting North Carolina or Florida or Clemson. And so they're not shying away from a challenge there. They're ready to go. And I'm excited to see what they can do. I think the team, as most of us are most excited to see this year, we got Chattanooga in first place. And so I'm excited to see what they do. And when we come back, we will be talking to our first head coach of the day, Matt Wise at Samford. So we'll be back in a few.
The college basketball season will begin right here on the Field of 68. At 8 a.m. on November 3rd, we will be tipping off the inaugural Field of 68 opening day marathon. 15 hours of nonstop basketball. It will begin in Rock Hill, presented by our friends at Visit York County. Plan your itinerary today at visityorkcounty.com. Winthrop will face off with Queens in the opener, followed by Bradley taking on St. Bonaventure. Then we head out to Sioux Falls, South Dakota, where it'll be presented by Samford Sports, who is changing the way people play and making sports accessible and fun for all. Murray State gets Omaha at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, with Drake taking on Northern Arizona in the second game in Sioux Falls. Then it's back to Rock Hill for a showdown between Furman and High Point, with Merrimack taking on South Dakota State in Sioux Falls in the nightcap. Tickets for all 6 games are on sale now at the links in the description below. Field of 68 opening day.
Welcome back to Socon Women's Basketball Media Day. I'm here with our first head coach of the day. The expectations are high for you here. I'm here with Matt Wise, first-year head coach at Samford. Matt, I just learned, you just told me this, that your wife is from Bloomington. You got married there, so I need to ask the big question. I'm obviously an IU student. I'm finishing up my last semester, so I got a little bit of time to explore. What's your favorite food spot in Bloomington? We're going to start off with it.
Okay, favorite spots in Bloomington. Yeah. We did actually the night before we got married. Okay. We had an event at Nick's.
Oh,
there
Nick's,
may or may not have been a lot of Sink the Biz being played that night.
I was going to say.
Earlier that week, we did an event at Upland and kind of did the dining room there. But best spot, my favorite food is wings. Yeah. So Buffalo Louie's is the best.
It is.
Yes.
It's a great spot. Well, small world. We got to get you back to Bloomington here at some point soon, and we'll maybe play some Sink the Biz.
I'm in.
We're setting it up now. But Matt, so obviously this is your first year as head coach at Samford, but you've been with the program for a few years. What was this transition like for you? What was the off season like?
Busy, as you can imagine. But exciting and fun and blessed. I think a lot of it is based on the people around us, right? And so this group of players we have, this staff that we were able to put together, and a lot of it keep intact, the group of people across our campus, our administration, to our hallway is all the women's staffs, and they're all so successful and they're so generous with their time and advice and to lean on. So as far as the transition, while it was extremely busy, I wouldn't classify it as overly stressful, because while there were moments of high tension or things that we had to get done that might typically stress you out, when you can lean on really good people, it's not that bad.
What was your mindset, your plan of attack when you first, got elevated to head coach? Obviously, looking at it, yes, you lost a few players to the portal to some high major programs, but you were able to return a lot, not only, in this day and age when everyone kind of is switching spots, but for a first-year head coach, able to return a lot. What was kind of your plan of attack?
While Samford is an unbelievable spot in and of itself, it's gorgeous. The campus is beautiful. It's, like I said, really good people, but it's high academic, it's value driven, it's faith based. It has all these unbelievable qualities that sell itself. As far as recruiting people, and I mean recruiting our staff, but recruiting our current players to come back and not leave, recruiting our committed kids to stay committed, the next class. I think that people, they don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it, right? And them hearing the passion, the energy, the enthusiasm, the care for people, like a people first program where we're trying to be transformational and not transactional, to a style of play and a belief system in the style of play of being tough, being gritty, but playing with confidence, playing with belief, and a love and a passion that I think that people, when they hear that is what they're excited to come be a part of.
Yeah, absolutely. And Emily Bowman is someone who, you wanted to get back, I'm sure, and she's someone who's been a big piece of this program, coming back for her senior year. Not only has she been so much fun to watch, but she's such a talented, kind of rare kind of player to have in this league. How important was it to get her back, and what have you seen from her this offseason?
Emily is unbelievable. First of all, this offseason she got married.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
So we had that transition for her and her family. And she absolutely is a huge part of what we do defensively. Yes, yes, everybody sees the length and everybody sees the size. But
the size is rare. There's not many 6'5" kids in this.
But I promise you, what she does better than her size is her basketball intelligence defensively. Her understanding of pick and roll coverages, off ball coverages, her communication. She has such a savviness to her defense that I don't think people see, because people see her size and they expect production in the statistical categories, and some nights it does, some nights it doesn't. That's basketball. But every single night, what she can do at the defensive end of the floor in terms of anchoring the entire thing, it's unbelievable. And she's such a hard worker and good person. She is such a joy to coach every single day.
So can we expect more of the same from her this year?
I think that for her, what she needs to bring for us to be successful is to just be herself. Yeah. She doesn't have to produce statistically, because like I said, that's not even what her superpower is. Right. So when she can just be the best version of her and truly, authentically, without any wavering, be herself, she'll be fine.
Yeah, awesome. And something that people might not know about you is that you're not the only coach in your family, right? Your mom, I'm a big volleyball fan. That's like my second favorite sport to watch, to cover. I love the Indiana team, but your mom is obviously a legendary volleyball coach. What kind of lessons did she instill in you about coaching that you've kind of taken and been able to use so far?
Yeah, it's great. Every morning I'm driving into work and I call my parents, and so we'll usually have a debate about, how are you going to handle the balance of workload on your players, or how are you preparing your players for practice, or are you preparing practice for your players? And okay, you have this person who went against a team rule. How are you handling the accountability factor with them? And so, yeah, I'm constantly leaning on them. But I will tell you this, as far as advice from my mom and going through this, I think the biggest piece of advice hasn't been coaching related. It's been parenting and spousal advice, is the ability and importance of being where your feet are, and that you don't have enough time to give to everybody. But with the time that you do have to give, you got to give the max that you got. And that is certainly how we were raised. That's been my experience with her. And so trying to then give that to my kids and my wife.
I love that. I'm sure it's super helpful to have, parents who are so knowledgeable about all this too, as you're kind of transitioning into this new role here. Is it like tough love they're giving you, or is it like, are you fighting in the car on these car rides, calling them, you're like, no, I want to do it this way, or is it?
Usually not. We maybe a couple disagreements. We did have a moment where she had given me advice and I went against it, but it wasn't.
What was the advice?
Not to run a player who got in trouble. Okay. And I didn't straight run the player, but we did a hard drill as a team. But what's great is the communication, the conversation afterwards is so much fun because it's now like a debate of how do you think that worked? Well, what would you have done differently? And so
like
that
lawyers.
part of it is so much fun.
You're like lawyers going back and forth at trial.
Literally. That is like family communication in our household.
I love it. That's awesome. Well, you were able to bring back players other than just Emily too, who obviously is such a big part of what you do, but you were able to bring back some others. Who has been, whether the most improved or really stuck out from the kids you're able to bring back that you think will see a bigger role this year?
You know, we have a fascinating dynamic on this roster where we have 4 seniors and then we have a whole bunch of freshmen and not a whole lot kind of in between. So that dynamic has been interesting. So of those older players that have come back, it has been awesome. We have 2 senior point guards with Sierra Godbold and Jada Knight, and their leadership and belief in our staff and in each other and the way that they have led vocally and the way that they have set the tone has been fantastic. Emily Bowman's consistent work has been fantastic. Alyssa Tarpley is the 4th senior, and she's kind of been a linchpin of the program for 4 years now, as consistent as they come with attitude and effort. So that senior class has been huge for us. And then, you know, we've got Aubrey Blankenship, who we were able to get to come back, and, you know, she shot 45% from 3 last year in conference play. Will she do it again? I don't know, because I think the scouting report's going to be out. But I got to tell you, the way she shot it in practice, I think she'll have a chance. And then this group of young players that we've been able to bring in a little from the portal and a lot of freshmen, you know, have really had a good start to practice. Now, you don't win games at this point, but I'm very pleased with where I see everybody right now.
What's the biggest strength as you see it with this group?
The biggest strength, I think, for this group has been their natural competitive intensity. I haven't felt the need to pull that out of them, which has allowed us in practice to work on details. When you're not having to coach effort to the extreme or competitiveness to the extreme or toughness to the extreme, then you can focus on, you know, more specific details within. And so that part has been fantastic. It is a group that is starting to buy into the defensive end of the floor. The only thing is the defense looks pretty bad when they shoot it as well as they've been shooting in practice.
Fair enough. Well, what are your goals for, obviously, year one? You've been here, you know this team, you know the school, you know what is possible here. What do you like about, you know, Samford as a whole, and what do you hope to accomplish here in year one and past year one?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, because you do have to have a vision of where you're trying to go. For a lot of these players, they do know me, and they do know what we've established, and they've been a part of it. But you know, the catchword is culture, right?
Yeah.
That's what everybody's going to talk about. But I do buy Shaka's definition of culture being the way that we act, interact, and react. And well, that means that that's not necessarily the drills we do, which could be similar or different. That's not necessarily the offense or defense we run, which could be similar or different. But the way that we act and interact and react is always going to be different, because you've got new people. Right. And so that's constantly changing. It's constantly evolving. And so for me, the goals are for us to establish our identity and culture as a program built on love, development, and growth, and competing. Like that is where we want to hang our hat. You should be able to come watch us play with your eyes closed and say, wow, that team loves each other and they are tough and they compete. Or wow, like you should come earmuffed and only watch us and think, wow, that team is loving and competing and growing all the time. To me, it's about establishing that core identity for us. And then the win-loss column will take care of itself.
How do you get there? How do you get your players to buy into that state of mind and get to that, you know, I can come in earmuffed or whatever and just see it? How do you get to that point?
Yeah, I mean, your communication, your vocabulary, but also the way you carry yourself, like your belief system, right? That all goes into it. And so, you know, we talk with our players a lot about most people in life. I'm going to get philosophical because I always do.
I heard you're a very philosophical guy. That's coming.
How about I like to read and listen a lot to smart people, but most people operate like this. they start with how they feel. That leads to how they think, which leads to their actions, which create their results, which give them new feelings. So I feel tired. I think I'm going to sleep in. I don't go get my workout in. Result is I'm lazy, which leads to my new feeling of I really don't want to go work out the next time. You get caught in this cycle. And we talk to our players about when you're talking about establishing an identity, is the trick is to not start with how you feel or what you think. It's to start with the action. So despite how I feel, despite what I'm thinking, I can still choose my action.
I think I'm going to use this.
So I feel tired. I think I'm going to sleep in. I still get my tail up out of bed and go get my workout in, right? And so that is a large part of establishing the culture, is fighting that human nature of how do people feel, what are they thinking, and instead get to the doing, get to the action for them.
No, this leads so well into my next question for you, because a little birdie told me that you are like the biggest book nerd in the world, and all you do, you rattle off quotes, you have this great memory, you love science books, psychology books, whatever. I need to know what you're reading right now, what I need to be reading right now.
Okay, right now, we got a group of head coaches at Samford and assistants as well, and we're doing a book read together that is Lead for God's Sake. So we're reading that one. I'm also reading The Second Mountain when I get chances to read it.
Okay.
And then I'm listening to on audiobook. I had never read The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People.
Okay, yeah.
And so I'm working my way through.
So you got 3 going at the same time right now?
Yeah, 3 going.
How are we keeping track of all the different? How are we doing that? I see. I'm a one book at a time, and I'm a huge reader. Like I'm always reading a book constantly, but I can't do the whole. I know people do 10 at a time. That's not
including the fiction that I read at night before I go to bed. Because if I read one of these other like thinking books as I go to bed, I don't sleep. The wheels are turning.
That makes sense. Well, I love it, and I hope it all translates to the team this year. I love the psychology behind it all. And really excited to see what you guys do and are able to achieve this year. So it was great talking to you, getting to know you, and we will be back in a few minutes with our next head coach.
Thanks for having me.
The college basketball season will begin right here on the Field of 68. At 8 a.m. on November 3rd, we will be tipping off the inaugural Field of 68 opening day marathon. 15 hours of nonstop basketball. It will begin in Rock Hill, presented by our friends at Visit York County. Plan your itinerary today at visityorkcounty.com. Winthrop will face off with Queens in the opener, followed by Bradley taking on St. Bonaventure. Then we head out to Sioux Falls, South Dakota, where it'll be presented by Samford Sports, who is changing the way people play and making sports accessible and fun for all. Murray State gets Omaha at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, with Drake taking on Northern Arizona in the second game in Sioux Falls. Then it's back to Rock Hill for a showdown between Furman and High Point, with Merrimack taking on South Dakota State in Sioux Falls in the nightcap. Tickets for all 6 games are on sale now at the links in the description below. Field of 68 opening day.
Welcome back. I'm Talia Goodman. This is Socon Women's Basketball Media Day. And next up, we got Chattanooga head coach Deandra Shermer. You're in your second year here at Chattanooga, and what a great job you did in your first year. Obviously, a great foundation to build upon into this year. Some players coming back from injury, a lot going on. What did you learn in your first year at Chattanooga?
I think coming into the season, we knew how challenging the Socon was, and there was a lot of parity in the league. And I think that being able to get a feel for the styles, each team, we only have one new head coach this season, so it's a lot of familiar faces as a coaching foe on the other side, and getting to get a feel for how they like to play basketball and what kind of styles that they use. And I also think just getting a feel for the schedule, and what that looks like, starting conference. For me, it was starting conference later than what I'm used to. And so you have a lot more time to kind of get ready for that conference experience. And, when you're playing really, really important games at, once you come back from Christmas break, having the players ready to go and everything like that. So it was good adjusting to the schedule, adjusting to the different types of basketball we were going to play. And, the standard at Chattanooga is a big reason why I wanted to be there, and so being able to be around the fans and the adjustment of having such an amazing home atmosphere and everything like that, it was a great experience.
Yeah, there's some high high expectations at Chattanooga, right? Coming from before you and still
Absolutely.
now. How did you handle those expectations last year? And do you feel like, obviously, I'm looking at the preseason poll right now, you guys are back at number 1. How do you handle them heading into this year?
I think that the expectations that we really focus on are our own expectations. Yeah. And so as a coach, what we're focused on is we expect to get better every single day of practice. You know, like we expect to come in and attack every single day, like the importance that it is. And so when you break it down from that level, it really just puts everything else at bay. And I think that teaching our players how to do that, there's going to be a pressure on you in a lot of different realms of your life. You know, this is one where they get to experience that. And I think that being able to maneuver that in a way of breaking it down, understanding your day-to-day goals, then understanding, you know, your game day goals and everything like that has really helped us break that down and be just focused on the moment and being where our feet are at, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And in this day and age, it's pretty rare there's not a lot of roster continuity from year to year. You were able to return a pretty talented core group of players here, including, you know, preseason player of the year, Kaya Elizalde. Like, how important was that for you heading into this year, knowing that you had players who know how you want to play, who know the standard now, and being able to help them improve this year to get where you want to be?
I think it's huge. It's everything. You know, Kaya is a once in a lifetime type player, and you know, the reason that Kaya is returning is because of our fans and because of our community and how it's really created a home for her. And I think that even though we're not seeing that as much in college basketball, there's still those players that want that home base, you know, and we have a lot of talented players that are returning. And, you know, Gianna Corbett also was named preseason all-conference. She had a fantastic freshman year. And I think, you know, coming up just short in the conference championship in overtime might have had something to do with it. We feel like we have something to prove, you know, and so that's something where we're clear about our vision and our goal. And I also think that we're a group that's very, very fortunate to be supported the way that we are, and it's created an environment that players want to be a part of. And so we couldn't be more thankful to our community, to our fans, and everybody who has made our players feel like home and really created a home for them.
Yeah, Khalifa Ford is someone I want to talk about because I love her story so much. I think it's such a unique and special one. And obviously you've gotten to spend a lot of time with her this year. And Chattanooga fans might not know a lot about her at this point because they haven't seen her on their court, right? But what's so special about her, and what have you been able to learn about her, you know, not only as a player because we saw what she could do at your previous stop, but as a person, and what's impressed you about that?
I think that when you look at championship DNA, there's a lot of things that go into it. People talk about grit, people talk about all kinds of stuff, but resiliency is one of those things that I think embodies a champion. And Khalifa, her whole story is resiliency, you know, from having a knee injury where she had to redshirt at her previous institution, then transferring to Valdosta State, and she gave birth to her beautiful daughter, Ellie, and is an amazing mother and is now going to graduate with her MBA in accounting. And, you know, then I think she got injured 2 days before our first game last season. She was preseason all-conference last year. I think she's one of those people that she's been resilient through everything and had it with a smile on her face. And it's hard when you're going through tough times to keep that kind of personality, but she is such a bubbly personality. She wants to have fun. She wants to enjoy it. I'm excited for our fans to see. She has a lot of fun on the court too, you know, and she's a lightning bolt. And I think that having her back and allowing her to be able to finish out her last year of basketball on her terms was something very, very special. I made the joke, the reason she got injured last year was because Ellie needed to be a little bit older to remember mommy playing basketball. So, but it's a very special dynamic, and I always say that my players are like my own, and so I feel like with Ellie I'm a grandmother sometimes, but we definitely have that family atmosphere, and it's very much a part of our team culture.
Yeah, I can't imagine. She's lived like a whole life in however many years, right? Like so much into her story. I'm 22, and I'm like, I can't even imagine that. But it's such a cool story and so impressive, all that she's been through and been able to make it back here to where we're going to get to see her play this year. So for people who haven't been able to see her play, what can they expect from her?
Well, I think, you know, Kaya's very well known for being able to score and just being lightning quick, and Khalifa's another lightning quick player. And I think that when you have dynamic scorers around you, it makes it that much harder. The defense, it's like, okay, well, who do we put our number one defender on because we have so many weapons that we've got to defend. I think from our standpoint, she's an energy. You know, she's somebody who she's going to be active, whether that's rebounding the basketball, whether that's defensively, offensively, and so you're going to have to pay attention to her on both sides of the ball. So really, really dynamic, I think, as a whole is her game.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've talked about Kaya, we've talked now about Khalifa, and we mentioned Gianna briefly, but she's someone who, you know, I went back and I listened to you talk about your freshman class last year, and you talked about, you know, you knew they were going to be good, right? You knew they were going to be good from the jump. But when did you really know that Gianna was going to step into this, you know, pretty humongous role in year one and separate herself this much and now come back and be preseason All-Socon? And
it's funny you ask that because I know the exact moment that I was like, oh, she's one. She's the one. She is her. She is everything she thinks she is. It was Lipscomb. It was a close game. It was actually an education game, so our fans were packed. It was our max attendance that year, that season. And we were down at home against Lipscomb, and I was like, we got to win this game, you know, for a number of different reasons. But she kind of took charge, and I was like, all right, we're going to put the ball in her hands. And she's like, I got you, coach. In that moment, I was like, oh, yeah, she's got it. And I think from that moment forward, I think as a coach, it's very important to have players that you trust. And I trust G with the ball, game on the line, any moment. She knows it, and I know it, that I trust her to do what she sees best because she not only is a great player, she's got a great basketball IQ. I love talking basketball with Gianna. She's somebody who's really a student of the game, and that's what I'm really excited for is year 1 to year 2 jump.
It's my favorite jump.
I was going to say, because of the work that she's put in, now she sees the style that we're playing, now she sees the speed of the college game, and she's just been plugging away and working so hard, and I think that it's such a luxury as a coach to have some of your most talented players as your hardest workers.
Yeah.
And G is definitely that. And she's a gym rat. She's always in there. And I'm just so excited for her to get a showcase off all that hard work that she's been putting in.
Yeah, so those three, I'm sure, are certainly going to make, you know, a big imprint on your program this year. Who's someone that maybe I'm not thinking about, our fans aren't thinking about, who's really made either big steps forward this year from last year, or it can be a newcomer who's come in and just really separated themselves and impressed you early on here?
That's such a tough question for me because I told you, like, they're like my children, right? So if I talk about one and I don't talk about the others, they think I have favorites.
Assume. Here's the thing. We'll all assume that you mean all of them.
Let me just say this. Khalifa's not the only one coming off of injury.
Yes.
Izzy McPherson, which she dropped 16 against Mississippi State, looked like she could have had a 20-piece in that big-time SEC game. She's somebody that's coming back. I think Ava year 1 to year 2 is very good. I think Flo had a huge jump her first year with me as a coach in our program, and then we're excited for her to take that next jump. And so I'm really excited for that core that's kind of returning of what that looks like. And then as far as our newcomers come, you know, our freshmen last year, I was like, we got players who can go right away.
Yeah.
Our 3 freshmen this year, they can go right away, and they're ready to go. They've got this championship quality to them, and I'm really excited. And then, you know, our 2 transfers from junior college. One, Sarah played on the Belgium national team. The other one, Fallon, she was on, you know, a championship level JUCO team as well. And so they both come from winning programs, and they both come from that winning expectation, and they're going to add certain elements to our game that we desperately need. And so it's really, you know, we kind of were able to have the luxury of having our cornerstones in place. So if you're thinking of a puzzle, we had our corner pieces in.
And you filled the rest.
Yeah, and the rest, it was easier to see what we needed, and those newcomers are going to be able to fill those spots. So we're really excited about how well we fit and how cohesive of a unit we already are.
So how do you get this group back to the NCAA tournament now? Because Chattanooga, obviously, I've been there before. What do you have to do this year? What are kind of the biggest things that need to be done in order to get from step A to step B?
I think we know that we have talent. You know, I think that's something that the other coach in the conference recognized as well, you know, preseason ranking us first. We have the talent. We talk a lot about, okay, now we have to have the consistency, and now we have to have the chemistry. And so from my standpoint as a coach, it's about how do we find the best lineups? How do we find who works well together? How do we figure out how to be consistent every single day in practice? What does that look like? And what does our schedule look like so that we can have, you know, okay, these are our tough days. They know that that's the expectation. We got to come in. We got to go hard. These are more of our shooting days. What does that look like? So consistency and routine, I think the returners know that. And once we got into a flow last season, we really started picking up. And so it's about creating that consistency in practice, in effort, in all those areas, and then, getting our chemistry together. So we have a lot of fun stuff like this Friday, which if our girls are watching live, they don't know this yet, but we're going golfing with the golf team, so we're excited about that.
Are you a good golfer?
I'm terrible, but
me too.
But I'm going to challenge anybody. So
can you get it in the air at least?
No, I can. I'm not whiffing. Like I'm hitting it.
Okay.
But it's sometimes a line drive, sometimes got some air under it. My worst game, honestly, is my putt game. So that's where.
See, that's my best. I'm like a mini golf god, so maybe I can sub in for you, and I'll handle the putting.
Well, that's the thing for me is that I feel like I just get so tight and so anxious that it's like I just miss it by like a mile, you know, and so that's the piece where I'm intrigued to see how many of our players can really putt. I'm also intrigued to see how we're going to get Flo a golf club that's going to fit her. She's 6'4". Right. Like I don't know if our women's golf team has some big clubs or something like that she could use, but that's something where we've got to still keep the main thing, but also understand that there's so many other outside things that go into a championship team. Yeah. And it's not the most talented teams that win every single year. And I feel like you see that across the board. It's the most cohesive, and we want to be the most cohesive. So working on that team dynamic every single day, working on our consistency every single day. And then, I got to push them to that standard, and they know that. And that's one of the reasons when we recruit players, if you want to be a part of that, come here. If you want an easy ride, go someplace else.
So do you like being ranked number 1 in the preseason poll? Do you not even necessarily agree with it, but do you like the feeling of being there? Would you rather, maybe slide under the radar?
You're going to get an honest scoop from me, which is rare. Rank us last. I like being the underdog. Yeah. I've been undersized underdog my whole life, so I like that we ranked 6th last year. I think it adds a little dynamic, but I think that knowing that you have the respect of your colleagues means a lot, because I have a lot of respect for the colleagues that we have, and we have such great coaches in this conference, and so knowing that they feel that way about our team means a lot. But yeah, we want to go get them, so.
I love it. Well, this is a question I was told to ask you, so I need a good answer here from you. But
I told you that might tell me which direction that's.
Maybe we'll get there after. Maybe I'll tell you. Okay. We'll see. But if Chattanooga colors didn't exist, what colors would you choose for
Mark Wharton asked you to ask me that question. My boss, my athletic director,
yes, he did.
Asked me, and it would be black and white, and that would be our colors.
He said all you wear.
Yeah,
it might be a little problem.
No, well, I would like to know that we wore our blue and yellow jerseys, white and blue and yellow jerseys today, and I'm wearing nice blue. You see,
I love it. Yeah,
and the power
super
seat,
blue. Like if it shows up different on camera, that's very blue.
No, I sometimes like being incognito, so I like wearing the all black and all that kind of stuff.
Like to games too, everything.
Yeah, black's my favorite color for sure.
You gotta stitch the C on there or something.
Well, that's the thing is we want to make sure also that we're representing our university in a way that is great. And so we do have black jerseys, but it has a yellow Chattanooga on it, and so we call them our city jerseys, because I don't know if you knew this about Chattanooga, but the Chattanooga Choo Choo, we're known for our railway system and everything. So I was explaining to him the reason why the jerseys were black. It wasn't because it was my favorite color.
Sure.
It was because it was because the soot from the choo choo and the rail. So that
did he buy it?
No, not at all. I've only been there a year, but he already knows my antics. So I already know his though, because I knew he has that.
He also mentioned something about a little fashion show that you might have done recently. Tell me about that
show. So I always feel like finding joy in the mundane is one of my favorite things as a coach, and finding ways to get the girls excited about things they've done a billion times. We have. Gear is always an exciting day, I will say that. Yeah. But we wanted to add a little sprinkle, a little pizzazz to it. So our coaches dressed in the gear to showcase it. So we had new jerseys. So we had, Coach T, our associate head coach, she was in the full jersey. So she was, dribbling between the legs. The girls loved it. We were showcasing different stuff. And so then we were able to have a fun play on showing them the gear that they got to see. So it's not just packed in a bag. And then at the end, we're actually going to California this year because Kaya's from California and her mom's an alum of CBU, and so we're going to be playing at Cal Baptist in a tournament. And so we're like, we can't go to California and not go to Disney.
So you're going to Disney?
Right. So we were going to Disney, and that's how we announced we were going to Disney. Was
I
at
love
the
it.
end, we gave them these suitcases, and we popped out some Disney ears, and that's how we let them know we're going to Disney. So
Who was the most excited about going to Disney?
Sarah, for sure. Sarah was jumping up and down. She's like, yeah. So, because she's being from Belgium, she's never been to California,
right? And
there's plenty of players on our team that are from the States that have never been to California.
Yeah.
But those are things where we try and create those experiences, because it's. As you know, you have experiences as student athletes and you remember the games, but it's really the things that you do around it. And we want to create that entire student athlete experience. It's not just, we want to obviously win championships, but we also want to create an experience that's life-changing for these players. So that's something we're really excited about.
So how strong has this team's chemistry been so far? Obviously, you bring back a lot, so I'm sure they know each other, they're gelled, but you add some pieces. What does the chemistry look like?
Well, so far in practice, the irony of it is that we have a lot of talented players, so they're competing.
Oh.
So it's been a little edgy.
Has there been some trash talk?
No. Well, first off, I instigate the trash talk the most. Probably me or Gianna are probably two biggest trash talkers, so that's why we get along, because we're on the same team. But my thing with it is there's been a lot of I want to prove my spot. I want to prove my worth. So it's funny because I've almost had to try and lighten them up a little bit, because
really?
they've come out the gate so intense, so focused, so laser focused and ready to go. But as far as getting along and everything like that, I brag on our team all the time when we're recruiting. We can say, hey, we were runner up this year and we did this and we have this much history, but the thing that I think is the best about Chattanooga is our team and our personalities and the character of the individuals on our roster. And so when you're around our players, you kind of feel that. And so it's been fun being around them. It's been fun getting to know the different personalities, the different quirks and everything. And then also seeing them, year 1 to year 2, get to know who we are as coaches. They know that I like to have a good time. They know I like to make jokes. Sometimes they're funny. They would say 90% of the time they're not. 90% of the time the jokes aren't for them. The jokes are for me. But that's something where we're still figuring that piece out. But they such amazing players that I get to come and work with every single day.
Well, I'm excited to see them go from year 1 to year 2, but also you go from year 1 to year 2 here, and obviously the expectations are high, and I'm really excited to see what you guys are able to do this year. So thanks so much for joining Socon Media Day here. It was a pleasure getting to talk to you, and hopefully we'll talk again soon. We will be right back with Mercer's Michelle Clark-Hurd.
Athlete AI is the story of the athlete. And every athlete deserves to have the story told. Under the lights and in the spotlight. This is your moment, your rule. Download, capture, create, share. Athlete AI. Your name is True.
Would you be surprised to find out that the Field of 68 is home to more than 35 podcasts? More than 25 team-specific podcasts that are hosted by the people that know what fans want the most. The Goodman and Humble podcast, the DTF podcast, the A10 Insider podcast, and the Mountain West podcast. But wait, there's even more. The Field of 68 will be launching the ACC Insider podcast this year. Subscribe to this channel and come along for the ride. Do you need your fix of college basketball analysis at the end of every night during the season? If you crave instant reactions and informed breakdowns, make sure you tune into the Field of 68 After Dark every night with access to the biggest stars in the sport and a cast of characters that includes the likes of Tyler Hansborough, Randolph Childress, John Fanta, John Henson, Terrence Oglesby, Jarrell McNeil, and many, many more. The Field of 68 After Dark is where college basketball happens. The college basketball season will begin right here on the Field of 68. At 8 a.m. on November 3rd, we will be tipping off the inaugural Field of 68 Opening Day Marathon. 15 hours of non-stop basketball. It will begin in Rock Hill, presented by our friends at Visit York County. Plan your itinerary today at visityorkcounty.com. athlete.com. Winthrop will face off with Queens in the opener, followed by Bradley taking on St. Bonaventure. Then we head out to Sioux Falls, South Dakota, where it'll be presented by Samford Sports, who is changing the way people play and making sports accessible and fun for all. Murray State gets Omaha at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, with Drake taking on Northern Arizona in the second game in Sioux Falls. Then it's back to Rock Hill for a showdown between Furman and High Point, with Merrimack taking on South Dakota State in Sioux Falls in the nightcap. Tickets for all 6 games are on sale now at the links in the description below. Field of 68, opening day.
Athlete AI is the story of an athlete. And every athlete deserves to have his story told. Under the lights and in the spotlight. This is your moment, your rule. Download, capture, create, share. Athlete AI. Your name is Trent.
There is no sport in America that is more difficult to follow than college basketball. It can be overwhelming. That's where the Field of 68 Daily comes into play. The Daily is your go-to source for injury updates, recruiting news, and transfer portal additions that actually matter. For just $50 a year, get access to the same information that your favorite team's coaching staff is subscribed for. Quality content can be hard to find in the college basketball space. The Daily is here to help you with that.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is Socon Women's Basketball Media Day. I'm Talia Goodman, and we've had a couple of great guests on so far. The first 2 coaches we talked to are first-year head coach at Samford, Matt Wise, and heading into our second year, head coach at Chattanooga, Deandra Shermer. And we just had a great conversation with her about expectations heading into year 2, which, I don't know what you can say about that. When they finished second in her first year, they were just this close. And so it's looking good for Chattanooga heading into this season. And next up, we're going to have Mercer head coach Michelle Clark-Hurd come join us. And she is just a veteran head coach. She's been all over the place. This is her second year with Mercer this year. But before that, she was at Cincinnati, Western Kentucky. She was an assistant at Louisville. She's been all over the place. So really excited, as always, to get her in the chair and talking about her team heading into next year and the expectations going forward. But as I said earlier, as we were talking, the Socon, just such a great competitive league. And, with only 8 teams, it's really anyone's every year. And so, of course, really impressed with what Shermer was able to do in year 1. And they were picked to finish 6th, as she said, and they made it to 2nd. And so building that chemistry up in year 2 is just going to be huge. But competing with UNC-G for that number 1 spot is going to be really important. So expectations are high on all teams this year, and only one new head coach, and we already talked to him, got him out of the way. And so really excited to see what he does at Samford. But I think it's going to be a good year in the Socon. This is such a coaches league, and as we talked about earlier, so many great coaches come here and want to stay here and get elevated from here. And former Chattanooga head coach Sean Poppy is now at Clemson, so he's doing a great job over there, and you see where some of these coaches end up. So just a great league to be a part of this year. And obviously we just talked to Shermer about preseason conference player of the year in Kaya Ellis-Aldez, and she's one of those people who are rare in this day and age where so many opt to transfer after having a great season. She chose to stay at Chattanooga, and so you don't see a lot of that in this day and age. So I'm excited to see what she's able to do on the court this year. But it's going to be interesting. And so kind of on the lines of Clemson head coach Sean Poppy, our next head coach who's coming in, the Mercer head coach Michelle Clark-Hurd, is going to be taking they're going to be playing at home against Clemson on November 6th. So a former Socon head coach going up against a current Socon head coach. So obviously excited to see that. They're not shying away from the talent level here. And it sounds like we are going to bring in our next head coach here very shortly. So very excited to get her in the chair and talk to her. But yeah, so we will keep it going here all day long. We got a few hours left to this show and plenty of head coaches to talk to about their teams and expectations going forward. So we will get Michelle Clark-Hurd in here in just a minute. We'll be right back.
Athlete AI is the story of an athlete. And every athlete deserves to have his story told. Under the lights and in the spotlight. This is your moment, your room. Download, capture, create, share. Athlete AI. Your name is Trent.
Welcome back to Socon Women's Basketball Media Day, and right now I am joined by Mercer head coach Michelle Clark-Hurd. Coach, this is your first full off season that you've had here at Mercer. What has it been like for you getting a full off season to build your roster together and get ready for?
Yeah, it's been exciting. We're super excited about the players that we were able to come and add to our roster along with our returners. Proud of Ariana making the preseason team, and then we have Nahawa Diarra back and Talia Harris. All three of those started for us last year, and so I think we have a great foundation, and just really excited to be able to go into year two to continue to keep getting better.
Yeah, you'll bring back that core of players that obviously have been able to gel together and get to know each other, but then you also add some pieces that I'm really interested to hear about.
Yeah.
And the first one I'm interested to hear about is Abby Holtman from Cincinnati, obviously a Power 5 transfer, and you coached at Cincinnati, so know that program and what they're able to do over there. What impressed you about her? What made you want to bring her over? And for people that haven't seen her play, what's going to impress people about the way she plays?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think it was I had the opportunity to recruit Abby and have known her and her family for a long time. And I think one of the things we struggled at last year was 3-point percentage. If you see the stats, and I mean we were at the bottom, Division I. And so for us, we wanted to make sure that we could bring in some players that, definitely shot the three very well, but also just amazing players that fit me and who I am as a coach. And that's who Abby is. So Abby can shoot the three. She is a gym rat. She lives in the gym, and I think that's one of the things that we wanted to make sure we brought into our program, other players that understood and knew how much it's going to take for us to continue to keep building our program to where we're trying to go.
Yeah, has she been shooting it well in practice? She
has been shooting it well. She, the greatest thing about that is when you're very confident in what you do. I think she's just super excited to be here and us to kind of be reunited since I, was the one that signed her at Cincinnati, and so we're excited about that.
Yeah, and you mentioned bringing back kind of this core of players. Yep. Obviously, Ariana and Nahawa.
Yep.
What have you seen them grow in the most this offseason? What's impressed you about their improvements through this?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, too, was the first thing I can say is the welcoming of all the new players, right? When you add, 10 new players, 9 new players to the roster, that's a situation where they have to be open to everything, too, but just working on their games and getting better. And I think just being in a situation where they wanted to make sure that we were getting better, we understood and knew. All of us came in new to the Socon, new to the league, right? And I think they understand and know what that looks like. And so I'm super excited to go on this journey with them.
So what's the culture that you've been trying to instill with this group?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is, a lot of people preach family. You talk about the things that, you want to instill. I think our culture is about us every single day getting 1% better, not only on the basketball court, but off the court. We have amazing student athletes, and, they do a great job in the classroom also. But I think for me, just being in a situation where I continue to be a role model to them and also to my staff and everyone else.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you see as the biggest? You mentioned 3-point shooting, and you get Abby to kind of help address that. What are the other biggest areas that you worked on in this offseason, whether it's with the returning group that you had coming back and something you were trying to work on with them, or that you addressed in the portal or with freshmen or whatever it might be?
Yeah. I think us being able to put the ball in the hole, but also defensively too. I'm a defensive coach, and last year we did a great job at times at holding people to a certain amount of points, but we just wasn't in a situation where we put the ball in the hole. So what we tried to address is we worked a lot on our transition offense. We worked a lot on the defensive side of the ball also too. I think bringing Michael Dell in she is a 3-level scorer who can put the ball in the hole. She can shoot the three, get to the basket, and I just think we brought in other people, Ilana, like different people that can feel the needs to play the style that we want to play, but also just amazing young ladies. So I think this summer what we tried to make sure we did is to make sure that we grew as a group. On the floor, but we really grew off the floor with our chemistry. And so I'm just excited to keep watching us grow and build.
Yeah, another newcomer that I'm excited about, and I keep wanting to say it the way I pronounce my name, but Talia.
Yeah.
I pronounce it Talia, so I keep wanting to say it that way. But I think a lot of people don't know about her just because of where she came from, but she's kind of a do-it-all player, right?
Yeah.
What's impressed you about her so far?
Man, that's a PG that can go. And, Talia has been in showing up every single day. She brings that energy, that fire on the defensive side of the ball, but she's super quick, has the opportunity to break people down off the dribble, but also she is awesome, and she's kind of a pass-first PG, so I'm really, but she can score too. So just really, she fits our style. She fits who we are. All of her teammates love playing with her, so it's pretty cool for me. I have two Talias at the point position. So really excited about that. Just excited about her addition. Her playing the 1 year at junior college, I think it's really been great for us because of that experience. And so we're excited about that. So yeah, she is definitely along with, and we have another freshman and a lot of our freshman class. We have a lot of players on the roster, I think, that can do a lot of different things. I'm really excited about them. Renaya, Remy, our post kid that, is from Belgium, and so we're just really excited about everyone.
Yeah, who's someone, I know we talked about the returners who I'm sure, or at least I expect will play a big role for you guys. Yeah. Who's someone I'm maybe not thinking of that I should be paying attention to more that's carved out maybe a bigger role for themselves this year?
I think when we say that, I think the most important thing is, I think it's going to be a lot by committee.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people are going to step up, and that's what I'm excited about.
Yeah.
We, myself and the coaching staff, every single day, just working with every individual and watching how they're progressing. I just feel like, wow, it's October already, right?
I know, you're telling me.
We're getting ready to get started. And
I feel like it was just June.
I agree. And so we're excited about that. So I wouldn't say one particular person. I would definitely say I'm excited about the group. And I think that there's going to be a lot of different times where in different times, different situations, different people are going to step up. But I think it's really helped to have the core that we have and have the relationships that I have with all the players.
Yeah, I think those are your kids I hear yelling in the photo shoot over there. What's the energy like with this group?
Oh, man, it's fun every single day. Every single day it's fun. We're in a situation where they're making me laugh. They're keeping me young. That's what I say all the time. And that's one reason I'm super happy about this group.
Yeah, no, well, you, like you said, keeping you young, you've been doing this for a little while. You've seen the landscape shift in so many ways, year after year. I feel like it's not slowing down. There are new changes all the time. What do you like about the way things are right now with the transfer portal, with NIL, with where we're at in women's college basketball? And if you could change something, what would it be?
Well, how do I like where it's at? I love that women's basketball is just growing more and more, right? The opportunity for them to, the NIL situations and this transfer portal, you make it what you want to make it, right? To be able to add amazing young ladies to a program that might just didn't fit somewhere else, and it doesn't have anything to do with the past program, past coaches. So just grateful for that. And I just think that I just love watching where the game is going. And for me to have the opportunity to still be in the game and be in a situation, just grateful to Mercer for allowing me to be in this space where I can do something that I really love to do.
What's been the biggest challenge with the landscape shifting of getting used to the new way things are done? Whether, I'm thinking more portal-wise, because I think that's the biggest shift that everyone has had to adapt to, right? Yeah. What does that look like for you? Are you still, valuing freshmen as much as you were before, or are you going more the proven route with transfers coming in?
Well, I think every coach has to look at what's going to be good for them in that moment, right? Coming in and taking over a program where we only really had 3 returners on the roster, the transfer portal was really important for us. Yeah. But at the end of the day, we also have freshmen too that I'm super excited about. So, and I think what it takes is an amazing staff, right? And so I'm excited to have a staff that understands and know what that looks like for us, that we meet all the time, we talk about. This transfer portal is something that you have to constantly be talking about. What is that going to look like? Are you trying to sign freshmen? Are we waiting for the portal? But for us, just super excited. I think we're in a situation where, we have freshmen on the roster that are going to be able to help us. And we want to make sure that we can get players that, we still can help them build and build who they want to be. And I think you just have to understand. You have to understand the landscape, meaning, with the transfer portal, with them, the ability for them to be able to transfer if they want to transfer after a season. You have to understand, I think you got to take care of home, and you got to make sure that you are doing the things that you said, and that should be who you are anyway as a coach, right? Because the parents are interested in you also too, that they're allowing their daughters to come and be a part of your program. So I think that's how I look at it, and I think it's amazing opportunity for so many amazing young ladies, but also too for us as coaches. We still get a chance to do what we love to do, and I think that's how I look at it.
Heading into year 2 here, what are your expectations for this year?
Our expectations is for us to, we have a ton of support in Mercer. Grateful for the president, athletic director. So my expectations are for us, though we got picked preseason 8th, but, preseason. Yeah. So I'm super excited about where we're going, and our expectations are for us to compete every single day and us to not end up at the bottom of this league.
Yeah, sometimes it's good to start, fly under the radar. Yeah. No one's going to see you coming when you get there, so I think that's a good thing. Well, tell me, last thing for you, tell me something that, I know it's year 2 now, so maybe you got this out of the way a little bit last year, but tell me something that people don't know about you. So one thing no one knows, it can be a funny story, it can be something about you that you like doing outside of basketball.
Ooh, you got me right there. Let's see.
I put you on the spot.
You did.
I'm sorry. I totally did.
Yeah. Wow.
When you're not watching basketball or coaching, what are you doing?
Yeah, I'm spending time with my husband. That's my best friend, man. And, a shout out to him because, this is a busy profession we're in, right? And we love to just, do a lot of different things. We love going to shows. We love just hanging out, and we're really big in our faith. So, I think that's something for me that trying to make sure that every single day that I'm showing my young ladies that there's always a great opportunity to have a balance, right? Yeah. And so I'm grateful to have the opportunity to be married 22 years. And so, yeah, thank you. So I think that's what I do outside. But I love this game, and I love that I have the opportunity to be able to be in a position where I can give back.
Well, I'm very excited to watch you guys in year 2 and see what you're able to do. Thanks so much for joining us today. It was great getting to talk to you. We'll be back in just a few minutes and keep the show rolling.
The college basketball season will begin right here on the Field of 68. At 8 a.m. on November 3rd, we will be tipping off the inaugural Field of 68 opening day marathon. 15 hours of non-stop basketball. It will begin in Rock Hill, presented by our friends at Visit York County. Plan your itinerary today at visityorkcounty.com. Winthrop will face off with Queens in the opener, followed by Bradley taking on St. Bonaventure. Then we head out to Sioux Falls, South Dakota, where it'll be presented by Samford Sports, who is changing the way people play and making sports accessible and fun for all. Murray State gets Omaha at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, with Drake taking on Northern Arizona in the second game in Sioux Falls. Then it's back to Rock Hill for a showdown between Furman and High Point, with Merrimack taking on South Dakota State in Sioux Falls in the nightcap. Tickets for all 6 games are on sale now at the links in the description below. Field of 68 opening day. Do you need your fix of college basketball analysis at the end of every night during the season? If you crave instant reactions and informed breakdowns, make sure you tune into the Field of 68 After Dark every night, with access to the biggest stars in the sport and a cast of characters that includes the likes of Tyler Hansborough, Randolph Childress, John Fanta, John Henson, Terrence Oglesby, Jarrell McNeil, and many, many more. The Field of 68 After Dark is where college basketball happens.
AI is the story of the athlete. And every athlete deserves to have the story told. Under the lights and in the spotlight. This is your moment, your room. Download, capture, create, share. Athlete AI. Your name is True.
Welcome back to Socon Women's Basketball Media Day. We're almost halfway at the halfway point now. We got one more and then we're halfway done. It's been some great conversations with some great coaches here in the Socon. We just had Michelle Clark-Hurd on, longtime head coach. Before this, she was at Cincinnati. She's in year 2 here at Mercer now. And they may be at the bottom of the preseason poll, but they got a great team coming up, and we were just able to talk about it. So if you gotta, rewind a few minutes and listen to that conversation, get on there and listen to that, because really, really enlightening conversation. It's rare in this day and age to be able to return your leading scorer, and she was able to do so. So excited to see the improvement on that front and all the newcomers coming in. They were able to add Abby Holtman to address their 3-point shooting. She comes over from Cincinnati, so excited to see how she's able to complement this team and help them on the offensive end, because they were definitely a defensive-minded team last year. So it'll be interesting to see what they're able to do in year 2. But next up, we are talking to the reigning champs of the Socon. So I'm very excited for that. We got UNC-G head coach Trina Patterson, who's about to join us right now. She's coming in. I'm good. Great to have you. Excited to get to talk to you here. We are live. We are live. We got a mic there for you.
Do I need this now?
Yeah, we got the mic all ready for you. I know you're coming right in.
Test
We're throwing
1,
you on
2.
the spot.
Are we in?
Yes, we are in. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. What is your first name?
I'm Talia. Very
Talia.
nice to meet you
I
in person.
pronounce it.
Yes, I know. Everyone does Talia. That's the normal. So I go by both.
Talia.
Yes, Talia.
Yes.
Well, I'm very excited to sit down and talk to you today because obviously last season was just terrific for you guys. A historic season. First NCAA tournament since 1998. 14 straight wins, 25 total wins, undefeated at home. What was that like for you as a head coach to experience a season like that?
Undefeated at home?
Yeah, all of it. I mean, the
historic. It's just a great season. We've been, it was some goals set. We had a vision board early, and just to check off some of the goals was just outstanding for our team. The other thing that happened is so much work went into it. Yeah. The hard work, the many hours of our players coming together, and just to see them have a goal and to finish the goal the way we did was amazing. I'm thankful to our players, our staff. I'm thankful to God because none of it would have been, it wouldn't have happened without all of the pieces.
What was on your vision board before the season started? What were the things that you were hoping?
We do a lot of team bonding. When you have teams who are, these days we have transfers, right. We have moving pieces. You have to create opportunities for players and teams to come together. And so some of the things were on there. They wanted to win a championship. They talked about winning at home. Yeah. Sweeping some teams, being a very good defensive team, and operating in our core values. So our core values that we have, they really embrace gratitude. They embrace integrity. We talk a lot about servitude. We talk about unity, and then we talk a lot about humility. So those are our 5 core values, and to see them operate like that in everyday work was just amazing. Yeah. Our team was first in some things in the country. Yep. Defensively. So the way we play is we defend like our lives depend on it. We rebound, we run, and we execute. And it was pretty amazing that with our stats, no one in our starting team averaged more than 15 points. Wow. We were number 1 in the country for defense until UConn played, and they ended up, once we ended up 3rd. Yeah. But those goals we were able to accomplish because we really work hard at it.
Well, you mentioned no one, in your starters averaged more than 15 points. That's because you ranked 14th in the country in bench points, right?
Absolutely.
You were so deep. You were able to have so many options. First of all, how nice was that last year? And do you feel like you have the same sense of depth this year?
Absolutely. So now we move towards this season, new team, same goals. Yeah. Different people, same goals. Different personalities, same core values. And so this team, the identity of this team is that they do hard well. Because of some of their backgrounds and some things that have happened in their lives individually, they're older, but there's some things that they've just handled hard things well. So I am very encouraged. with some of the personality traits I saw with last year's team. And so to do hard well is what we do. Last year we were just really mentally tough.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And you said earlier, in this day and age, obviously a lot of transfers come into play, and you have some of those, but you also bring back some really talented players and 2 preseason all-conference players in Jayla and Kaya. What have you seen from them this offseason, and how important was it to be able to retain
Absolutely. See, the goal, I think they're 2 of the best players in the conference. Yeah. Jayla Lee is an outstanding 3-point shooter. She's a high-energy player. She's probably the most fit player I've ever coached. And she's just has a lot of energy about her. Her mental is always on the next play or the next thing. And so she has a very strong mental capacity to do great things. She works hard when people aren't watching. And she's going to have a great season. She's an amazing player.
Yeah. Yeah. And then how about Kaya? She's another one.
And Makaya Asadanya is a shifty guard who can shoot the 3 like nobody's. Right. She has this ice in her veins type of. She has this calm personality. She doesn't get rattled. And she hit some big shots for us at the end of the season. I look forward to her to shooting the 3 and making plays for other people, as well as being a great defender.
Yeah, and then along with them, you were also able to add 4 transfers who were all very impactful at their previous schools. What was your mindset heading into the portal of what you wanted to get in terms of, not just players themselves, but the traits that you were looking for in players, and how do you feel like these 4 fit that?
Yeah, so we were able to we needed rebounding. So that was one of the keys. And Rylan Moffitt, transfer from App State, is a very good rebounder. I know you've done all your homework and you've seen their numbers, but she just fits our she's a really good fit for us. Her rebounding. She's now a 3-point shooter. She's extended that part of her game. She's a very good leader. And so that piece we needed. She's really strong and has a great post presence. And then we needed a point guard, a combo. We lost Jay Gamble, a senior all-conference player. Jenny Levin can be that person. She can shoot, very good scorer, very good defender, played at Upstate, averaged 11 points in conference. We're very confident that she can be a double-digit scorer for us.
Awesome. And of the returners, obviously we've talked about the 2 who made the preseason All-Socon team. Is there anyone that I should be looking at that maybe I wouldn't expect, that's carved out a bigger role for themselves, that's really improved this offseason, that's impressed you?
Yes, I think that Taja Johnson was a big piece for our. She has a championship tag. Like she has it. Like she was a starting point guard. She's really her ball handling is almost it is really improved. Really smooth, shifty guard. Great 3-point shooter. I think she's going to really elevate and do some things in the conference. Just from what she's put in a lot of work this summer, and I'm really proud of what she's done and who she's going to be.
Awesome. Well, first of all, I'm very excited to watch your first game of the year because you got the 10 p.m. I'm going to be awake.
Are you going to watch that?
Oh, I'm going to be stopped. I think it's one of the best games of the day. That's right. Honestly, I really do, because at Stanford, 10 p.m. opening day. Like how I feel like it's so good for the game. Do you agree? Like to have a game like that, obviously,
Absolutely.
Reigning champs of the Socon going up against Stanford, who I think will be a lot better this year.
Yes.
What went into scheduling that game?
Well, it's great going back. So we're actually going to California because Makaya is from there.
Right.
And we'll be really close. And, I coached there for 2 years.
Yep.
And it's going back home. I mean, to like a homecoming. I know the staff. But they're very, very talented. And we're going to be prepared to play a really, really good team. And we're going to get tested early. And that's a little different for us. We tend to play... We have not opened up strong like this in a very, very, very long time. But because I know we do hard well, I'm really confident that we're going to be able to handle the hard well. Because the first 2 games we're playing power fours. Well, we play San Francisco, and then we go right to Auburn right away.
Right, and then you got North Carolina like a week and a half later.
Yes.
That's a crazy first few weeks of the season.
It is.
That'll test you. Like, what do you hope that teaches you about your team?
Well, as I said before, we do hard stuff well.
Yeah.
And so it's not going to break us. It's going to make us better. We played 3 power forwards last year, but not like that right away. And if it's a young team, I wouldn't do that to a very young team that you can break them really quickly. These aren't the days of really, really young teams anymore.
Yeah, you're right.
So we have older players. We have players who want to get tested, and we recruit specific type of players that can handle things like this.
Yeah. Yeah. What did you learn from last year's NCAA tournament experience, your first as a head coach, that you're going to bring into this year to keep that momentum going?
Well, there's a level of excellence that you need to bring every day. Like, you cannot settle. For us, it's always being innovative, not trying to that season is over and done.
Yeah.
And so we understand who we are. We're champions, and you're champions until you give up the title. But we know that we're going to be, there's a lot of people that are going to be coming after us. And how do we handle that? How do we handle people that are coming after us? You get a big old X on your back. And so for us, it's maturity.
Yeah.
It's understanding that it's the work, and it's not remember, one of our core values is remaining humble.
Yep.
And the only way you can get better as a coach or as a player is to remain humble, so you keep learning. And so we're going to put together something. I feel really confident in our staff. We're going to put together something that's going to make this team click early as possible.
Yeah, what's different about this group? What can we expect? Are you going to play a little bit different this year? Are you going to play similarly, or are you going to be kind of innovative, knowing that obviously new personnel, new team?
Well, we trust the process. We understand that good shot selection would be, the analytics of basketball. What are good shots?
Right.
And we have players who can make those shots. It's the scheme of what we're doing. We don't have the same. We don't have the same number of guards who can attack. We played basically 4 guards last year. Right. And so we have some bigs who can be really good, that can maybe punish our opponents with their size and our depth. And can we do something different where we get paint touches in another way versus driving?
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned that maturity before. I'm curious if you've seen kind of a new sense of maturity with your returners who have kind of been there, done that, for lack of better words. Now they won a championship, they're going after another. Do they have a new sense of kind of maturity in them, staying humble, of course, but knowing, yes, we can do this. This is what it takes to get here.
Absolutely. So the thing that is we have players who we could ride the coattails a little last year.
Right.
Those players, Khalees Kane, have been here 5 years. And now we have some freshman bigs, but we have a leader in Rylan Moffitt, who is a senior. She just hasn't done it at UNC-G. And so I really feel confident in their ability to lead and to stand up to the challenge.
Yeah. What's something that people, I know you've been here a while now. People know a lot about you. What's something people don't know about you? That's something unique. It can be something, you like doing outside of basketball. It can be something funny. It can be something more serious. What's something people don't know about you?
They may not know that I play the guitar.
You play the guitar?
I do.
Acoustic or electric?
I have a 12-string and a 6-string. I have acoustic.
I love it.
It's a hobby of mine. I've been playing since I was 10 years old.
Really? That's about when I started trying, and then my fingers really hurt.
Because the string gets, you have you get the calluses on your fingers.
Yeah.
That's why I can't have long nails, because I play the guitar.
I
always tell people that.
See, I switched to piano after that.
Okay, I was
a softie when I was 10, and I was like, I can't do it. My fingers.
The nylon strings, though, a little less. Acoustic is a little less than like the steel strings, and I have both. But I play and I sing.
You do?
Yeah, I do.
I also sing. I grew up, writing songs and singing, so I love it. Right. What's your favorite song to play on the guitar?
Right now I'm doing a lot of gospel, some old Amazing Grace type of things. But I do have some, Piano Man.
Yep, one of my favorites.
Yeah,
awesome.
Yeah. So some things that I have that I do, that I have, all of my sheet music.
Yeah.
From when I was really young, and I just when I want to get some downtime, that's what I do.
Do you ever play with your team? Do a little concert?
I do. I don't do concerts, but I do bring it out during the Christmas. We always have a Christmas team Christmas party, and I bring it out, and we sing.
That's awesome. That's a good team bonding measure there, right?
Absolutely.
What's that looked like so far? Building up the chemistry with the newcomers?
Yes, we had a really good. We had a good team retreat. We just actually coming back from a team retreat.
Where were you at?
We were in Tennessee.
Okay.
And so we go and we learn and we do leadership.
Yeah.
Our activities. We get to know each other, and it's all about us. And that's when we build our games. We build our. This is when we do our vision board.
So what's on it this year? I should have asked that before. What's on the vision board for this year?
Well, that's going to be. We have to keep that
under wraps. You can't tell me,
because then you like you don't want to. You have these goals, but you don't want to.
It's like when you blow a birthday cake and you can't say what you wish.
But at
for.
the end of the season, they'll look back on it and then we can share it.
I'll ask you that. I'm going to come back as soon as the season's over. I'm going to shoot you a text
because there's some things that they have that are just within the team.
Yeah.
You know, some things that they have within the team that's that they're looking to see if I can do it.
Is there the same goal though on there of winning the conference yet again?
Goal.
I would assume that's the one I think maybe you could share, right?
Absolutely.
If that's on there.
The goal is to always be for me as a head coach is to put our team in a place where we can play in a championship game. Yeah. And if you're first, second, or third, like you have a pretty good chance. Now you can mess around sometimes and be a 7th seed and get to the championship game. I did that when I was at another school, but those are, to put yourself in a position to win. And how do we do that? We just have to make sure that we play defense, that we rebound, that we have some type of pace, and we execute, which means we take care of the basketball.
Yeah.
And our turnovers are low, and we get good shots.
And you feel like this group has not just the potential, but the ability to follow those, not rules. I don't want to call them rules. What do you call them?
They're the steps to success.
Yes, the steps to success.
Yes.
You feel like they have the capability to follow all of those and make it back to where you were last year.
Absolutely. They have the skill set.
Yes,
that's
a better word. Yeah.
They have the skill set to do those things, and we have to blend together and we stay healthy.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a great journey. We are going to be where our feet are, but it's going to be a great journey every day.
Awesome. Well, I'm really looking forward to watching you guys this year and seeing what you're able to do. And look out for a text from me when the season's over asking what was on that vision board.
Okay.
I'm going to need I want a picture of the vision board.
We may get a picture of it and let you have that.
I would love to. I would love to. Well, it was so great meeting and talking to you, and I'm really looking forward to watching you guys.
Enjoyed it.
Yeah. Have a great one.
All right.
We will be right back in a few minutes with our next head coach. We'll keep this rolling.
Athlete AI is the story of the athlete. And every athlete deserves to have the story told. Under the lights and in the spotlight. This is your moment, your room. Download, capture, create, share. Athlete AI. Your name is Trent.
Do you need your fix of college basketball analysis at the end of every night during the season? If you crave instant reactions and informed breakdowns, make sure you tune into the Field of 68 After Dark every night with access to the biggest stars in the sport and a cast of characters that includes the likes of Tyler Hansborough, Randolph Childress, John Fanta, John Henson, Terrence Oglesby, Jarrell McNeil, and many, many more. The Field of 68 After Dark is where college basketball happens.
Welcome back. I'm Talia Goodman. This is Socon Women's Basketball Media Day, and we're officially halfway through the show. You're our halfway point. We got ETSU head coach Brenda Mock-Brown here with me today. How are you doing, Coach?
I'm doing great. I've been worse things than the halfway point, so I'll take it. I'll take it.
We got to bring the energy up here. Keep it going.
I can do it. If you need energy, I got energy.
I'd love energy. How has this off season been for you?
Now, when is the off season?
I know.
You talking about from March to May or in the summer?
And you're recruiting.
You know what? It's been a really good. It's been a productive, I guess, not championship level season, in terms of not playing games, but what we did in the spring, I will say my staff did a tremendous job of recruiting and getting some missing pieces to go along with a great freshman class. Yeah. I felt like we had a productive summer. I felt like we did a good job analyzing and evaluating some things in our program that we need to adjust in terms of the basketball piece to help us be more successful. because I'm going into year 4, and the championship is evasive for everyone, but you want to be moving closer and closer to be in that mix at the end. And past couple seasons, we haven't played at the level we want to play at in March, so just kind of looking at that. And then we've been a great defensive team. No question that that's a staple of our program, and we don't want to get away from that, but then how can we score a little bit better? So, my staff and I just kind of talking about some adjustments we can make personnel-wise, and then also in what we're doing and what we're emphasizing as a staff. So overall, to answer your question, pretty good.
Awesome. What are some of those things that you pinpointed that you were hoping to address, whether it is through personnel or, as we get close to, we're inching towards the season starting now. So what are some of those things that you're hoping to adjust here?
Sure. Well, like I said, we are a pretty good defensive team, or we have been. You got to create that every year in mindset and what you're working on. Our issue's been on the offensive side of the ball. Now, some of that was personnel related. Last year our team we were actually the smallest team in the league. We relied on the 3-point shot quite a bit, and when that thing wasn't falling, we weren't really able to go get O-boards and second opportunities, and we weren't creating a lot of points from the free throw line. We just weren't built that way, so it made my margin of error as a coach very slim. I had to call the right play. We had to get the right shot because I couldn't make a lot of mistakes there, and I'm a okay coach. But
don't sell yourself short.
But we want to be able to, get a little bigger, get a little more size, be a little more confrontational in the paint, get to the free throw line, and get some second chances. That way our shooters have more freedom and confidence to take those shots when we know we're going to get multiple opportunities. So we're working on the offensive side of the ball and trying to play a little faster. I'll be honest, when you look at our possessions per game, when you look at those 360-plus teams, we're in the 300s. We're well into the 300s. So I don't know that it's going to be night and day, but I think I want our fans, I want our players already feel the difference because of the way we're practicing, but I want them to come in and see a faster pace of play, a little bit more exciting on offense. So we have to emphasize that, but I think we've also recruited to that in the offseason.
Yeah, no, so that getting in the paint, that rebounding, it feels like that's what Daniela Lopez was maybe brought in to do. She has a little bit more size to her as well. What do you like about her when you were in the portal and kind of seeking for someone to fill that sort of role? What stood out about her?
Absolutely. Danny, one, wonderful individual, just outstanding character, leader, just a great kid. Two, she played a lot of minutes in the Big East. I know Xavier, they're still rebuilding, but she was able to get in a lot of, meaningful games, and they were going to her in those games. A lot of shot opportunities. She understands how to play without the ball, maneuver to get herself open. Excellent three-point shooter, but then also can mix it up in the paint. We can post her up a little bit. She will get an offensive rebound. She does great in transition. She's smart, she's just a good basketball player, but then at 5'10", 5'11", strong enough to, be effective against bigger players too, and maybe post up when she has an advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And you brought in some other players from the portal too, but I think, what stands out to me is two of the players that you're able to bring back, and they're on the preseason all-conference list here, and that's Megan Downing and Carmen Richardson. How important was it to be able to retain them in this day and age where you just never know what's going to happen come, March, April, whatever it might be? And what's impressed you about their improvements or what they've been working on this offseason?
Sure. Well, first, to answer your question, critically important. Those two, let's start with, Megan Downing. She's our most experienced player. She is going into her 4th season here. We have no one going into year 3, and everybody else is 2 years or less. So we look to her not only to be our paint protector. Obviously, she's probably going to be the all-time leading shot blocker at ETSU. I think she's 12 blocks away from that. Wow. I'm pretty sure I read that she was last year's, season block leader and is now our single season block leader. So you need somebody to have your back in the paint, and that's Megan Downing. But she's going to have your back in the paint, on the court, off the court. She has the coach's back. She's extremely loyal. She shows up every day. If I could describe her in one word, I would say consistent. And that, in this day and age, is hard to get, you know. And she's going to be a tremendous, and she's added to her offensive game. So that's where we want her to step up a little bit. Hey, don't compromise your defense, but let's see how we can get you to score a little bit more. Carmen, she's our pit bull. She's going to be yapping and nipping at your heels. She's a great defender. That's why we brought her to ETSU. And then I think you're going to see her scoring ability highlighted this year even a little bit more. She became much more efficient in conference play, understanding shot quality, how she can be effective at the rim. She's improved her three-point shot. I love her. She has a coach's mind. Her mom was her high school coach, so she thinks the game. She's able to help other players, but she's an ultimate competitor. So I love what those two bring to the table, and I'm happy for them that they got some preseason recognition. That's always nice.
Yeah, absolutely. And Megan's someone whose story I think is just really cool, and I don't know if a lot of people know it. I think, it's out there, but I don't know how much people have read into it with having no other D1 offers. And obviously you didn't, recruit her, but she's only played for ETSU. What's impressed you about her resilience to this process and how far she's come from that point?
I mean, resilient, that's another good word to describe her. And a lot of people don't know this. Yeah, no D1 offers, but she also tore her hip labrum in October of her freshman year. I said, Megan, do you want to get this operated on? She said, no, Coach, I came here to play. Right. Plays that whole season on a torn hip labrum, gets surgery in the offseason, has a tremendous sophomore and junior season. And she was always ready to step up. In her freshman and sophomore year, she was thrust into roles that she really wasn't prepared for. I don't want to say she's self-made because I think our staff's also done a great job of helping her develop. I've had some great post coaches along the way to help her. But she's kept up her end of the bargain. She shows up, she does the work. And so, a lot of people missed out on Megan, and I think that the coaches at ETSU saw great potential, and I'm very fortunate to be her coach. I mean, I could not be prouder of Megan. I love her as a person. I'm going to miss her. If this 5th year thing passes, I hope it's now so Megan can stay. But I just, appreciate everything that she's done. She is so loyal. And again, going back to in this day and age, the consistency, the resilience, the loyalty, finish what you started, and that's Megan Downing.
Yeah, it really it gives me some hope for the college experience. That used to be the way it always was, right? Where you typically would stay at one place for all 4 years, and you get to know the player, not even just as a coach, but the fans have now gotten to know her for 4 years. And I think that's just a really cool experience to have, and very, very impressive. And those other coaches, like you said, I'm sure they're kicking themselves right now, or they're playing you guys, and they're like, damn, she could have been on my team, right?
Right.
But very, very cool what she's been able to do. And so we've talked about those two. We talked about Danny. Who's someone who maybe I'm not thinking of that's really separated themselves this offseason and impressed you and maybe carved out a bigger role?
Sure. As far as newcomers, I would say Anala Nelson from Austin P. So she's a 3-year player. She actually graduated in 3 years. That tells you something about a kid, to be able to graduate in 3. She worked really hard to be able to do that. But she's also had very meaningful minutes. Was on the ASUN rookie team her first year. Second year in the ASUN, was second in assists. I think she had 134. Don't quote me on that. A lot of assists and less turnovers. So that's always good.
That's what you look for.
What she's bringing, and we could see that on film, and we have those phone conversations. Portal recruiting is like speed dating, right? And we could pick up a little bit of the personality. She is wonderful. She is captivating. She's engaging. She's a competitor. She understands the game from a point guard's perspective, but she also knows how to talk to each individual to get the most out of her teammates. So that she has been a tremendous addition to our team, and so somebody I think that'll be exciting to watch, and somebody that we will be leaning on. That point guard position, as you know, is so critical. Yeah. And to get a veteran point guard in the absence of, we graduated Kendall Foley. She was here for 3 years. And to get somebody to step into those shoes and be able to help increase our pace of play. She was ready to play fast. She's like, you're not going to put the brakes on this year? Great, let me go. And, I got to live with some of that. One of the things that we have been is efficient on offense. We don't turn the ball over. I think we were the best in the league last year in terms of that stat. So I'm going to have to compromise a little bit in order for us to play a little faster, I understand. So I'm giving her a little bit more leeway, as well as the other players, as we learn how to play faster effectively.
What's impressed you most about this group's mindset heading into this season and the way that they're approaching it?
You know what? I think we're more competitive. I know that's kind of like this generic coach speak, but I really do. Our practices are more heated. Yeah. They're more enjoyable. Anything we're doing, whether it's against the scout team or against each other, I think it's, and you can teach that, but I always tell my team there's a difference between competitors and high achievers. And you can win a championship with some high achievers, but you got to have a couple of dogs. underdogs, if you know what I'm talking about. Some people that when the chips are down, they're competing. They're ready to go, and they're going to go to bat for you. They're not going to shy away from confrontation or difficult situations, and then they're the model for those high achievers of how to behave in that adverse, because we're going to hit challenges. And so we have more individuals on our team this year, in my opinion, that are competitive. They're warriors. They're ready to go. They love coming to practice. I love their energy, and so they're ready to go. So I think that's probably the biggest difference. I've had great teams. I love each and every one of those kids that I've coached in this past 3 years, but this team's a little bit more competitive and edgy, and I think that's what we've been missing, to be quite honest.
So what are the expectations heading into the season for you? What are your goals, whether it's, long term or more short term, what you're looking for right now from your team?
Sure. Well, every coach says get better every day. Yeah. You have to get better every day. That's the short term, right? What are we focusing on? So, we really focus on our core values, the culture core values, especially of humility, discipline, and loyalty. So before every practice, we're tying what we're doing to one of those core values. That's something we want to stay tethered to what we're, those core values, and the rest will take care of itself. This team wants to win a Southern Conference championship. I think that, some teams don't want to talk about that, but we're talking about it. Because we need to talk about it, because winning a championship requires a certain mindset, a certain way you show up every day. And so I think if you're going to talk about that, that also frames how we need to show up. So that's an easy, hey, you say you want this. Do our behaviors align with a Socon championship? Now, that's more of a desire than a goal. Yeah. Goals are normally reachable. We can kind of control some things. Yeah. There's some things we can't control. Injuries, how the other teams are playing. But, to the degree we can control how we show up, and we can control our mindset. And so we want to control as much as we can so we can position ourselves to play better in March and give ourselves a shot. So, but it's a long journey. Yeah. It is a marathon, not a sprint. So that day-to-day getting better and being able to compare ourselves, hey, are we better than yesterday? And then I'm intense, I'm passionate, but I love these kids. And when we have a very grace-based program, so I've had to make some adjustments. I have got to hold their feet to the fire. I'm very good with highly motivated kids. Yeah. Every coach would love just highly motivated kids, right? But
I'll give you 15 of them. Yeah.
I'm having to be, I've got to, because there's things there's three things I think, in terms of championships. Most of the time you just don't know what it takes, and then sometimes you know what it takes and you're like, I just don't, or I don't want to do all that. Yeah. Or you think you know what it takes as a player, but you really don't. Does it, you could ask as a player, does it really take all that? And so I want us to be in that category of maybe not understanding. We want it, not understanding, but having the humility and growth mindset. When we're coaching them hard, they trust us that, hey, I need more from you. Yeah. And I think we've got a team that's hungry for that. So we'll see what happens. I'm excited, as you can tell.
Well, you've been to 2 NCAA tournaments before, not here, but before you got here, what does it take? What does it take to get the players to buy into that point? What worked last time around for you? What did you learn from that experience that you've been able to pull here?
Well, it takes time. It was year 4 at UNC Asheville, and we flipped the script. We won 9 games in my 3rd season, and then in that 4th season, it was 26 games. I'd like to pat myself on the back, but what I'm going to do is attribute that to team leadership. Yeah. We had 2 seniors that year that they refused to lose, and they were the first to say, that's not what we do here anymore. They were the first to say, this is how we do things, because they had lost and they were sick and tired of losing. And so those 2 were the catalysts. A lot of things go into winning a championship, as you know. But the championship teams have player-led teams. Yeah. The best teams are when I can kind of disappear and they rise to the occasion and meet the moment. And I think that's what we've got with we've got really good potential leaders on our team that can do that. And that's what we're trying to teach them early on in this season. How can you take the reins and, really see where this thing goes? Because if it's me, I don't think we'll get there. It's going to have to be, a group collaborative effort.
Yeah, and this is a group that is fairly new. Obviously, you bring back some pieces, but you've added, whether it's freshmen or transfers. And like you said at the start of this conversation, there's no off season for you at this point, right? Whether it's, portal recruiting or out on the AAU circuits and doing all that. What do you like about the transfer portal and what it allows you to do in order to build your team? And is there anything you wish you could change about the way it is right now?
What do I have, like 30 seconds left or 20 seconds left? Oh, yeah.
I'm giving you got the floor.
The transfer portal, yeah. I mean, you have to adapt, adapt or die, not literally, but, or you're not going to be very successful. So I've had to adapt. I'll be honest. We didn't have any transfers in or out at UNC Asheville.
Right.
Now, that was a different day and age. That was pre-portal. My last season there was 1920, and then things changed. So adapting to the portal, and my goal still, though, is to recruit, develop, and retain.
Yeah.
We do mostly recruit freshmen, and then we try to supplement with portal. For example, this year we signed 4 freshmen, and then we signed 3 portal kids.
Right.
I'd like to keep that ratio similar. I want these kids to stay. Now they obviously have to come in and uphold their end of the bargain and work hard and those kinds of things. But we want that loyalty piece to be there. So I think just like any coach, I'm not going to solely. It kind of pains me to bank on something that's an unknown. I have no idea who's going to be in the portal in the spring.
Right.
I may have these needs, and I think I can go get it in the portal, and more than likely I can. But then how do I know?
Right.
And then some of the greatest things about ETSU are known through developing a relationship.
Yeah.
And the thing I don't like about the portal is, like I said, it's speed dating.
It is. Yeah.
It is.
You might not even get him on campus before you got
I love our culture. I love our staff. I love how we intentionally pursue these kids and develop relationships with them. And it's hard to do that in the spring.
Yeah.
We still try to do the same things, but that's why I think we've had some great success with high school kids, because we've had more time to really showcase the culture at ETSU. So anyway, I could give I have longer thoughts on transfer portal and rev share and NIL, but
so many changes, right?
So many changes, and I love my job.
Yeah.
And so you have to study it. You have to think. You have to rely on your staff. We have great conversations. I think our staff is very collaborative about these issues, and they help me think of things that maybe I'm not seeing. So I'm extremely grateful that I have some people around me that are much smarter than I am.
Well, I'm excited for year 4. I'm excited to see what you guys are able to do on the court, and hopefully I can come down and catch a game at some point. But really looking forward to watching you guys this season. Thanks so much for coming on, and we'll be back in just a minute with our next head coach.
The college basketball season will begin right here on the Field of 68. At 8 a.m. on November 3rd, we will be tipping off the inaugural Field of 68 opening day marathon. 15 hours of nonstop basketball. It will begin in Rock Hill, presented by our friends at Visit York County. Plan your itinerary today at visityorkcounty.com. Winthrop will face off with Queens in the opener, followed by Bradley taking on St. Bonaventure. Then we head out to Sioux Falls, South Dakota, where it'll be presented by Samford Sports, who is changing the way people play and making sports accessible and fun for all. Murray State gets Omaha at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, with Drake taking on Northern Arizona in the second game in Sioux Falls. Then it's back to Rock Hill for a showdown between Furman and High Point, with Merrimack taking on South Dakota State in Sioux Falls in the nightcap. Tickets for all 6 games are on sale now at the links in the description below. Field of 68 opening day.
Welcome back to Socon Women's Basketball Media Day. I'm Talia Goodman, and we are here with Western Carolina head coach Jonathan Sippis. Jonathan, great to have you on here today. What has your first, full off season with the program been like?
Yeah, finally we're going through things that maybe aren't the first time.
Yes.
So a spring, coming out of the season, obviously the summer for the second time. So just kind of, having your feet in the ground a little bit more and having our staff back. And then, just trying to, again, how do you build a program? You get the foundation set first. So we feel like, this past year we've done some really good things with the support of our administration, and excited for the journey that is each and every season, and especially this one with 9 new players.
Yeah. I feel like you guys are pretty well balanced. balance though between, you have some returning talent coming back, you have a few experienced transfers, and then you bring in some freshmen who you can maybe help mold as the transfers maybe step up and help them get there. What do you like about the group you were able to assemble?
Well, it's really nice. Of the 9 newcomers, 8 of them we were able to have the entire summer. Right. So, I know that's not something that happens at every program, but, I think when you bring so many people in, it's so much more than just the chemistry on the court. They're trying to get them to know each other, balance your personalities. It's a group that I think really works hard. I think that's something we tried to look for in the recruiting process. We knew we would have a big freshman class. For me, it has to be the right fit transfer portal. I have friends who have kind of rebuilt programs with all transfers. I don't think that's my philosophy in things, but I just like, the common element is they've won at different levels. And I think, we talked all about with last year's team is winning is hard and you have to learn how to win. And I think the first thing is competing. And we're able to do that. Now, do we end up on that winning side in the conference? Not as much as we would have liked, but I really like this group, and I think they are willing to say, hey, we have returners here. They understood the standard. They know what our coaching staff is looking for, but then they also have people to hold them accountable. And that's really been a pleasure with this group is they are young, and it'll be a work in progress all year, but I really enjoy that they go out there with a smile on their face. They want to compete, and they're willing to learn.
What were your biggest focuses and things you were kind of pinpointing heading into year 2?
Yeah, I think we saw, especially in conference play, coming off of 10 wins in the non-conference and, the most non-conference wins in 40 years, right. And being able to, we didn't have anybody on our roster last year who had won 10 games as a college basketball player, and we get it done in the non-conference. But I think seeing how we were competitive and so close, and of 11 losses in the conference, we had leads in the fourth quarter in 9 of those games. Yeah. And so I think as we continue to compete, you're hoping in year 2, even if some of the personnel is different, that you can be able to take that next step and close games out and be in that situation. And you're still going to lose some games, but maybe you don't lose them in the same way, and you'll be able to learn and win one that maybe earlier in the season you weren't able to close out.
How do you instill that mindset in your players now to get to that point?
I think we make so many things in practice competitive. And, I think, basketball, obviously, in the end, there's the one competitive nature of who has more points is going to be the winner. But it's such a game of small battles. And we try to break those down in practice in the even in the summertime, we did a lot of skill work, is bring that competitive, nature out. And again, for us, there's a consequence, right? You lose a game, obviously. It's on the wrong side of the column, but we try to do that with so many different drills, but then be able to move on, I think, is just as important. And maybe last year that was something that we struggled with, is we lost a really close game, and then the little bit of this might happen again came in.
Snowballs in the mind a little bit. Mind game.
Exactly.
But I got to work on it, the mental side of it, right?
No question.
So you mentioned that you have a lot of newcomers coming in, and you're young, obviously, but someone who's not young that you have coming back from injuries, Kinde, and she's someone who had a really strong start to the season before that injury. What's impressed you about the way that she's come back and improved since that?
Yeah, I think here's a young woman who's not had a complete college season yet. Right. And I think we were really fortunate that she is able to get that year back. She was right at that cutoff. Right. But I think both the returners and the newcomers have seen that work ethic as she comes back from her injury that she puts in and day out. And there's times where she can't do certain things, but she's always there for her teammates. And she's been a great influence on our younger players, on especially some of the things off the court. Maybe a class somebody's taken doesn't go in the right direction on one grade. She's able to. She's somebody who never gets too high or too low. And I think to have that in the point guard position is so important because that's who the team is looking to on the floor. I think for her, she wants to be a coach one day. And so I think putting her in all these different positions, not intentionally, is really, I think, helping her become a better player, become a better point guard. So it's really good for these younger players, but also these transfers coming in that she's bonded with that want that same thing as her. And she's on our leadership council. I'm excited for her to get that opportunity because she keeps growing. It's amazing since I started to watch a young woman grow both on and off the court.
Yeah. What, for people who haven't watched her play, what does she add to this program?
Well, she by far is our best last year even. She won the starting point guard job, over a returner in Jada Burton, who ended up having an unbelievable season. She just our pace that we want to play with. She gets the ball up the floor quickly, even with the dribble. She's somebody who can play make, score it herself. In the Campbell game, she had 20+, but also set her teammates up. And then I think we missed her defensively. We missed her on the point of the ball, putting pressure, really, making people have to struggle to get into their offense. And that's something I think she's been a really good voice for our new players coming in of what they've got to be able to do to be effective in our system.
Yeah, someone you're able to add to the group is Ari Dizon, who comes over. When you were going through the portal and you were trying to fill in the holes that you needed, that you couldn't get with the freshmen, what were you looking for in her? What role did she fill that you needed?
Well, I think we had such good success with AC Carter last year and being the leading scorer in the league, first team all league. But I think the maturity. I think AC, at Georgia Tech, was an unbelievable worker. Just maybe it wasn't quite the right fit in the ACC for her. We really saw that effect. And everybody says, well, is it the points, the rebounds? It's just so much more than that from a maturity standpoint. You have somebody that understands getting their masters. And that's, I think, immediately we connected with Ari, that she was set on what she wanted to study. She was set on, I wanted to try to play closer to home. But really, we missed that position, right? We missed having a go-to scorer. I think the other area we felt defensively is, do we have somebody who's really versatile defensively? And I think Ari's going to be able to do that. She blocked shots at Cal State Bakersfield. She got up on the ball and, was in the top 10 in the conference in steals. She just brings so many different things. And that's where, AC Carter was such a matchup because we could move her around.
Right.
She could guard a post. She could guard a guard. She could play either spot offensively. And I just love that maturity of having a grad student. I think that helps trickle down on what those freshmen, they're trying to figure out what classroom to go on campus. And here's somebody that's been through that, understands it, can help them. And Ari's been a really kind of a quiet leader that the kids have turned to one-on-one situations during practice or even off the court. That's really helped, I think, our freshmen be able to gain confidence.
Yeah, I heard that Grace Pack has had a great summer too. What are fans going to like about what's new in her game? What's impressed you the most about the way she's worked?
Yeah, I think, Grace, played through some injuries last year, and I think has finally gotten healthier. I think her understanding what we're trying to do and play to her strength. She's not your typical post player. She has a great outside touch. I think her understanding has really helped the other post players. She's always kind of been the mother hen, even more so when you have all these freshmen, but even in her post group. Last year, she was lucky, she had Zoe Cruz, was in that group, and I think kind of helped take her under her wing, even though they were different type of players. But I'm really excited for Grace because she impacts our program across the board. She's an unbelievable ambassador to our program, and as we're recruiting young women to talk about her experience and the differences between, being at Garner-Webb and being at Western Carolina. But I'm really excited because I think the way that Ari and Grace can play together, it can really play off of each other.
Yeah.
And again, I think the girls look up to Grace because she always makes time for them. I think that listening has helped that part of practice where she can input her knowledge of what we're looking for, so it's not always coming from the coaches.
Yeah. One of the things that stands out to me most is your schedule. Oh my goodness. I was looking at that schedule. That is first November 16th, Oklahoma, November 23rd, Wake Forest. Then you go to Baha Mar, which, by the way, is my favorite resort in the Bahamas. So you're going to have a good time there. I was there a few summers ago. Good blackjack tables if you like them.
Let's hope we're concentrating on the task at hand. But it is a beautiful part of the world.
Maybe play a hand. Maybe you sit down for a hand. But no, I love Baha Mar, so you're going to have a great time there. But then, yeah, I'll come see you because December 21st you're going to be in Indiana. I'm finishing my last semester there, so I will be there. It's 2 days after my graduation. I'll stick around for you. What excites you about the way that your schedule lined up and the challenges that it presents?
Well, it's the first time in 21 years that we'll have a Power 4 school come in and play at the Ramsey Center, and that all happened after getting a home-and-home deal with Oklahoma last year. They needed somebody for their Kids Day game. It ends up being a great opportunity for Western North Carolina to see a program that's going to be ranked in the top 10, including one of the most dynamic freshmen to come through college basketball in quite some time. For us, it was, for Wake Forest to play an in-state team like a Duke or a North Carolina, obviously Wake, NC State, and any of those, because we're recruiting the state so hard. I think it's important for us to have that. Baha Mar, I think at Thanksgiving you always want to try to do two things: simulate what your conference tournament's going to look like, but also give, with so many freshmen, that's that first holiday that they're away from home. Yeah. And I've always tried to do something where their families could come and they could still feel that. We'll actually have Thanksgiving dinner Wednesday night at one of our players' homes in Charlotte before we fly down. The Indiana game, in the bigger picture, we try to take all our players home. Yep. And by doing that right before Christmas, we had that opportunity. We have a freshman point guard from Scottsburg.
Yeah, tell me about her, actually.
So Ellie Richardson, basketball is a small world, as you know. So Ellie Richardson's dad and I were on staff at Elon on the men's side together from 2000 to 2002. Really? And so I joke with her all the time. I've known her parents longer than she has. But she's somebody, just because I've been friends with her dad, I've watched her grow up and play. And when this opportunity came, I thought, wow, what a great, opportunity for us as a high IQ point guard, left-handed. I might be the only coach in the country that has two left-handed point guards in Kinde and Ellie. So, and she's won. She is, her dad's won a state championship with her brother. She made a state Final Four. She's probably harder on herself, which is scary for a point guard because they take so much on. But we're really excited to have her. I think people are going to really enjoy watching her play and get her teammates involved and just her toughness.
Yeah. What are your goals for this season, whether they're, long-term towards the end of the season, or just things that you're hoping to see from your group?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a work in progress in a good way. I think we'll have some growing pains, just with so many new people and even our returners in different roles. I think I'm excited about that because I've seen this work ethic this group has had, and I think sometimes when you have youth, you do get a little bit high, too high, and you get a little bit low, too low, and so that continuing to improve, because that's a lifelong skill, right? Whether you do poorly on an exam or you do great on an exam, how do you do on that next one? And for us, can we have that competitive edge to tip over the edge, as we're in conference play? I thought we did a good job of building that in the non-conference last year. We've obviously upped that ante on what our non-conference looks like, but for us, I think the fun part of the league last year is, as an 8 seed, we're playing UNC Greensboro that we had led going in the fourth quarter of both those games going into the tournament. It went down to the wire in the tournament. So it's a great league. It's got great coaches. Last year it was a little bit more senior heavy. Yeah. I think across the league it's not as much so this year. When you only have one returner back on the top 10 of all the all conference teams. Right. There's no question. That's why Chattanooga, and obviously what they did last year and being under Deandra's system, and they expect to win there. We want to get to that level. We want to get Western back, and we understand it's not going to happen overnight, but get it back to, when Kelly Harper had it here in the mid-2000s of, hey, people don't want to come to Cullowhee because they know they're going to face a tough, physical team that no matter what's happened the game before or 2 games before, they're in for a fight when they come there. And for us to be able to take that on the road, I think defense and rebounding are the biggest things for us to be able to travel with that mindset. Yeah. We could score the ball last year. Yep. Led the league in scoring and field goal percentage, but being better
had a lot of scorers. Yeah.
We did. So I think this year we may be more equal opportunity scoring, but I think we have an opportunity to be better defensively.
Awesome. Yeah, and like you said, this league, it's so good not only in terms of the players, but the coaches that stay here and that come through here. Either way, it's such a strong league. What attracted you to coming here? And I know it's been a year now, but I'm wondering if it's still kind of on your mind of the reasons you came here and what your experience has been so far.
Yeah, no question. Alex Gary was our AD, but it was very much a 3-person committee that just seemed so in touch with women's basketball where it was at that state, the growth, the direction the game's going in. Alex was on the women's basketball committee, and so I could kind of get a different angle. I love the fact to be back in the state of North Carolina, going to school here, having my daughter at Chapel Hill. My son's now at Virginia Tech. Actually have my son and my wife closer this year since they stayed in Wisconsin last year. But the other 2 people are really important because Alex now is at Southern Methodist. Kyle Pfeiffer was our sport administrator. Now he's the athletic director. Right. Ashley Simmons as the SWA is somebody who has been in our players' shoes as a former, not just a former women's college basketball player, but an all-conference performer, 1,000-point scorer. She'll never tell you that, but she's taken Alex's spot on that committee. So women's basketball being relevant at Western and understanding it's going to take time to build up, but all those pieces from having a leader like Chancellor Kelly Brown as the top of your university, what a great mentor to have for our players, to be able to say the person who's in charge of our university is a female when you're trying to build strong female leaders.
Absolutely. A last thing I got for you. A little birdie told me that you take a lot of pride in your sneakers. So I got to say, what do you got on right now?
We got purple dunks today.
What's what's the sneaker that you take the most pride? I heard you have them like all set up in your office, and that's only like half of your collection, right? How many shoes do you have? Let's start there.
I would say probably in upwards of 75.
Oh my goodness! How many do you wear?
So the ones in my office are more display.
Okay.
Any of the ones that have purple or anything like that stay at home because those get brought in for game days. Yeah. I do have it lined up that people have to try to figure out the order, and it starts with Jordan 1s and goes up. I don't have it all the way to the latest model. The latest I have is 23, but I do have 1 through 6. I have 9, 11, 13, 6 rings. I have a 23. But I do take a lot of pride.
To me, a little bit. I'm not what do you, like sneakerhead, right?
Yeah,
that's what they call.
The staff likes to refer to me as the most unassuming sneaker.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't see it coming, but I love it.
But I do like to mix it up. If there's a Lawson shoes, they go way back in the rotation. I can't say they go out of the rotation. I'm not to that point, but I like Jordan 2s. They're kind of underrated, super comfortable. Maybe look a little bit older, but I think the color schemes are really fun with Jordan 1s and the different. I've got 3 different pairs that have some type of purple hue to them. But yeah, try to bring a little bit. I know this part's not bringing a lot to the style game, but definitely my shoes can do it, and our staff. It's kind of a good competitive thing to get our staff involved as well.
What's the next shoe you're getting?
I would say I'm trying to find either a really good. I love Jordan 11s. Okay. Is an 11 with some purple to it.
Yeah. So now is it just purple now? Pretty strictly?
Yeah. So, but I'll go black. I'll go white. I'm really not getting in any blues. Those are my Marquette ones.
You can't wear them like.
But yeah, there's. I think the latest one is our team got a choice of Kobe's.
Okay.
And I have some purple Kobe's that'll make an appearance this year. So
awesome.
that'll be new to I haven't worn Kobe's in a game. I donated my pink ones that our team wore to a better cause, but I think some purple Kobe's will be a good addition as the kind of newest shoe to the game.
Yeah, maybe it'll be like a good luck charm. If you wear them once, you can't stop wearing them if you win, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It's gotta be the case.
They stay that way.
I love it. Well, really looking forward to watching you guys this season. Thanks so much for taking the time to sit down with me, and yeah, I hope all goes well, and hopefully I can get down there at some point and catch a game.
Well, if you come to that game in Bloomington, we'll make sure you've got some purple to go with the rest of that red and white.
I will be there. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I might have to go half and half. Like,
okay,
I don't think
understood.
I'm not allowed to wear any, actually, I made the mistake last year. This is funny. I accidentally went to a Kentucky-Louisville game at Kentucky, and I wasn't, thinking it through. I couldn't even remember who they were playing, and I show up. It's at Kentucky, and I'm wearing all red. I'm like, oh, this is the worst thing I've ever done. So now I make sure I really only wear black. That's my go-to. But if I'm wearing purple, I got to wear red too. And they might clash, but I'll do it.
I'll tell you this: you don't even have to wear it at the game, just as long as you've got some purple in your color scheme that the Catamounts took good care of you.
Perfect. Well, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We'll be back in a few minutes with our next head coach.
Athlete AI is the story of the athlete. And every athlete deserves to have his story told. Under the lights and in the spotlight. This is your moment, your rule. Download, capture, create, share. Your name is Trent.
Do you need your fix of college basketball analysis at the end of every night during the season? If you crave instant reactions and informed breakdowns, make sure you tune into the Field of 68 After Dark every night with access to the biggest stars in the sport and a cast of characters that includes the likes of Tyler Hansborough, Randolph Childress, John Fanta, John Henson, Terrence Oglesby, Jarrell McNeil, and many, many more. The Field of 68 After Dark is where college basketball happens. The college basketball season will begin right here on the Field of 68. At 8 a.m. on November 3rd, we will be tipping off the inaugural Field of 68 Opening Day Marathon. 15 hours of nonstop basketball. It will begin in Rock Hill, presented by our friends at Visit York County. Plan your itinerary today at visityorkcounty.com. Winthrop will face off with Queens in the opener, followed by Bradley taking on St. Bonaventure. Then we head out to Sioux Falls, South Dakota, where it'll be presented by Samford Sports, who is changing the way people play and making sports accessible and fun for all. Murray State gets Omaha at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, with Drake taking on Northern Arizona in the second game in Sioux Falls. Then it's back to Rock Hill for a showdown between Furman and High Point, with Merrimack taking on South Dakota State in Sioux Falls in the nightcap. Tickets for all 6 games are on sale now at the links in the description below. Field of 68 opening day. Do you need your fix of college basketball analysis at the end of every night during the season? If you crave instant reactions and informed breakdowns, make sure you tune into the Field of 68 After Dark every night with access to the biggest stars in the sport and a cast of characters that includes the likes of Tyler Hansborough, Randolph Childress, John Fanta, John Henson, Terrence Oglesby, Jarrell McNeil, and many, many more. The Field of 68 After Dark is where college basketball happens.
Welcome back to Socon Women's Basketball Media Day. I'm Talia Goodman. If you're just joining us, we have made our way through almost the whole league talking to coaches. We got 2 more to go. We'll keep it rolling. We'll have Wofford head coach Jimmy Garrity coming in here in a few minutes. But it has been a fun couple of hours here in where even are we at? Greenville. So Greenville. See, I don't even know where I am right now. I'm in Greenville, South Carolina. Very cute little town. I'm excited to go, explore after this and grab some dinner. But I'm having a great time here meeting all the league's head coaches and talking to them. We started off our day, it seems like forever ago now, talking to Matt Wise, the first-year head coach at Samford, who took over after Carly Coons went to become an assistant coach at Maryland. We've also got 3 second-year head coaches in the league. We've already, talked to all of them, and it's been such a great experience. And now we're going to be joined by Wofford head coach Jimmy Garrity, and he's coming in now. We'll have him just join. Awesome. Yeah, you can come take a seat. We got a mic right here for you. We are live. How are you doing?
Jumped right in on in. We didn't even get invited in yet. I'm doing great. How are you?
We didn't even get a minute.
Yeah.
I'm doing well.
Sorry.
Thanks so much for joining today. Very excited to get to talk to you. How has this off season been for you?
It's been fantastic.
Yeah.
I really have been impressed with this team and how they're coming together. They made a commitment over the summertime to invest in each other. And I think our togetherness is really paying off. They're a lot of fun to coach. We're pretty talented, competitive. I've loved the way practice is going and their spirit. It's been great.
You return a lot, but obviously, some of your key players are no longer at Wofford. What have you seen from maybe some of those underclassmen who have taken a step forward now?
Well, it's a little bit of both. We have 6 new ones.
Right.
We have 13 on our roster. So 7 returners.
Mm-hmm. Which is a lot in this day and age, 7 returners.
It kind of is. And so 4 of them are freshmen and 2 transfers. Yep. The transfers are very eager to get playing time, and they're in a whole different environment, and they love our culture. So that part has been really, really good. And the returners, they've improved their game, worked on their craft over the summer. And they've just came with the right mindset. They're excited about a new season. Last year, of course, we went through some injuries and stuff and didn't quite finish the way we wanted it to. I think they're hungry, too. And the culture that they've set for the new ones coming in have been really, really impressive.
What do you feel like that taught the group last year when you had to go through that adversity of injuries?
Well, it's always next person up.
Yep.
And Molly had a fantastic, freshman year. We had our 2 point guards go down. And Molly's not a point guard. She never played point guard in her life.
Yep.
And she saved us. I mean, she was just fantastic and a phenomenal freshman year. I think she's ready to make that next leap, too. And then, our seniors and those that didn't get a lot of playing time before are now going to be thrusted into a role that it's their time. And I think they're ready for the challenge, and they're excited about it, too.
Who in particular has stood out in that regard in terms of, people getting their time to shine now?
I don't know if I'd pull anybody individually out, but their competitive nature, getting in their gym on their own, has just been great. And so, and that helps with practices. So really we're divided. I'm trying to split up the teams every practice, change it up a little bit. And one day I'm thinking, black team's going to win this today most of the time. Gold team. And it's been back and forth.
That's a good thing. So yeah, you want that.
I love the competitive spirit. And what's really been impressive, and, it's, we're in each other, having fun, talking a little junk to each other. But then when they step off the court, they're like, and I don't know that we've ever had a team like this have been that close and friends, and they know the difference and not crossing the line. And I told them, I said, if we can guard each other that way and we guard our opponent, like, it's just going to make us better.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Who's the biggest trash talker on your team?
Oh, good. I can pick from several. Soph's got a pretty good one. Newcomer. She's right there at it. Tony Warren has really improved her voice, or made her voice heard. And she's not really a trash talker.
Okay.
But her voice has been great. Queen's voice has been really, really good. Gabby, freshman coming in, she's ready to go.
All right, I love it.
So it's been and they're having fun with it too, for the most part. So not ever crossing that line at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And you talked about Molly a little bit already, but I just want to go back to her because her freshman season was so impressive, and obviously having her come back is really important. How important was that to get her to retain a player of her caliber who, like you said, wasn't even playing in her position, right? Yeah. And now you have the chance to maybe develop her even further.
Well, obviously it's important to have her back, but that was never a second thought to us. She's all about Wofford. She loves the culture of our program, but the culture of the college too. She's all in all phases. The academic piece, obviously the basketball piece, and then the social piece. She's going to be thrust in a new role this year too.
Yeah, what are we going to see?
We're taking her off. She was so happy about not having to run point. But I said, don't get too comfortable with that. We might throw you in there too, and. I'm all for having multiple point guards out there anyway, so I think that's always good. But a little bit of a leadership role for her too, and so that can be a little bit challenging too. But she's just been great because she does it by example, and nobody does it better. And hard and competitive like she does. She plays really, really hard day in and day out.
Well, you don't see a lot of freshmen, first of all, step into roles that big immediately, and step into roles that aren't even, the role they were recruited to play, right? That's a rare thing to see in any freshman at any program in the country. Yeah. Where have you seen the most growth from her this offseason?
Her IQ.
Yeah.
Just going through all those, and we talk about this a lot as, I think we're at our best when we just play. And I'm not over there calling 50 calls, So we're at our best when we just play. Now to do that, you got to understand spacing. You got to understand IQ. And she's really grown her IQ to know what we're looking for. And she's been through it. Nothing like experience to, hey, I've done that before.
Right.
I've been there. And so I think it just adds to her confidence too.
Someone I really liked that you guys were able to add is Courtney Swider from Richmond. You don't obviously see a lot of 6'4" players in mid-major women's basketball.
She's all of 6'4"
right?
too now.
I love it.
That's not the basketball height. That's not the media guide height. She's 6'4".
I love it. I'm excited to hear that. What has stood out about her since you got her, and what, when you were, going through the transfer portal, obviously there aren't many players of her height, but what was it besides, just her length?
It was really the first call, and I think we talked to her. I think I talked to her for over an hour. And it was like, got off the phone. Next thing you know, I was calling all the assistant coaches in here, and we got her on speaker. Now we're going. And it was just, she just fit the culture. And we had watched her play, when she was in high school in AAU, and thinking, God, Richmond really got a good one there. And then she just wants to play. Like, I know they wanted her back at Richmond, but at the end of the day, she had some really good people playing in front of her.
Right.
And she just wanted a chance to get on the court. And so her enthusiasm that she's brought to the program has been contagious. She's got a great attitude. She's one of our best recruiters. Like, she's the friend. She's only been here for 3-4 months. And she's just been phenomenal. But at the end of the day, like, it's the joy is there, and she loves to practice. And so that part has been really, really cool to watch.
How much does it help to bring in a player who knows what it takes to win, right? Yeah. Because she was part of a winning program at Richmond. How helpful is that?
High school, Richmond. There's nothing like that experience of going through that and seeing it for your own eyes.
Right.
Even if your role wasn't what you quite wanted it to be, but just to experience that. So she knows what it looks like. She knows what winning looks like in championship basketball looks like in culture. So that part is she just added to our culture.
Yeah. Obviously, you guys shot the ball a lot last year, right? 47th in the country in three-point attempts. Are you going to keep shooting it, at that rate this year?
Hey, I like to shoot them threes now. I do like that. I like to get a paint touch and shoot threes. I feel like, and to be honest, last year, I thought, there was times where we were really hard to guard.
Yeah.
Because we could put 5 people out there that could shoot it. I didn't think last year we shot the ball as well. I keep telling her, like, what is surprising to you? And I know the interviewers were wanting something the positive, and I always say, we're not shooting it like I think we should. And so so this year I feel like we should shoot it better. I think we can be a faster team and run in transition a little bit more. It'll be, how we develop, because I don't have one style. Like, my style is going to be what our personnel, what it looks like, and that's going to be our style. This year's style may be getting some threes up too, but you got to have a healthy mix in there too.
Yeah.
For post play too. So we need to get our post more involved this year. That we're committed to that.
What's the biggest strength that you feel like you have in the personnel that you have this year?
Probably transition.
Yeah.
Getting out and running, making good decisions. I think that's going to be our best basketball. I feel like we're in pretty good shape. We've worked really, really hard preseason and summer. They came back in shape from June when they're here on campus. But I think our best, and that's how, everybody says they want to play like that. Yeah, coach, you want to play fast.
Right.
We do want to play fast. We don't want to play in a hurry.
Yeah.
And so we're going to play that way as long as we make good decisions and can handle it. And this year's team, we've only been practicing full go for our second week now.
Right.
But I think that's probably going to be our best, early stages is what it's saying.
Yeah. No, it is funny you say everyone says that. I don't think I've ever heard anyone say, I want to play slow.
Yeah.
Right? I don't think I've ever heard anyone say that. But no, it makes sense. Like, you want to do it as long as it works, right? You don't want to do something that, you don't want to force something that doesn't work. But if you feel like you have the personnel to do it, absolutely. Why wouldn't you want to play fast, right?
Yeah, and you got to be a really good decision-making team to do that. A few years ago, I think we led the league in scoring, led the league in assists to turnover ratio, but we were also number 3 in the country of taking care of the ball. I don't know if we can quite get to those numbers, but that's what we're shooting for.
What are your long-term goals for this year? Like, what do you hope this team can turn into? What do you see as the ceiling for this group right now?
I think this is a group that is going to get better each month, each week. And that's really what I want.
Yeah.
You know, I really want to be playing. I mean, don't get me wrong, non-conference, hey, I want to win. Winning's fun. But I want to make sure that we know that that's all building up to our conference play in January and February, and hopefully, 3-4 days in March in Nashville.
Yeah, and you got a couple tough non-conference matchups that lead you there too. In December, in particular, you got a tough stretch there with Ole Miss and Georgia Tech. What do you feel like? What do you hope those games will teach you?
Playing against that competition and what that looks like. And I think hopefully we can come out of those games playing well, not backing down, throwing the first punch. I'm hoping, those lead to, hey, we got a good team, y'all. This is against the big boys, the big girls, and we played well. And hopefully that after the game, that's how we feel.
You've been doing this for a while, and maybe you've been asked this question a million times, and so there's not anything left to answer with. But what's something that people might not know about you?
About me?
Yeah, something unique about you.
I don't know. They probably don't know a lot about me because I'm not on social media too much.
Oh, well, you got to get it all out now so people know everything, right?
So I don't know what people don't know about me. I am the youngest of 8.
8? Oh, my goodness.
Youngest of 8. So...
That's a big family.
4 brothers. 4 boys and 4 girls. So, I'm sorry.
No.
Answer.
No, I love it.
But youngest of 8, and my path to get to where I'm at is probably unique and different than most coaches, head coaches, D1, but I wouldn't trade it for the world. All those things that led me to Wofford, and Wofford fits me perfectly. And it's the kind of players I want to coach, the kind of environment I want to be at.
Yeah, what do you love about it here? What do you love about being here?
Just everybody on that campus cares. They care. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're in athletics, you work in, cutting grass, you're in the cafeteria, maintenance, professors, other coaches, student athletes. People just care, and when you're in an environment that is positive and you're surrounded by people that care, that's a pretty good life, and good things can happen. And so I think we got a really special thing going on at Wofford, and to play in the gym. Jerry Richardson Indoor Stadium is one of the nicest in the country, and a school less than 2,000 students has that. It's pretty impressive.
That is impressive. Very impressive.
Yeah, very, very lucky and feel very blessed.
Absolutely.
But the best part are the people you work with too.
Yes.
Our coaches, assistant coaches, and our players. That roster is top notch from top to bottom.
Yeah. I got one more for you, and then I'll let you get out of here, I promise. Obviously, like I said, and you've been doing this for a bit now, you've seen the landscape shift quite dramatically over your years of being in this business. I have one question that maybe, obviously the transfer portal is part of that, right? But one of the things that might be coming soon is tournament expansion. I'm curious, having been doing this for a while, what your thoughts are on if you'd like to see it expanded, if there's a perfect number for it, which I don't know that there is.
I don't know the perfect number, but yes, I would like to see it expanded.
Why is that?
Well, because we're one bid league, and if we could, obviously, hopefully we have better teams and we get better and all that. But if we have an opportunity to get multiple teams in there because the expansion helps, then I'm all for that. And what an experience that would be for, for our student athletes to play in March Madness. That's be the coolest thing.
Well, sounds like it might be happening. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Not this year, but in the future it might be coming. I don't know what the perfect number is, right? It's a weird. I don't know how they really decide that, but I'm interested to see what it'll be and how they divide those new teams that are able to get in, right? Because I don't know if anyone wants, every single SEC team.
Right. Now, where are those going to go to? Where are those extra spots going to go to?
Right. I think that's the important thing to determine. But I'm all for seeing more mid majors get in the tournament. I love it.
Yeah.
And my dad hosted the men's version of this morning, and his big take that he said if you're going to expand the tournament, what they should do is essentially make it so that a high major has to be playing a mid major for each game. That's what it should be. And so it's high versus mid, and if the mids deserve to win, they're in. That's how it should be. So I like that
approach.
Right? I like that idea. But
put him on that committee.
I'm sure he would love to be on it. I'm sure he would. But
That's right.
thanks so much for joining us. Really excited to watch your team this year and see what your newcomers do. I know you're young, but I'm excited to see how they all develop through the year. And thanks so much for joining us. We will.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yes, absolutely. We'll be back in just a few minutes with our last coach of the day.
Athlete AI is the story of the athlete. And every athlete deserves to have the story told. Under the lights and in the spotlight. This is your moment, your rule. Download, capture, create, share. Athlete AI. Your name is Trent.
Do you need your fix of college basketball analysis at the end of every night during the season? If you crave instant reactions and informed breakdowns, make sure you tune into the Field of 68 After Dark every night with access to the biggest stars in the sport and a cast of characters that includes the likes of Tyler Hansborough, Randolph Childress, John Fanta, John Henson, Terrence Oglesby, Jarrell McNeil, and many, many more. The Field of 68 After Dark is where college basketball happens. The college basketball season will begin right here on the Field of 68. At 8 a.m. on November 3rd, we will be tipping off the inaugural Field of 68 Opening Day Marathon. 15 hours of non-stop basketball. It will begin in Rock Hill, presented by our friends at Visit York County. Plan your itinerary today at visityorkcounty.com. Winthrop will face off with Queens in the opener, followed by Bradley taking on St. Bonaventure. Then we head out to Sioux Falls, South Dakota, where it'll be presented by Samford Sports, who is changing the way people play and making sports accessible and fun for all. Murray State gets Omaha at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, with Drake taking on Northern Arizona in the second game in Sioux Falls. Then it's back to Rock Hill for a showdown between Furman and High Point, with Merrimack taking on South Dakota State in Sioux Falls in the nightcap. Tickets for all 6 games are on sale now at the links in the description below. Field of 68, opening day. There is no sport in America that is more difficult to follow than college basketball. It can be overwhelming. That's where the Field of 68 Daily comes into play. The Daily is your go-to source for injury updates, recruiting news, and transfer portal editions that actually matter. For just $50 a year, get access to the same information that your favorite team's coaching staff is subscribed for. Quality content can be hard to find in the college basketball space. The Daily is here to help you with that. Would you be surprised to find out that the Field of 68 is home to more than 35 podcasts? More than 25 team-specific podcasts that are hosted by the people that know what fans want the most. The Goodman and Humble podcast, the DTF podcast, the A10 Insider podcast, and the Mountain West podcast. But wait, there's even more. The Field of 68 will be launching the ACC Insider podcast this year. Subscribe to this channel and come along for the ride.
Athlete AI is the story of the athlete. And every athlete deserves to have the story told. Under the lights and in the spotlight. This is your moment, your rule. Download, capture, create, share. Athlete AI. Your name is Trent.
Hello and welcome back to Socon Women's Basketball Media Day. We are nearing the end here. Just one more team to go. We'll welcome Furman head coach Pierre Curtis in just a few minutes here. But just to recap, we have talked to all 7 of the other head coaches in the league. Got a lot of insight on new roles for some key players. Just talked to Wofford's head coach Jimmy Garrity, who gave some insight on obviously tournament expansion. One of the many hot topics right now in college sports as the landscape is shifting so mightily with that and the transfer portal, which is obviously ever present in every league, but the SoCon absolutely with that, and NIL, right, which may be less of a role in the mid majors, but still absolutely a role for players wanting to seek new programs wherever they might be. So talking about all those hot topics here, but it's been a very interesting day of going through and talking through each team and what the expectations are looking like for next year. And we talked about this earlier, but, with 8 teams, we got Furman head coach Pierre Curtis coming in. We'll get you in here. Awesome. How are you doing?
Good. How you doing?
I'm good. We got a mic right there for you. We are live. We are live right now. How's your day been?
It's been good. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. What has this off season been like for you?
I guess it's pretty much been what it's been for a lot of other people. You kind of look at where you are as a team and kind of see what you need to get out of the, with the recruits and portal and things like that. But since we've been going, it's just, with 7 new players, it's been it was a little nervous at first. You don't have your mainstays that you usually have, but it's been really exciting with just to have 11 freshmen and sophomores.
Right.
I think I'm getting a little bit more gray hair, but
I think I see.
Yeah, I'm hiding it really well right now.
You're doing a good job then.
But no, it's been exciting and fun. They're a good group. The chemistry for them is already there. So I'm excited to just we're gonna keep trying to get better day in and day out and see where we go.
Yeah. What have you learned about your team so far? What do you like about them?
That they're fast and they can we're long and we could cover ground. So that's the most exciting thing is just the consistency of doing that day in and day out and every single time is what we're working on right now.
Yeah. And obviously you add, like you said, a lot of newcomers to the mix, but you bring back 3 players who were freshmen last year. And my favorite jump, I always say, is the freshman to sophomore jump, right? It's always big.
Right.
And you bring back 3 of them who had really impressive freshman years. Obviously, Claire Coyle is the one who received, the recognition for that last year on the all-freshman team and the preseason all-Socon team today came out,
for sure,
right?
today, yeah.
But what impresses you about all 3 of them and the steps they've been able to make forward?
Yeah, I think they you could see the progress they made throughout the season last year. We made it a point to really get those 3 minutes, knowing that what was ahead of us this year and with losing so many players, we knew they were going to play a key role this year. So with them playing last year, they kind of got to, play through mistakes and things like that. Now they really attacked the offseason with Claire attacked and just adding things to her game. Obviously, her motor is what sets her apart, her motor and her ability to rebound. But now she's added some perimeter skills to her game that she didn't have last year that could make her a little bit more harder to guard. And then Raina McGowan's has just worked on just being more consistent in her play. Like she's one of those kids that could have 15 in one game, and then she, as a freshman, she could have 5 the next game. So it's just like really trying to make her more consistent. She's worked on her jumper a ton this year, so we expect to see some improvements in that. And then Chantel Stewart, she's a very talented point guard. And with having played the one as a freshman, I think I understood like the pain she was going through. But mentally they all have taken a jump, but she's taken a huge jump as well. Just kind of, you could see her talking to her teammates a lot more, and just being way more confident in what is supposed to happen and how it's supposed to happen, and kind of running the team. So it's been exciting to watch all 3 of them kind of make jumps, but in different ways as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And between the transfers and the freshmen, there is a lot of newness on this team, right? Yeah. Who or what has, stood out and separated themselves so far?
You put me on the spot there. I think just the versatility in how we can play this year.
Yeah.
And we have we targeted shooting and playmaking, and I think we got some of that with Kyra Parnell, who's a big guard, and then with Lauren Bailey, who played a ton at her previous school, and she's a tough kid, and she's one of the few vets that we have that is a junior, right? So I'm excited about those 2. And then you have a kid like Alyssa Irvin who I just said in another interview, she's going to probably be the most exciting for the fans.
Why is that?
Just the way she plays. But she's going to be the one that gives me a heart attack at times.
Why is that?
the way she plays. So, talented kid, and she's gonna do some exciting things. But she's learning how to play basketball. They all are learning how to play for us. But she's an exciting, talented kid. with our freshmen, we have some really talented freshmen like Sophia Pearl's a kid from Georgia that's going to play a lot of minutes for us. Brooklyn King is probably one of the most talented kids we have, and the pace is something for a lot of kids they have to figure out. So I think something. Then we got another freshman, Ty Berry, she's probably our hardest worker. She's the loudest kid in the gym, but she's a 6'3" post, right? And so she's going to give us some more of that intimidating presence inside. So we have a lot of different kids. We have Channing Warren, who can really shoot the ball as a 6'4" player as well. If you can't tell, I'm excited about all our new kids, right?
Absolutely.
And just in what they can do. So now it's just my job to kind of put it all together and make it work. So we're excited.
I want to go back to Alyssa for a minute, just because I need to hear more about this heart attack that she's.
Oh yeah,
right? What are fans going to like so much about her? What stood out when you were going in the portal and looking for pieces to get?
Yeah, well, she was a kid that was a big-time scorer out of high school, right? And she went to another school, and it just didn't work out for her. Like, sometimes it just doesn't. And so we have watched her at that point, and again, she's a kid that was able to. She scored about 40 points sometimes in high school. Her favorite thing is to throw behind the back passes, right?
Okay.
So when I'm telling you that the fans might be excited about the behind the back pass, and I'm sitting there like, what are you doing at times? Because
like we need you to just play the game.
She just tries it, and sometimes I just laugh at her. She'll look at me, and she's like, "Ooh, you're right," and I'm just like, she's funny. So, but she's like I said, she's an exciting scorer. She's a kid who can put the ball in the basket.
Yeah, and I know this offseason, the big focus for you guys was on becoming more athletic. How do you feel like you addressed that, and do you feel like you accomplished that?
Yeah, no, I think we did. And if it wasn't the athleticism, it was their length and ability to cover ground still. But we did that, and at the same time, we had to replace shooting, and we were trying to get more shooters.
Right.
So I think we did that as well. Now, obviously, when the games come, I'll see if we really accomplished the shooting thing. But we got more kids who could shoot the ball, and then we try to work on the kids who maybe couldn't do it as well last year. We just tried to work on them and get them reps. But that was the main thing. We wanted to be versatile, get more athletic for the defensive end, but also be able to knock shots down on the offensive end. I think we accomplished that.
Yeah, you said last year, a focus of yours was getting your freshman minutes because, in this day and age, whether it's through graduation or through the transfer portal, teams look different every year now, no matter where you're at, right? What's the challenge in that for you, and how do you feel like you were able to tackle that mindset of going into it this year?
Yeah, so I think last year I went into the season thinking I was going to have to force the minutes. Well, they earned the minutes they got, but I think it was just typically when you have a younger kid and you have an older person that maybe starts in front of them or that can play the same position, their leash is a little bit shorter, right? And I didn't give them the short leash. I just kind of let them play through mistakes. And I think that's the easiest way to learn, right? So they were able to play through some stuff that maybe other people wouldn't be able to play through just because I knew it would benefit them later on in the season, but also this year when they have to play. And
do you feel like it paid off now?
I think so. I think, like I said, just watching them in the preseason, they know exactly what's expected of them. They know exactly how to go about it. And I don't know if they would have been able to do that by just watching last year. So I think it did. But it wasn't. They made it easy because they earned the minutes that I gave them last year. So it wasn't like I was throwing people out there that probably weren't ready to play. So it worked out for me.
I mean, Claire certainly. Wow, like she has
Claire actually, she made me play her more than I thought I would. I think there was one game last year where I didn't play her as much, and I
regretted it.
After that game, I said I'm never playing her less than 10 minutes or whatever it is, unless she's in foul trouble. So I'm never doing that again, and I didn't the rest of the year. And she has some big games. I think she was really, really vital in us winning those games. And her stats sometimes she got that with no plays ran for her. That's just off her natural ability to rebound and play hard, and she runs the floor at a crazy pace. So I'm excited for what's next for her.
Yeah, so how's her role going to change or shift this year?
Yeah, so I'm very wary of telling them what their roles are. well, not what they are, but like I don't want to put too much pressure on them.
Yeah.
Like because she does have to be a more focal part of the offense. I think she knows that.
We'll tell her not to listen to this.
Yeah, I think
tell me. I think she hears none of this.
I think she knows that, but it's also you have to be mindful of like how much you give to them because they could overthink it, right? But no, I mean she goes from being like the third or fourth option in the as a forward to being you are the go-to kid at that spot. And I think she had two really good mentors last year that were in front of her, and they basically took her under their wing, and they exactly how everything goes on and off the floor. And she's been better for it. So I think she's ready, but she's going to be obviously more of a focal point of like she might get a couple plays called for here and there. When last year I never called anything for her, so I think that'll be good for her.
You mentioned being obviously wary of putting too much pressure on them, right? What makes you feel like she's ready for this?
Her work ethic is second to none. Yeah. Like I don't. She's the most consistent player that we have, day in and day out. You know what you're going to get from Claire. She's like, her energy is always top notch. So she's going to give you a rebound and the easy transition baskets. And now she's figuring out how to be that offensive player. But she puts the work in. She watches film. She gets in the gym extra. Like, I don't ever have to worry about if Claire's working hard because she is. And she's opened up. She was kind of a little bit more of a quiet kid last year. And like she'll come sit in my office and just talk for 30 minutes. And I'm just like, who are you? Yeah. And so I think she's been becoming more comfortable in that leadership role as well. So it's great.
That's part of the freshman to sophomore jump, right? I love it.
Yeah, for sure. Sure.
Oh, I meant to say this earlier, but I accidentally drank all of it. I heard you're picky about what types of water you like. What's sufficient for you?
That would be suffice. So like
what works? Give me what works.
So I mean, smart water is fine. I think Core is what I usually drink.
Wait, what is that?
Core water.
I don't think I've ever heard of that.
Just gotta look it up. Core water.
Okay, I gotta look it up.
Core water because it hydrates you to the core. That's what I tell people.
All right. What about Fiji? Would that do the job?
No.
Fiji doesn't do the job?
I don't. I've never been a Fiji guy. I don't like flowers in my water. I like Hawaiian water. It's called. I think I made it up. I think it's called Waikiki.
What do you mean you made it up?
I don't know how to say the name of the water. It's Hawaiian water. It's in like a green bluish bottle.
Do you fly? Like I've never seen this in a store. Where do you get this?
Get it in the store, man. You just go. It just costs a couple extra dollars, but you get it at 7-Eleven.
So what makes it worth? Like why are you spending the extra couple bucks? I heard you don't even always drink them fully. You always just have them kind of strewn about.
I just want to know where you're getting your information from because
I can't reveal my sources.
I don't. So I have 2 core waters during the game.
Okay.
I drink one before the game starts.
Okay.
And once the 60 minutes start, I can't drink that water.
Why?
I don't know. I have no clue.
Okay.
It's like one of those things that I do.
So what if before the game you drink the whole first bottle of water and you drink the set? Like what if somehow someone stole your other bottle of water and they only gave you Dasani? Would you drink a Dasani?
Negative.
You wouldn't drink it if you were like dying of thirst. What would you do? You'd leave the game?
I would go get water out of the cooler. I would never drink a bottle of Dasani water ever.
Ever?
No.
Oh my god.
There's no way ever. Like I've sat at restaurants and if the water was disgusting.
Yeah, wait, what do you do? They're not bringing you your Hawaiian water at restaurants?
Yeah, it's okay. I don't know where they got it from. For me, they took it out of a bottle.
Of your Hawaiian.
Yeah. But if it tastes awful, I won't drink it. Well, I've done it at a restaurant. I waited till I got to my hotel room to drink after we ate, and I drank a bunch of water at the hotel room. That's all I drink, so I know I can't have water that doesn't taste great. Dasani is salty.
Okay.
It's like salt water.
Do you say so? Do you like force your coaching staff to? Is that like all you have around? Like did they?
They can drink whatever kinds of water they want. They're not bougie water drinkers.
Yeah, are you judging them for it?
No, I don't judge anybody. Everybody has their own pick. I think I just enjoy. I enjoy what I enjoy.
No, I like it.
But that's my
Next time I see you, I'll have a full smart water. Or I gotta look up. I gotta go back and listen to what you said.
I'm going to show you the Waikiki water. I'm telling you.
That's what I need. I need to try it because I need to understand this.
And it's gonna change your life.
Is it? If it changes my life, something. We'll make a bet. Something. If it changes my life.
I don't know if you would ever go back to Pure Life or what is that, Nestle or whatever that. You would never drink that water again. I'm telling you.
I'm gonna taste test. Maybe that's what I should have set up. I should have blindfolded.
I don't think I would let you put me into the mix like that.
That's funny. That's awesome. Well, thanks so much for joining us. Really excited to watch your team this year and see what you're able to do with so many newcomers. I'm excited to watch Claire and see her expanded role.
Right.
Tell her, but excited about all of it and glad we got the chance to sit and talk.
All right. Thank you so much
for joining.
All right. You have a good one.
Have a good one. That'll do it, right, Dagan? Are we calling it? That'll do it for Socon Women's Basketball Media Day. Thanks so much for joining us for the last few hours here. I've had such a great time talking through all 8 of the teams for women's basketball and hearing about all the expectations, what they're going to do this year. It's a really talented, competitive league. I don't know who my favorite is to win. I know in the preseason, poll, it's Chattanooga, but I think there's a few teams who could really compete for that title this year and make it to the NCAA tournament. So it'll be very interesting. November 3rd, we have Socon basketball. I'm excited for it. I'll be sat. I'm excited. But thanks so much for joining us today. It's been great talking some Socon women's basketball.